Good morning and welcome, everybody. It is 11:31 here on the West Coast. Hey, I don't know if anybody missed it last night or not, but we had fun at Indies last night. Independent Men United. We had some awesome musicians on there. Blue Unicorn guys got incredible talent. Enjoyed listening to them. I even got up there myself and messed up a few songs for him. But it was a men's only night, and she did an awesome job. Awesome job. It is Tuesday, and what in the hell are we doing? What exactly are we doing? Right? We have to constantly ask ourselves this question. You know, we see all this stuff happening. We try to do everything that we can in order to put information out. We try to help to uplift our communities and everything else. And there's just so much anger and animosity going on that that it gets very, very discouraging, to try and deliver truth to people because of the fact that somebody's always going to get mad about it. Somebody's always going to get mad about it, And the thing is that we know that the anger has to come, that we have to try and do everything that we can in order to see people through it, that we have to try and support them in a way to help them research and get their heads out of their butts in order to start looking themselves, because the more that they look, the more that they begin to understand. And it's frustrating. It is, trying to be there for everybody all the time is not an easy task. And when you're not there, people miss you. No doubt about it, and it's primarily because, I look at it like this. What I do out of love for my fellow man and woman, for mankind. I'm doing what I do to fight for my country the only way that right now that I can, because there's no other course at this moment. But when the time comes, if I'm needed, I will step up in whatever way I have to, even though my health wouldn't exactly be the perfect for being a soldier again. I would do whatever is necessary in order to fight and defend the rights of the people here in this country. Would I go and fight in another country? No, because I've already seen what the bankers' wars do. I've seen what the destruction that they do to our community. I see what they do to, to the servicemen. I see what they do to our children. And I just, that's not a sacrifice that I'd be willing to make ever again, ever. So, the objective is to teach people to fight for themselves, to arm people with information that will put us in a position where it's no longer about arguing with people. It's about just presenting facts and giving people the opportunity to absorb those facts and making them better people for it. there's a lot of resistance, a lot of people question a lot of the things that we tell them. But the fact of the matter is this has to be done. It has to be done. Whether it's me doing it, you doing it, or somebody that we don't even know doing it. Okay. It has to be done. And anybody who gets angry because it's being done is playing right into the hands of Satan. You know, it just, it's, over the last few days, I've realized a lot of things, where it comes to myself, and that, I've depended on basically one person, two people, to achieve a lot of things in the last year before getting back online. And my gratefulness, thankfulness is not enough. And I'm sorry for that. I am truly sorry for that. But I have nothing else to offer. That's all I have. To try to make believe that there is something more would be wrong. To state that there is something more would be wrong. To act like there is something more would be wrong. I cannot be sculpted into something that other people want me to be. I have to be who I am, because that's how God made me. He gave me so many lessons in these last years, to show me who I really am. And I can't turn from that. I can't, and I won't, so, we buck it up. There's been many hitches in my giddy up, but, my giddy up and go is there. It hasn't got up and went. Not yet, and I don't know why my phone always has to. Hello? Yeah, you're live.
Will be there. They said December 7th.
Okay. All right. You're live on YouTube. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll give you a call back after I get done with my opener here and get the show rolling.
All right, man.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you in a few. All right. Bye. That's what I'm going to do from now on, guys. Anytime somebody calls, I'm just going to answer it and put them on the microphone. Okay. He's out on the road though. It's and Slow Country, if you are listening in, thank you very much. He's sending me some cast iron pans for cooking, which is awesome. They'll work on the grill very nicely. All right. So I got quite a few things lined up here. Wow, we got New Zealand in the house. Welcome, New Zealand. Welcome, UK as well. I saw a couple of people in here from the UK in the chat earlier. It's great to have you guys listening in as well, because this is not just a US problem. This is a worldwide problem that has to be put on the front burner. We have to we really, really have to make sure that we are supporting everyone worldwide, because it isn't just us. It's every country is affected by this, and every country is going to effectively see change. But that only happens if we work together. That only happens if we work together. Together is a pretty big word. Two. You see, two. together. Okay. It's about standing next to our fellow man and woman or child, who are going to be men and women in the future, that are going to be the future of our country or your country, wherever you're at. We have to teach them as well as teaching the older folks. Research, is a huge thing right now. A lot of people are like, I don't know how to do that. Well, we need to show them how to do that. We need to give them clues and paths in which to follow to begin to obtain information. And that's, I hope, what a lot of people are getting out of this channel. One of my objectives in starting the Hawks Mustard Seeds and stepping away from doing my cannabis, my cannabis podcast, was that providing people with good, solid news that is not mainstream, that should be mainstream, that should be what we see on our TV every day. Okay. And for those of you just joining us, you're about to learn what we do here. And that is, we take people who have been censored off of YouTube, censored off of Facebook and other platforms, and we bring them back. We've been censored 70 times off of YouTube ourselves in doing exactly that. Guys like X22, and we know, SDT Report, Melissa Redpill, many others. And the idea of it is that the truth needs to be where people can hear it. It cannot be behind a paywall when we have so many people in this country struggling for every penny that we have. Okay. We cannot force people to pay for something. I've seen it with a lot of podcasters. They'll start their podcast, and about 10-15 minutes into it, they'll stop doing what they're doing. They'll stop a damn good interview, okay, and take it behind a paywall. I don't know about you, but I'm doing everything that I can to save my fucking country. This isn't about pennies, nickels, and dimes right now. It's not. Everything that we do every day has to count. Every day. It has to. Because if it doesn't, we're going to lose this country. And taking your best interviews and tucking them behind a paywall is not fair to a good majority of this country that can't afford the pot that they piss in. They can't. And the fact that these guys want to be angered because guys like me come along and bring their information out to the people, I'm actually paying you for the information that I'm providing to the people on this channel. Okay? So you are getting paid for it. The difference is that we're going to have 150 to 300 people sitting here listening to these interviews and beginning to realize and understand the things that are really going on. And if it really boils down to marketing yourself and making that kind of money, that's the most unpatriotic thing that I've ever seen in my life. Because it all boils down to the money. All boils down to the money. And that's a shame. It's an absolute shame. You know, Sean Ryan. Okay. Sean Ryan. I want to talk about him for a minute. Former Navy SEAL. Got himself a nice little setup studio and everything. And the first thing that he says on his interviews is, I want people to share this out. Just tag me. Just tag me. You know, send people to my channel so that they can learn about more. And that's exactly what we have done. We did that with his interview in regards to the child trafficking. We did that in regards to the interview he did with the young man who hacked into that computer. Remember, you guys remember that one where he hacked into the computer and he found all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Okay. We give credit where credit is due. If you do an awesome interview and I bring it here to YouTube and I play it for people, it's because people can't afford to go behind that paywall. They don't deserve to know the truth. This crowd does not deserve to know the truth. They don't. I understand marketing oneself. I get that. Okay. I did that in the music industry. I marketed myself and I made a living from it. But when it comes to saving your country and bringing the populace together, that there's no price that you can put on that. You gain your notoriety through the giving of and the sacrifice that you're willing to make. That's where it all comes. That's how the community grows. That's how your neighbors grow. That's how your cities grow. That's how your states grow. That's how we, as a nation of Americans, grow. All that other stuff can come later. Let it come later. Don't hide the truth behind a paywall when so many people need to hear it. So many people that we know personally, right here in this chat, have lost everything. Are barely scraping by, wondering where their next meal's coming from, where they're, how they're going to get their rent paid, how they're going to pay their bills and everything else. And they're struggling. People losing their jobs because companies are shutting down all over the country because they're being taxed out of business. They're being mandated out of business. And it's like, why? Why? It's and I'm not saying this, because it's, hey, in the last few years, I've had to ask for help with many different things. You guys just replaced a generator for me weeks ago. Okay. So that we had power in order to keep doing this. Okay. And believe me, I am extremely grateful beyond anything that I could say in words. There's absolutely no way to describe how thankful that I am. It's not possible for me. Okay. But that's asking for a helping hand. Okay. That's asking to with a goal in mind to get what we need and be able to continue on. Okay. It's another thing to fluff your bank account. it's a totally another story. I live in a 14 by 20 building. Hello, you're just still joining me on my opening monologue. Did you have something that you would like to share with everybody?
Kids.
Hello? Did you butt dial me?
Hello.
Hello, did you butt dial me?
No, my phone's been automatically calling people.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
if you're live again. Say hi again.
Hi, everybody. But yeah, let me get this stuff carried in, and
I'll be starting the first video in a couple of minutes. Okay. All right. Bye.
all right, bye.
I don't usually talk this much at the beginning. I usually just try to get us into a video as quickly as possible. It's kind of funny, you know. But it's just frustrating for me to watch all of this going on. And let me tell you, I've been going behind people's paywalls, and I've been seeing some of the interviews that are there, and I'm getting really ticked off because it's all stuff that everybody needs to hear. Everybody needs to hear. And if you can't afford it, then you just don't get to hear it. That is the most asinine thing that I've ever seen. And I don't give two craps who you are, what your notoriety or anything else is. The fact of the matter is that doing that right now during this period of time, while all of us Americans are doing everything that we can to try and save our country, okay, and to gain some type of control in order to get it back, is a slap in the face to every single American. It really is. It really is. And it's in some ways it's heartbreaking because these people that I'm speaking of, I had a lot of respect for. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, wow. Can't believe it. It's yeah. It's Lauren, that is a great comment right there. Pay to play. Yep. Pay to play. You know, and that's exactly what this is. That's what this has become. You know, and it's just not it's not right. It's not right. And I'm actually becoming more and more disturbed about it. You know, we've watched some. Let's I'm going to throw a name out there and just to start a conversation. Let's talk about Charlie Ward for a minute. We got a girl who gets Charlie to come on to her podcast, and then another girl comes on, and this this girl recognizes Charlie from being the guy who owned the plane that she was being trafficked on. This guy who was moving money for foreign governments and stuff like that was hauling trafficked young women. Okay. And this guy's still out there doing podcasts. She outright busted him, on a podcast. He and his thing was, it's I might have been on the plane, but I was moving somebody's money. You were on a plane that trafficked young women. Okay. And these same people who are taking their crap behind the paywall are still talking to this piece of crap. Okay. This guy who says that he's going to be in charge of the monetary system and the QFS system when it's implemented here in the United States. Do you guys really think that we're going to allow some foreigner to step in and run our money for us after everything that we've dealt with foreigners running our money for the last 130, 140 years? Are you out of your freaking minds? You know, he sits there. He's sitting at his desk and he's got a white rabbit on the wall right behind him. Okay. And people are talking about it in the chat. And then finally he takes it and he moves it to another area that he doesn't think that people can see on camera. And they still see it on camera. And they're calling him out about it. You know, and the fact that these big name interviewers are still pulling this piece of crap onto their channels, it makes me question their integrity as well. It really does. It really, really makes me question their integrity. You know, and it's that simple. So, all right. So let's go ahead and get started for the day. I'm sorry, I just kind of needed to rant for a little bit there. I hope you guys don't mind. But we got 170 beautiful people here watching right now. The lineup today, what I have is we're going to start off with the X22 from last evening. We're going to be covering a SDT report in regards to the global Ponzi scheme. Then we have an interview with the Maestro and Dave Snedeker that was recorded Monday, December 4th. And then we have Louis Herms with Nicholas Viniamin. That's what we have coming up. And we'll probably be adding more as more things are released today. But I want to thank you all for joining me and taking this time to hang out with us. But let's go ahead and get this thing fired up. All right. Let me see. Share screen. And I believe I got it all. Yep, we got it all. Here we go. X22 first. Okay, now I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Cool show. Brother, I gotta tell you what. I believe your name is Rob. This young man right here. I'm gonna tell you what. I really like the way you do your interviews. And I'm let you know now. I played a couple of your interviews here on my shows. Okay. I do that because of the fact that I respect what you're doing. And I respect exactly how you do your program. You were very cordial. You put together a very, very nice listening program. I will tell you that right now, and very informative at the same time. Now, I think I remember you from hanging out with the Snedheads back in the day. When Todd, Cindy, and Dave were all together. I could be wrong, but Rob, if that's you. I do remember you from chat, and I remember some really wonderful conversations with you. Very informative young man. And those of you that do have access to Twitter, I would highly recommend checking out his channel and tuning in to his podcast, because he puts together a great product. There we go. Yeah, it was great. A great interview. I love it. Yep. I'm actually going to be playing a Dave interview today. That's with the Maestro, his friend from, where did he say he is from? I kind of think that I think he's Dutch. I could be wrong. I don't want to say, because I don't want to get it wrong. But yeah, absolutely. Cool show. Guys, I'm very, very serious. If you have access to Twitter, give him a follow because he puts out nothing but great information and no fluffing stuff. It's just straight up, straight up truth that he lays out for you. All right, here we go. Back in the X22.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3227, and today's date is December 4th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Watch the Fed's Next Move. It will tell you everything about what happens next. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Geopolitical tensions are escalating. Inflation is raging. Despite what they say, stocks are sinking, debt is rising, and your own financial future isn't looking too clever. Yet gold endures every crisis, wars, disaster. No calamity has beaten gold. While paper assets crash and burn, gold endures every time. You need to take a fresh look at gold steadying your portfolio. And right now, get a free 3-ounce silver American virtual coin when you open an IRA with Noble Investments today. Shield your savings with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. Go to x22gold.com, the only company I trust. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private what's the central bank, the World Economic Forum, you could see that they are pushing their agenda with everything that they have. The Green New Deal, the Great Reset, and they're going to continue to push throughout 2024 because they realize they can't go back in time. They realize that this is all they have at this point. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have trapped them in this agenda. What they also trap them in is that they need to bring down this system in order to bring us into the Great Reset. So they are creating this controlled demolition of the economic system. I do believe Trump and the Patriots are going to use it against them. And all you need to do is watch the Fed, and you will know exactly what's going to happen. Because when the Fed starts to cut rates and cut them quickly, that means they've tipped the economy over and the system is going to come down. We've seen this in the past. All you got to do is look back in time, and you can see, if you go back to 2008, 2009, go back to 2006, 2007. What did the Fed do? They were cutting rates like crazy because they already tipped the economy over and they knew that it was coming down, and they were running for the hills to make sure that they were not blamed for it. Now, of course, what's going to happen when this occurs? The fake news, the Biden administration, they're going to talk about all of this, and they're going to make it seem like it's a win. Oh, look what happened now. The Fed says we're out of it. The inflation rate is controlled, which it is. And remember, it's cumulative. And now they're cutting rates like crazy. Everything is great. The rates are going to come down. People are going to think the economy is much, much better. This is what happened in 2008, 2009. And what's going to happen is, since they already tipped the economy over, the entire system starts to implode from within. And then finally, the last moment of implosion is when the market comes down. And I do believe that's going to happen in October. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But you can see the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're pushing everything that they have to push this entire Green New Deal. We have Germany, which is basically the template of Europe. This is completely and utterly falling apart. People are starting to realize that, hey, once we get rid of all our energy and we don't have actual energy to produce anything, what happens to our manufacturing? Oh, the manufacturing goes down the drain. Oh, if the manufacturing goes down the drain, what happens to all the people employed? Oh, wait, they're out of work. What happens to the entire economy of the country? Oh, it stops working the way it was. And we end up in a place that we don't want to be. And that's exactly what's happening. And you can see that Germany, they're still trying to pass a budget And the supplementary budget for 2023 proposed by the Germans' left green liberal government is obviously unconstitutional again. And they're having a very difficult time. They're trying to manipulate the situation. They're trying to get it through, but it's not working. And you could see John Kerry when he was out there letting everyone know that coal plants are going to be shutting down. We're not going to be using coal anymore. Well, just look at Germany. They're paying for all their energy. Manufacturing's in the dumper. It's getting harder and harder for them, and it's going to be a lot worse. And if we follow in the same path that they have taken, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for this country. All you got to do is look at California and this country, and you could see it's a complete and utter nightmare. But Trump responded to John Kerry and his plans, and he said, crooked Joe Biden and the Democrats, despite the lessons recently learned in Germany and numerous other places, want to shut down all U.S. coal plants. This as China is building one giant coal plant a week, a USA death wish. And that's exactly what it is, because we can see if you get rid of all the energy, everything that creates energy in this country, and you try to use solar, wind to manufacture, what happens to this country? It's done for. If we rely on solar and wind, can we power the entire country? No, we cannot. I mean, look what happened out in Texas. You had one cold day, the windmills froze up, and people couldn't get electric. Everyone went back to what? Oh, that's right, gas power. So remember, in the World Economic Forum, the central bank's future, there's no auxiliary gas power anywhere. You're completely dependent on wind and solar. Just think about that for a second. It'd be a complete and utter nightmare. And this is why the people needed to be awake. This is why the people needed to see what was going on, because otherwise, how would you fight back against? You couldn't. You would just do whatever they wanted us to do. And that's why they like events. When their system comes down, they love events. They love a pandemic if they can get it, which they didn't. They love a war, which they're going to try to have a war. I mean, they tried before in 2016, but Trump countered everything they were trying to do. This time around, all they have left is a war, which they'll kick it off most likely with a cyber attack or something like that to convince everyone, holy crap, look what's happening. You see, they need the war because they need to reduce the population. They need to destroy the city so they can rebuild everything the way they want it. And it's funny, all these people that are saying, oh, we got to reduce the population. Why don't they go first? If they're so concerned about this, all those individuals should say, okay, then I'm leaving the earth. But I guess they don't want it. They don't want to do it that way. Now, Hillary, she was talking about the fake climate change, the fake global warming, and she is using the same playbook as COVID. We're beginning to count a record climate-related deaths. I mean, it's the same thing with COVID. Oh, look, everyone's got COVID. Oh, look, everyone's dying from COVID. No, that's not true. And here we are once again, and she's trying to convince everyone that people are dying from the extreme heat, that we have record number of deaths. And she referenced the European heat wave, allegedly responsible for 61,000 deaths, and insinuated that unrecorded. She also claimed that the climate change related deaths can be influenced by gender. And this is according to a Harvard Business Review. I mean, really think about this. Is anyone buying any of this? But when we look at the real stats and we look at what's really going on, and we look at the United Nations report, deaths from climate-related disasters have decreased by 99% from a century ago. A Danish environmentalist, Bjorn Lomborg, said the average climate-related deaths are declining right now. And when you look, they are declining. They've been declining for a very long time, since the 20s. So all of this, once again, is BS. Actually, if she wants to convince us that this is really happening, can we see a peer-reviewed study of all of this? Because if you can't produce that, then we don't care. Just like with everything with the fake pandemic, with everything else that they've been talking about, with the climate change, the global warming, please, can we see a peer-reviewed document where we can reproduce these results? Because we don't want manipulated numbers. We want the actual numbers so we can reproduce what's really going on here. But they won't do this. Why? Because it's all a bunch of BS. That's why. And again, the people of this country, the people around the world, they realize that it's one gigantic hoax. It's all about money. It's about control. It's about depopulation. And it's making sure that people do what they're told to do. And if they don't do what they're told to do, well, they're done for because you're going to have to pay, and you're going to have to pay with your life if you don't agree with them. But I think the people, they're starting to realize this, just like they're starting to realize that even though they're telling us that the economy is improving, the economy is great, we're creating jobs, everything's fantastic. Well, everything is actually falling apart. And right now, Spotify is cutting 17% of the workforce in a third round of layoffs this year. We also have the Remington, Rem Arms. They are now closing shop in New York after 200 years, and they are moving to a red state. I wonder why they're doing that. Is it because of all the policies that they've been put into place? Especially, they have very strict gun control there. But when you look at New York, when you look at California, you look at Massachusetts, you can see that their policies, they are destroying their own state. They're destroying the ability for businesses to stay there or to move in. And businesses are going to start to move out, especially what they've been doing to Trump. And right now, the economy is completely and utterly falling apart. Let's talk about protecting your wealth. Chances are you've been here before. The chaos in the markets, oil and stocks, just when you thought it was safe and interest rates were rising, new threats come out of nowhere. Tensions are boiling from Asia to Europe. Adaptation is the key here to safeguarding your wealth. You may not have considered gold before. It's not speculation, but insurance. And right now, you need some insurance. Noble Gold Investments have been protecting investors from disaster for years with precious metals. So if you're worried, it might be time to take a fresh look at gold and silver. Gold is proven safe haven, shield for your portfolio, and a volatility balance against uncertainty. If it helps, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 3-ounce silver American Virtual Coin with its new IRAs this month. If you open Noble Gold Investments IRA or 401k rollover, you can claim your coin today. Remember, crisis brews, portfolios waver, gold insulates. Secure yourself against the threats. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only company I trust, or click the link in the description. And it looks like the Fed might have already tipped the economy off the edge right here, because factory orders, they tumbled even more than expected, down 3.6% month on month. This is the biggest drop since the COVID lockdowns of April 2020. September was also revised lower, making October's decline even worse, from a positive 2.8% month on month to a 2.3% month on month. So this big monthly decline and revisions dragged orders down to 2.1% year on year. This is the biggest drop since September of 2020. And core factory orders also dropped to a negative 1.2% month on month, leaving them down 2.2% year on year. This is the 8th month in a row for annual declines. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And the people of this country, and remember, the people, they're experiencing what's happening in the economy. So they know firsthand if Biden is lying or not, which he is all the time. Over 60% of Americans reported that their wages were lagging well behind inflation. Among workers who did get a raise or better paying jobs, more than half, 53%, say their earnings lost ground to inflation, up from 50% in 2022. In other words, inflation is still eroding worker gains despite the much hyped decline in CPI the past few months. And remember, inflation is cumulative. When they talk about the yearly inflation, it's meaningless, because if it's going up 2% and next year they say it's steady at 2%, it's gone up 2%, then 2%, that's 4%. And actually, this is a manipulated calculation. So if you go back in time, we're actually up 3,000%. And once inflation goes up, and what that means, the decline, the devaluation of the currency, it doesn't reverse itself. It's not like, hey, we went back to 1971 prices because we got inflation controlled. No, what this means, it continually gets worse and worse as time goes on. And what does that mean? It means the people who are working, they have to pay for the debt. And when people lose their jobs and people don't get the pay that they're expecting, and people aren't making a living, that means there's less and less tax revenue coming into the government, which means they're going to have a very, very difficult time paying for the debt. And this is why they kept the rate very, very low. Wall Street Silver put this out on X and said, the USA collects $5 trillion per year in revenue. Of that, $2.5 trillion in personal income taxes. $1 trillion per year, 40% of personal income taxes, is paying the interest on the national debt. What a waste of money. $8 trillion in government debt is maturing this year. Old debt at lower interest rates. It is going to be refinanced at the newer higher rates. Expect the interest on the national debt to continue to soaring as old debt refinances and trillions of dollars in new debt is sold by the U.S. government to fund deficits. And yeah, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And I do believe this is why the Fed is prepared and ready to bring the rates down, because they've already pushed the economy over their edge. And now, since the government has to refinance, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to start lowering the rates, probably in the beginning of 2024, going throughout the entire year. Or they might wait until the spring or so. But I do believe there are signs that they're going to do this. And all you got to do is watch them, because once they start reducing it, that's going to tell you everything you need to know. But during this entire time right now, gold has spiked to a record high over 2,000 an ounce. Actually, I think it hit over 2,100, but came down a little bit. And Bitcoin, well, that hit over 40,000. So here we are once again, as the entire economic system completely and utterly falls apart. We're starting to see gold and Bitcoin move up. And I do believe the people, they're starting to see all this. Now, does this mean that Bitcoin is going to go to 1 million and gold is going to go to 20, 30, 40, 50,000? No, you have to remember that there are the central banks. If they allowed Bitcoin, if they allowed gold to soar to those highs, people of this country and the people around the world, they would instantly realize that the fiat currency is worth absolutely nothing. And people would start to move everything into the new currency, because the people would say, this is not worth anything. I'm going to the store and I'm spending $500 on a loaf of bread. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that? And I do believe what the central bank is going to do is they're going to try to bring these back down. Gold, they can use the paper market for this. And with Bitcoin, they can have some big player try to sell off once again. Now, if they have this power, I do believe they're going to do it. Now, if they don't do it and Bitcoin and gold continually move up, it means they've lost complete and utter control. And the American people and the people around the world are going to start to really wake up. And I think the people are going to start to wake up as we move down throughout 2024, because I do believe the market's going to come down probably around October, right before the presidential election. And to bring the entire system to its knees, the Fed had to raise the rates and continually raise the rates very, very quickly. So once they pushed the economy off the edge, like they did back in 2006, 2007, we had a crash in 2008. And actually, we'll look at the graph in just a sec, but they dropped the rates once they hit the plateau and they kept it steady for a little while. They dropped the rates very, very quickly, because they didn't want anyone pointing the finger to them. But this is how they do it every single time. And right now, the Federal Reserve, they're saying that they're going to cut interest rates 6 times in 2024 as the economy shows clear signs of cooling down. So if this is going to happen, and this is true, and you start to see the Fed start to cut rates very, very quickly in 2024, well, most likely you're going to see the market probably come down in October, because we've seen this before. If you go back to 2008, what happened? Well, in 2007, they were cutting rates like crazy. 2008, they were continually cutting rates. And as we approached October, everything started to fall apart. The economy was tipped off the edge. Real estate fell apart. Businesses started to have layoffs. We already know they're projecting layoffs. It looks like it's the same thing that's happened back in 2008. The parallels are unbelievable. And we can see that we're most likely heading down in that direction. Now, Wall Street Silver responded to this on X and said, the Fed will have to restart quantitative easing if they start cutting rates. The private market probably won't show up with much demand for treasury auctions with lower rates. The buyer of last resort, the Fed, will have create trillions of dollars digitally. 2024 is shaping up to be a mess, and it is. So if we go back in time and we look at the Fed fund rate, and we go back to the 2008-2009 recession, they raised the rates from 2004 or so all the way up to 2005. Then they held steady until 2007 or so, and then they started dropping like a rock. And it came down, from 2007, 2008. So a very, very quick drop. This time they raised the rates, within a year and a half, and they raised them very, very quickly, which means they're going to drop them very, very quickly. And this is something that you need to watch, because this will tell you everything you need to know. If the Fed starts dropping like crazy. Well, things are going to really start to implode very, very quickly. And people are going to feel it in the actual economy. They're going to feel it every single day, and companies are going to feel it every single day. Because remember, going back to 2004, they were raising the rates. They hit a plateau. And from 2007 or so, moving forward, they were dropping the rates, but companies were having a very difficult time because they pushed the economy off the edge. The same thing is going to happen once again. And this is going to tell you everything you need to know. So this is something that we must follow, because every time they go, oh, look, this is incredible, they cut the rates, everything's under control, the economy's doing well. Actually, it's the opposite, because you're going to see the inner economy start to really fall apart, and you're going to see a lot of companies lay off. You're going to see everything start to, crumble apart and implode. And as we approach the fall, I do believe it's going to pick up and it's going to get worse. And actually, all of this is going to be used on the deep state players, on the central bank of the World Economic Forum, because this is exactly what happened when Obama was running against McCain. We had the Republicans saying the economy was absolutely fantastic, and we had Obama saying, no, everything's going to crash. The economy's not doing well at all. Now, of course, the Fed was out there saying there was no prediction of any type of recession. Everything looks great. But this is how they play it. It looks like Trump and the Patriots, they have now turned everything around, and this same strategy is going to be used against deep state players, the central bank of the World Economic Forum. Now, it's either going to be Biden running or they're going to usher in Michelle Obama. But I do believe this is going to be used against them, and you're going to see this play out in 2024. So we need to watch this very, very closely. But during this period of time, most likely we're going to see gold, Bitcoin really start to make moves, and we'll have to watch that very closely. But in the end, we can see that the people, they're going to watch this all play out. They're going to see the truth tellers, they're going to see the liars, and the people in the end, they will make the decision of which way this economy goes. And I do believe Trump, he's going to use all of this to his advantage, to move people away from the central bank, and move people away from the World Economic Forum, and move them away from the Green New Deal. And actually, once the people see this play out, the decision will be very, very easy. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was part A. I'm going to go ahead and stop that right there, because as you know, we are going to jump right into part B, and keep this show rolling along. Here we go. Part B.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3227 BN. Today's date is December 4th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Desperate, Biden in Trouble, Moves and Countermoves, Red October, Cyber Attack Attempts. Let's talk about being prepared. Violent crime across the U.S. has skyrocketed. Just recently, a politician was carjacked by 3 armed attackers outside his home in Washington, D.C. This comes several months after another politician was assaulted in the elevator of her building. Between mass shootings, homicides, kidnapping, burglaries, carjacking, and more, it's never been more vital to learn how to protect yourself. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, are choosing the Fighter Flare flashlight. The Fighter Flare flashlight has awed people with a wonderful design and a massive light output. Top of an ultra bright 800 lumen light, it boasts powerful strobe light modes for self-defense, glass breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren high and low LED light modes, and much more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that the flashlight is the latest and greatest in the EDC market. This season, give the gift of protection for your loved ones. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement before they sell out by going to fighterflare.com and using promo code HOLIDAY. That's fighterflare.com and use promo code HOLIDAY. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, well, it looks like they are becoming desperate. They're panicking, and Biden is in trouble. As every day that passes, more and more evidence comes out to show that he is treasonous. And this does not look good for the Biden administration and the deep state players. They are now making moves, which I do believe, to get rid of Biden, because there's no way they're going to be able to keep him in there. Because think about the whole thing logically. The evidence is pouring out. The White House press secretary can't even take questions about it. She has to walk out of the press conference, because how do you answer these questions? The economy's falling apart. The people don't believe him. We're heading towards war. Now, with all of this happening around Biden, with his poll numbers dropping, do you really think that the deep state players, the D's, are going to say, you know something? Let's stick with him. Let him stick it out. Let's see if he makes it to the end. Because what do you think is going to happen throughout 2024? The economy is going to continually fall apart. We're going to end up going to war. That's what people are going to believe, because it's going to build and build and build. We'll probably have events in this country because of the open borders. And there's going to be more and more evidence pouring out against Biden. Yes, I know the FBI, the DOJ, they're never, ever going to do anything. But forget about them for a second. They're unimportant right now, because it's the people that actually are watching this. It's the court of public opinion. The people are watching all this play out. And as this continually happens, even those people that didn't want to believe, even the D's that say, no, it can't be, when you see the records and you see the bank statements and you see the money entering his account, why does he have these 20 shell companies? What does he produce? He produces nothing. So why in the world would a politician who's been a politician his entire life, why would he need corporations? He wouldn't. The only reason he would have them, and we see all of this, is because he's selling secrets. He's treasonous to this country. And even the D's are starting to pick up on this. Even those people that voted for him, they're now turning on him, because they realize, holy crap, this is not good. And those people that still believe, as we go through 2024, and it's not going to take that much longer, when the economy breaks apart and people can't make ends meet and they don't have income coming in, the people, they understand what's really going on, especially when war comes. When war comes and there's events in this country, Biden is done. So if you think about this logically, yes, they can keep him in there, but this would be a complete and utter disaster for him. It would be a disaster for the deep state. It would be a disaster for the D's. And this is why I do believe eventually what they're going to do is they're going to make the swap. And they're going to have to make the swap. And it looks like they're already planning for this. Because remember, Trump is trying to force the main person into the spotlight, because he wants so much pressure, so much of this evidence coming out, that person who's in the basement talking to Biden, that person will have no other choice but to say, holy crap, this is really bad. He's now front and center. They're starting to discover where all this money is going. If they make the connection to me, and I'm talking about Barack Obama, we are screwed. I need to stop this. We need to get rid of him one way or another. Now, we could either let the Republicans impeach him, but that would look pretty darn bad for the party, or we need to take him out way before this goes any further. And I do believe that's exactly what they're going to try to do. And I do believe this is why we're seeing all this happen, because I believe Trump is putting a lot of pressure on Obama to actually bring his wife into the picture. Now, we know Michelle doesn't want to do it. We know Barack likes to stay in the basement. He likes to be behind the scenes. But I think they're going to be pushed out into the open, and they're going to have no choice. They would rather hide. They would rather not be in the spotlight. But I think they realize if they don't do something, Biden can't win, even if they try to, push his numbers and try to cheat, he still won't be able to do it because it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as we go through 2024. So if that happens, Obama already knows it's game over. So he's going to have to make a move eventually. And we know once they make this move, yes, they're going to try to cheat. Yes, they're going to try to game the system. But I do believe they're going to realize that it's not going to happen. And it looks like the cyber attack narrative is now being built. And there are warnings now, and we can see that they are prepping for this. Remember, the World Economic Forum said in the next 2 years, we're going to have some type of worldwide cyber attack. And remember, they're not just going to have a cyber attack on the United States, because why? That would look very, very suspicious. Wait a minute, there's an election going on and there's a cyber attack only on the United States? Gee, is that because there's an election? See, that would look very, very obvious. Just like with COVID. Ooh, let's bring in a virus and only infect the United States during the election. Would that look suspicious? Of course it would. So we need to do it worldwide. And actually, since we're going to do it worldwide, we can actually push our agenda. We can push the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. We can have depopulation, and it's going to be fantastic. No one will be the wiser. This is all going to work out perfectly. But again, it was countered because moves and counter moves. They never expected the country to be open up again, people to go back to work. They never expected this. Remember, they were expecting everyone to stay in their house, be afraid, commit suicide. The supply chains would freeze up. People wouldn't be getting food. They thought this was the perfect opportunity. And that's why they did it worldwide. Yes, the main reason was to get Trump out of office. Now, when they push the cyber attack, they're not just going to do it here in the United States, because that would be absolutely ridiculous. It would look very, very obvious. So they're going to have to do this worldwide. And since they're doing it worldwide, what can they use this for? Oh, that's right. To bring us into the Great Reset, to bring us into the Green New Deal, to force everyone to use the central bank digital currency, and to make sure that Trump doesn't win. And I think they're going to wait for the last moment to actually have the cyber attack. What do I mean by that? I think they're going to wait for a day or two before the election. And the reason for this, if they do it way too in advance, let's say they do it a month out, you would have time to prep and use paper or something else. You would have time to prep to maybe fix the machines. You would have time to prep for a different way of doing the election. If you do it very, very close to the election, you don't have time to prep. So everyone will be scrambling. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have this already planned out. If there is something like this that's approaching, which I do believe it is, they already have the paper ballots, the backup poll books, and everything ready to go. And there's no prepping needed. But I do believe this is why they're going to wait for the last moment to hopefully delay it for a long period of time, because they're going to say, listen, our systems that we use, there's a problem with them. There's malware. We don't know if we can trust them, and we just don't have a system to use. And we're going to have to postpone these elections. Now, once again, this isn't going to work, but they're going to try. And I do believe they're going to wait till the last minute. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this, because it looks like they're starting to prepare for all of this, because they're realizing the person that's in the White House right now, who's the resident, well, this person's going to fail. And if the other person they bring in fails, this is the only response they have to all of this. And I do believe that this malware is not going to be introduced. I have a very funny feeling that this malware is already embedded in their systems. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. But first, let's talk about the young Chief fan who painted his face. And we had the Deadspin reporter go after him and say, oh, look, he's racist. Well, we have to remember that this little child, he is a Native American Indian. And it looks like his family is getting prepared and ready to sue Deadspin, which they most likely should. But you could see the deep state players, they are panicking. Remember, there are people in Hollywood, a lot of politicians, a lot of people in sports, and people around the world, kings, queens, and so on and so forth. They've been hiding their dirty laundry for a very, very long time. And they don't want this getting out to the public, because this will absolutely and utterly destroy them. And you could see those people that scream the loudest, well, they have a lot to lose. And we see Robert De Niro, he is continually screaming and yelling at Trump. He's trash talking Trump. Now, why would he do this? Why would he continually go after Trump? Because he's nervous and afraid that when Trump wins, everything that he's done is going to come out into the open. And people are going to start to realize, holy crap, this guy's a bad dude. So last week, De Niro trashed Trump while speaking at the Gotham Awards in New York City, where he said that Trump lied to us more than 30,000 times during his 4 years in office. And he also said that Trump attacks the weak, destroys the gifts of nature, and shows disrespect. So since De Niro put that out there, Trump decided to respond to them and said the following: Robert De Niro, whose acting talents have greatly diminished, with his reputation now shot, must even use a teleprompter for his foul and disgusting language, so disrespectful to our country. He has become unwatchable both in movies and with the fools that destroy the Academy Awards, bringing them from one of the top of the shows in the country, low-rated afterthought. De Niro should focus on his life, which is a mess, rather than the lives of others. He has become a total loser as the world watches, waits, and laughs. Then he said Robert De Niro is a mental midget whose mind is shot and whose life is a total train wreck. Very much like crooked Joe Biden, he can't put two sentences together. The good news is that this crude and very stupid animal has lost all credibility. And he's absolutely right. And you can see that De Niro is panicking like we've never seen before. And as we get closer and closer to the election, wait until you see how many people start to scream and yell. How many people say, I'm going to leave the country? How many people say a lot of bad things about Trump? Because these are the people that have the most to lose. And when Trump wins, these people are going to be panicking like we've never, ever seen before, because they know this time around, they are not safe. A lot of information is going to be coming out about them. And I think this is going to happen most likely before the elections. Why release that information now? Wouldn't you wait to release it like right before the elections in August, September, October? Because think about it, if you release the black book during this period of time and it has multiple politicians in there, doesn't that just destroy them right off the bat as we move towards the elections? It does. Now, we could see that Joe Biden, he's having a very difficult time. He's in trouble right now, and it's going to get a lot worse for him. And we could see it is getting a lot worse for him. And every day that passes, you're going to see more and more evidence come out, and it's going to build upon each other. And people are going to start to realize, yeah, this guy is really treasonous. Holy crap. He lied to America, not just once, 30,000 times, like De Niro said about Trump. But actually, he's actually talking about Biden because he's the liar. Representative James Comer put this out on X and said, Joe Biden lied about not talking to his son about his business dealings. Joe Biden lied when he claimed his family never received money from China. Joe Biden continues to lie about his central role in the influence peddling schemes. But bank records don't lie. Then we have Greg Price. He put this out and said, Joe Biden received direct monthly payments beginning in 2018 from Hunter Biden's LLC, Owasco PC, which received millions of dollars of CCP-linked payments, according to redacted bank records released today by GOP oversight. Guy Benson responded and said, seemingly a far cry from no knowledge, no discussions, not in business, whatever the latest White House spin is. And that's absolutely true. And what are we seeing? Well, we're seeing that Biden has been receiving money. The House Oversight Committee, they uncovered evidence that Biden received a recurring payment of $1,380 from his son's Hunter law firm beginning in 2018, shortly after a bank money laundering officer warned that the same account was received millions of dollars in Chinese government-linked funds without any services rendered. Well, of course there's no services, because what do these companies produce? Nothing. Actually, there were services. It's called selling secrets. That's why you really don't see anything. You just see the money deposited, because it's not going to show, hey, here's my receipt for all the secrets of the United States. Thank you very much. All you see is the money deposited. They already received the secrets. So the people are starting to realize, and they're starting to understand that Biden's, they ran a criminal enterprise. Ooh, they're part of the criminal syndicate. And the DOJ is part of the criminal syndicate. The FBI is part of the criminal syndicate. They knew all of this was going on this entire time. They knew exactly what they were doing. Obama knew what Biden was doing because Obama was included in it. Same thing with Hillary Clinton. Why do you think she deleted all her email? They're all part of the criminal syndicate. And this is why I do believe in the end, they're going to have to remove him one way or another. He might be stubborn. He might want to stay. He might say, absolutely not. I'm not leaving. I can win this. But I think they're going to become afraid. I think fear is going to set in and they're going to say, listen, dude, if any more of this evidence gets out, we're all going down. We need to get rid of you now, because if we don't, we're all screwed. And if you don't want to go, we're going to force you out one way or another. And what are you going to do? You're going to turn on us and implicate yourself in all these crimes? No, it's not going to happen, because you know what happens when you turn on the criminal syndicate. They take you out. And we could see that they're going to be getting very, very desperate in all of this. And you have to remember, this is all part of the 16-year plan. I do believe Trump, he's been building up to this for a very long time to bring Obama into the spotlight. And I do believe this started way, way back when Obama came into office, and Trump continually told everyone that, listen, he's part of the Muslim Brotherhood. He's a problem here. And remember, he brought up the birth certificate. I think he had some insider information, and he knew that Obama was not born in this country. And I do believe that information will most likely come out in the end. But just think about what happened just the other day when we played that video from Trump saying, look at all the men coming into this country. It's like they're building a little army. Well, when you look down at the border, you can see there's a lot of Chinese coming in, young military-aged men. Jorge Ventura Media put this out on X and said, happening now, large groups of migrants, mostly Chinese national men, crossing illegally through open gaps on the border wall in Jacumba Hot Springs, California. So this tells you everything you need to know right there. Yes, to have this 16-year plan, you needed people to be brought into the country to infiltrate the country from within. You needed to brainwash the children from an early age to convince them America is bad, America is not a nice place to live, that it's racist. And those people, you can then turn them on the entire country. So if you have Muslims coming in, part of the Muslim Brotherhood, if you have Chinese coming in and you brainwash the children, you have created an army inside the country. And if you release criminals to join in with all of this, and you have Antifa, you have created an army inside this country. Now, all you need is the army on the outside to attack. And what's waiting inside this country is the army that you set up. Actually, you can see this playing out across the globe right now, because you can see all the protests and everything like that. And you can see how many people they have brought into every single one of these countries, because it's not just the United States that they were going to do this with. It's every single country. They wanted every single country to be destroyed from within, make it easier for the outside forces to come in and take over. And once the outside forces come in and take over, that's the end of the Constitution. That's the end of the country. Trump and the Patriots, they knew this. They knew exactly what they were planning. And that's why they countered everything that they are doing. And they need to show the American people who's responsible for all of this. And I do believe that's exactly what's on deck right now. Everything now is shifting, and the main players are going to be brought into the spotlight. And you can see the deep state players, they are having a problem right now. Remember, they want war. They want a war any way they can get one. And now Zelensky, he's not getting the funds that he wants. And the funds, they have dried up. The White House right now is warned that U.S. funds for Ukraine will dry up by the end of the year, bluntly declaring a failure by Congress to approve new support would kneecap Kiev and hinder efforts to deliver more lethal aid from U.S. reserves. So right now, Ukraine is getting absolutely nothing. And they want to give Ukraine something, and this is why they're trying to package everything with Israel, with the border. They're trying to convince Congress of all this. But what's going to happen when no aid comes into Ukraine? Is Zelensky going to start to turn on Biden? Are they going to have some type of event to make sure that nobody ever knows about this? It's starting to seem that way. So I do believe with this war that is coming, it's not just going to be one area. It's multiple areas because that's World War III. I do believe we're going to see something happen out in Ukraine. We're going to see something happen out in the Middle East. And we're going to see events occur in each and every country because this will then create the narrative of war. And I do believe that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, I do believe we'll have a defining moment to convince the people that we're heading towards war. I wouldn't be surprised if we see small attacks on the U.S. and then a major attack during the presidential election to convince everyone that war is actually here. And yes, during the course of 2024, and as we go through 2024, people are going to get more and more worried because they're going to see war on the horizon. And it's going to get closer and closer as we get closer and closer to the presidential election. But you could see how they have planned all of this. You could see how they set everything up. And if you look out in the Middle East, you can see what they've been doing. And the Houthi rebels in Yemen, they fired rockets and drones against the USS Carney. The U.S. Navy's vessel is trying to aid British-owned vessel that was struck by a Houthi suicide drone. And they're continually attacking these ships. Now, what's very interesting about all of this is that Abe Hamadeh responded to what has been happening. He says, 1 month after taking office in 2021, Biden removed the Iranian-backed Houthis as a terrorist organization. Why is this important? Because I was serving in the U.S. Army overseas in Saudi Arabia while we were still getting incoming missiles from them from Yemen. Removing them as a terrorist organization made zero sense. Now, ever since October 7th, they've been firing at us for weeks, and the Biden administration still has not redesignated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. The world senses our weakness and are taking advantage. Bring back an American-first foreign policy. Bring back Trump. Well, did he do this on purpose? Absolutely. Why would they want to do this? Because this way they can get arms. This way they can get money. This way they can start a war. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And I do believe this is all being driven by Soros, Obama, the Muslim Brotherhood, and everything's going to point back to Obama. And when you start to look at George Soros and the Open Society Foundation, they have been funding NGOs with ties to the radical terrorist Muslim Brotherhood, of which Hamas is the Palestinian offshoot. So if you start to put all this together, you can see how this is all completely and utterly connected. And when you look at the countries like the UK, when you look at France, when you look at Germany, you can see that from 2014 moving forward, we had Soros and many others and Obama and the rest. They've been moving these refugees, moving these Muslim Brotherhood individuals into all these countries. They've been flooding these countries on purpose. And when Trump was in office, well, they didn't have the ability to do that here in the United States. But when Biden came in, it was open season and they were able to flood the country very, very quickly. Why? Because they had to get back on track for the 16-year plan. And the 16-year plan was to bring us to World War III. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew exactly what they were going to do. They know the playbook, and they know that they're going to try to bring us to war. But you can see in other countries how powerful the Muslim Brotherhood and all these people are, because they basically forced the police in the UK to release someone that they just arrested. So the British arrested an anti-Israel protester. The mob surrounded the police van and forced the police officers to release him, which they quickly do, which means the police no longer have power. The mobs have the power. And what's very interesting is that the top Hamas official has warned that war of liberation surpassing October 7th massacre is imminent. Soon, and I do believe it's coming here to the United States. Remember, they tried multiple times out in Europe, and it doesn't mean they're going to stop. It means they're going to continue on. And I do believe we're going to see an event here in this country. But I want to go back a little bit in time right now, because Trump, he's been warning about this for quite a while, ever since Obama was installed in the White House. So let me go back to a couple of posts that Trump put out. And this is actually tweets back in the day. This is December 10th, 2015. The United Kingdom is trying hard to disguise their massive Muslim problem. Everybody is wise to what is happening. Very sad. Be honest. That's interesting. Then we have August 6, 2012. The White House should not have hosted the Muslim Brotherhood. Barack Obama's friends are enemies of the U.S. and Israel. The Islamist winter is here. Then we have another tweet on December 10th, 2015. It says, why Franklin Graham says Trump is right about stopping Muslim immigration. So let's just read what this article says. This is coming out of the Washington Post, by the way. For some time, I've been saying that Muslim immigration into the United States should be stopped until we can properly vet them or until the war with Islam is over. Every Muslim that comes into the country has the potential to be radicalized, and they do their killing to honor their religion and Muhammad. This is what Graham said. During World War II, we didn't allow Japanese to immigrate to America, nor did we allow Germans. Why are we allowing Muslims now? So Muslims were being brought into this country during Obama's reign. Trump knew this. He knew exactly what they were planning. And I do believe that he is now going to use this all against them, which you could tell that Trump says, look, listen, all the illegals that are coming to this country, as soon as I win the elections, as soon as you decide, he's talking to the people, as soon as you decide to vote me back in and you vote for me to take back this country because you want the country back, we can then start deporting every single person. But until that time, you're going to see this all play out because we need the people of this country to wake up and we need the people to see what their plans are. You need to see the infiltration. You need to see who's behind all of this. And I do believe that's what people now are seeing. And the people are starting to wake up, and it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So 2024, as we go throughout this year, I do believe we're going to see massive number of events. I think we're going to see the economy start to really break apart, and we're going to see the entire world approach World War III. And I do believe in the end, the Obamas are going to be in the spotlight, and everyone's going to be watching them as all of this starts to play out, because I do believe they're going to be taking Biden out of the picture. Now, if they keep Biden in the picture, he's screwed no matter what. There's no way that he can come back from any of this. It's completely and utterly impossible. Just go back to 2008, 2009. Remember when Obama was running against McCain? And during this year, the Fed said, hey, listen, we're not predicting any type of recession this year at all. And Obama was out there saying that the economy is going to implode. It's terrible. McCain was going along with the Republican narrative that everything is great. Well, what happened in October? The entire economic system completely and utterly imploded. The market came down. See, but the entire economy was falling apart way before this. We're seeing the parallels right now. And I do believe Trump might be using this against Obama, the same strategy that Obama used against McCain. Think about that for a second. Now, once again, we know the deep state players, they have to cheat in this election. There's too many people behind Trump. And they're going to try to use every pandemic they possibly can. You can see they're already trying to do it. I don't believe it's going to get off the ground here, but they will try and try very, very hard. And I do believe that they're going to have to resort to some type of an attack on the country to postpone the election, because they're going to realize they just don't have the people behind them this time around. Now, what's very interesting, since we're talking about the pandemics, a health worker who turned whistleblower out in New Zealand. Well, this individual who's 56 years old, and his name is Barry Young. Barry Young, he was responsible for managing New Zealand's COVID-19 vaccination database, and he's come forward with alarming data regarding excess deaths that he claims are connected to specific batches of Pfizer vaccines. So when you start to look at this, you can see what he has uncovered here. The Vigilant Fox put this out, and it says, the statistician and whistleblower, Barry Young, 56, has been arrested by New Zealand authorities for exposing this data. Mr. Young examined connections between specific COVID-19 vaccine batches and mortality rates. What he found was alarming. So batch ID number 1, total vaccinated 711, death count 152, 21.38% dead. Batch ID number 8, total vaccinated 221, death count 38, 17.19% dead. Batch ID number 3, total vaccinated 310, death count 48, 15.48% 8% dead. And it goes on and on and on. The underlying mortality rate in New Zealand should be only 0.75%, said Young. So the odds of these deaths happening by chance is approximately 1 billion to 1. So statistically, what we're saying is that there is no chance that this vaccine is not a killer. Think about that for a second. Think about what he's uncovered and think about why they arrested him, because he just uncovered the truth. It wasn't COVID that killed the people. It was their vaccine, their bioweapon. That was the real pandemic. And think about what they wanted. They wanted the people of this country and the people of the world to continually take the boosters. And when people continually take the boosters, you know what they're going to see? They're going to see people get sicker and sicker and sicker. Think about the people that you know. Have they taken the vaccine? Have they taken a booster? Have all of a sudden these same people, have they come up with ailments, or did they have a heart attack? Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com. Use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Think about it for a second. Because, or did you know someone that died or died of a heart attack? More people are noticing this than anything else. Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and said, November 2023, killer jab. 24% of American adults say someone they know died from COVID-19 vaccine. Nearly a quarter of Americans believe someone they know died from COVID-19 vaccine side effects. More and more people are starting to realize this. And as time goes on, you're going to see those people that are continually taking the boosters, they're going to get sicker and sicker. They're going to come up with these strange ailments that they never had before, or they're going to have heart problems or other types of problems. And the young generation, they're going to have infertility problems. You're probably going to see infertility rate skyrocket like we've never seen before. I think it's already started. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, we can see that the deep state players, they're trying to normalize pedophilia. They're trying to get rid of women. And you can see the trans community and all these people that dress up as women, they really do hate women. It's something about it. They just hate women. And this is their way of attacking women. And this is why these men who dress up as women want to go on women's sports, because they couldn't make it in their real lives. And this is the only way they can make it. So they have to go into a place where they're superior and they destroy the women. And in the end, what's going to happen is there will be no women's sports. And women and men, women are at a disadvantage when they play men in sports. And here's a perfect example. Libby Emmons put this out, and it says U.S. women's soccer players versus retired men. So they decided to play each other, and guess what happened? The women didn't score a single goal. The men, they won. They scored every single time. That should tell you everything you need to know. But of course, the fake news and everyone else, they're trying to convince you otherwise. They're trying to say, oh, no. Women, men, it doesn't make a difference. Of course it does. Look at the bone structure. Look at the muscle structure. I mean, it's not that difficult. No matter how much a woman trains, she will never, ever be able to reach a man and what they can do physically. It's not going to happen. So, and I'm not talking about taking a woman who trains and a man that dresses up as a woman. If you have a man training at the same pace as a woman that is training, there's no way, because all you got to do is look at their physical structure. And it tells you everything you need to know. And also this game tells you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that we're seeing right now is that the entire January 6th fake insurrection that the deep state created, it's actually their insurrection. They're the ones who created all this. Well, every day that passes with the new video that's coming out, it is completely and utterly falling apart. Nova Campaigns put this out and said, at 13:59:19 of Officer Mastone's body cam, see 3 times undercover DC Police Department cops, Detective Leva, Officer Tomasula, Detective Callahan. They're in the crowd, having crossed restricted area, and are about to encourage protesters to climb the Capitol stairs. And yes, you can see that they're the ones who created these problems. They're the ones who fired on the crowd. They're the ones who took down the barriers. Yes, there were a lot of other colors. They were all working together. Remember, to plan this, you don't do it in a day. It takes a year to plan. And people just didn't enter the Capitol because they stormed the doors. They were open for them. And now you can see that it's all falling apart. And when you start to see all the people that have been arrested, all the people that are in jail, you're starting to see the two-tier justice system. You see it with Trump, and you're seeing it with this. Bernie Moreno put this out, and he's pointing to 2 individuals. A BLM individual who burned down Wendy's, burned it down to the ground, and someone who knocked over a fence on January 6th. So the person that burned down Wendy's from BLM got $500 fine for burning it down. And the person that knocked over a fence on January 6th got 17 years in prison. 2-tier justice system. It tells you everything you need to know, especially with all the videos coming out and everyone's starting to realize that it wasn't the MAGA people. It wasn't the Trump supporters. It was the confidential human sources. It was Antifa. It was the Capitol Police. It was the FBI. They're the ones who did all these things. They're the ones who should be thrown into prison. I mean, they were beating on people for absolutely no reason. They were firing grenades into a crowd where the crowd was just standing there waving their flags. There was no reason to do any of this. And people now could see the truth. And people understand now why the January 6th Unselect Committee deleted everything they had, because they didn't want people seeing any of it. Because they would say, hey, wait a minute, you just showed a clip here. This is out of context. If we actually show the full clip, everything that you did was completely and utterly made up. But Trump, he responded to all of this and he said, crazy Liz Cheney, who suffers from Trump derangement syndrome at a level rarely seen before, writes in her boring new book that Kevin McCarthy said he came to Mar-a-Lago after the rigged election because the former president was depressed and not eating. That statement is not true. I was not depressed. I was angry. And it was not that I was not eating. It was that I was eating too much. But that's not why Kevin McCarthy was there. He was at Mar-a-Lago to get my support and to bring the Republican Party together. Only good intentions. Liz Cheney, on the other hand, went on to lose her seat in Congress by the largest margin for a sitting congresswoman in the history of the U.S. She then worked with the others on the January 6th committee to delete and destroy the evidence and findings of the committee. And that's exactly what she did, because they didn't want people to see the truth. If they had all the evidence against Trump and it was a slam dunk, why would they delete it? Why would they get rid of it? They wouldn't. Because if it was an air shut tight case, they would produce it and say, look what we got. We gotcha. Now we can produce it and we can show everyone. Go ahead, go take a look at it. But they knew it was BS. They knew it was fake. That's why they have to get rid of it. Because once the country learned that, hey, everything that they did was BS, well, what does that tell you? It tells you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very interesting as we approach the elections, we're starting to see the deep state players. They're going to be making certain moves. And we're talking about the cyber attack and everything a little bit later. But what's very interesting is that the Philippines Commission on Elections, they moved to ban the Smartmatic PH, a voting technology company, after the U.S. Justice Department filed criminal charges against a former Comelec official alleging that he was bribed by Smartmatic in exchange for winning contracts in the Philippines. Smartmatic is suing numerous media outlets and individuals for defamation related to the 2020 United States presidential election, claiming that the media coverage of it harmed its reputation. So right now, they have dumped this. I wonder if they're going to paper ballots or what they're going to do. But this should be very, very interesting. I do believe every state should most likely dump their computer systems that they use, and I do believe we should go back to paper ballots. But what we're seeing right now is, as Jack Smith tries to interfere in the election, And what's very interesting is that Jack Smith, the worst of the worst, where his cases get overturned, he's going after Trump, which I find very, very interesting. But everything that he's trying to do right now is actually being exposed. And Julie Kelly, she put this out on X and said, in the tale of two judges, Aileen Cannon, classified docs case, continues to deny Jack Smith's attempts to conceal court proceedings from the public. Cannon just ordered a batch of motion unsealed, which indicate how Smith wants to keep evidence from defense. This is one motion Cannon unsealed, noting it does not contain classified information. It does, however, show how Jack Smith wants to keep all classified materials from Trump's two co-defendants and another batch from all defendants and their attorneys. Another unsealed motion, CIPA, strictly manages how defendants accused of taking classified docs can view discovery. CIPA was intended to prevent spies and other legit criminals from reaccessing classified materials, not protect a corrupt special counsel who wants to prevent a former president from viewing files created during his own presidency. So you can see how dirty this guy is. And I wonder if they chose him because they knew in the end, everything that he was going to do, it'd be easily to reverse, just like all his other cases. Isn't that interesting? Because remember, who's really on trial here? Do you think it's Trump or do you think it's the deep state players? It's the deep state players. Trump, he has all the classified information, which he declassified, and he's going to present this to the court, and the people around this country are going to see the true evidence. It can be documented evidence, and this is the court of public opinion. Trump, remember, his plan is not to put these people away at this moment. The plan is to wake the people up. The plan is to show who the treasonous criminals are. The plan is to get the people to his side and have them vote for him in the 2024 election. The only way to do this is to show the people the truth. And I don't think he just wants Republicans and independents. I think he wants the entire D party because he wants to give the deep state the finger in the end going, look, I got it all. The people are with me. They know the truth. They know that you're treasonous. They know that you're criminals. They know that you've taken over this country and they want it back. And I do believe this is why he set this all up. And it looks like we're heading in that direction. You can see the deep state players, they're getting a little panicky right now because they realize that Biden is screwed. He's in big trouble. This is not going to help them. And I do believe they're starting to make moves. Plus, they know from their internal polls, Trump is leading by a lot, and they know everything they tried to do to stop him from being the nominee completely and utterly backfired. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: as my poll numbers go higher and higher, in some places setting record, crooked Joe Biden's weaponization strategy against his political opponent grows more and more radical and unhinged. The whole world is watching as the U.S. turns into a banana republic. Biden should repudiate and stop this plan before it's too late. Election interference. Now, is he going to stop this plan? Most likely not. He's going to continue on. Why? Because they can't allow Trump to win. Now, once they realize that Biden can't go up against them, they're going to make some changes. And we can see they're already prepared and ready to make some changes. This is coming out of the Hill. It says, Miss Americana, how Taylor Swift could save Joe Biden. And let me just read a portion of this. Now, if they're mentioning this right now, this means this is already planned. It's already done. They're just ready. They're just waiting to release it. Taylor Swift epitomizes contemporary superstardom with unparalleled popularity and an immense following. As 2024 approaches, the singer could play a pivotal role for democracy, for securing the re-election of Biden and ending the political career and former President Donald Trump. Fueled by her extensive collection and infectious songs and dedicated fan base, her Eras tour, recent album releases, and blossoming romance with NFL superstar Travis Kelce, which I do believe is going to end right after the football season, because I do believe this was just a bit bring the young people to NFL because they were losing people a lot. And I do believe probably 2, 3, 4 months after the season ends, they'll probably break up. We'll have to see how that plays out. But it looks like they're trying to use Taylor Swift to bring Joe Biden back. Now, let's really think about this logically. As we go through 2024, the economy will continue to fail. People will understand that Joe Biden's a liar because when inflation picks up, when fuel prices move up, when people don't have jobs, people are getting laid off. Doesn't matter what you say to a young person and you tell them to go vote for Biden, and Biden tells you the economy's doing fine. When you don't have a job and you don't bring in money, does it matter what Taylor Swift says? No, it doesn't. They might like her music, but when they're experiencing the economy and they can't buy food, they can't pay their rent, they can't pay gas for their car. I'm going to tell you right now, Taylor Swift, who has billions of dollars, are you really going to listen to her? No, people aren't. You know why? People are going to be pissed off. And let's add on top of this, as we go through 2024, more and more evidence comes out about Biden. Shows that he's treasonous to the country. Bank records show that he's accepting money, that he's involved in Hunter Biden. Doesn't matter what Taylor Swift says. The evidence is out there. And on top of that, if there's war, and war is approaching, and Biden's telling the young generation, the middle generation, and the older generation that we have to go to war, do you think Taylor Swift is going to convince everyone that, hey, you know what? Vote for Biden. You know what you're going to get? A failed economy, open borders, and let's say there's an event here in this country, and war. Doesn't matter what she says. No one's going to go with it. Even now, when Biden says the economy's fine, the younger generation, the older generation who's feeling the pinch, they realize that he's lying. So the question is, if we think about this logically, is this really for Biden, or is this really getting prepared and ready for someone else? Because think about it. If they bring in Michelle and then Taylor Swift, hey, Michelle is the candidate, is that something different? Remember, Michelle will try to give everyone hope. Taylor will say, hey, vote for Michelle. She has hope. We can change this. We can make it better. Will this distract everyone from what Biden has done? I do believe so. I do believe this might be a move that they're going to take. I mean, we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out. But again, I'm not an expert strategist like they are, but this is something that if I were positioned, this is what I would do. Now, on the other side, Trump and the Patriots, they want them to do this. Trump wants Obama's front and center because do you know how much evidence they have against them? Do you know what Trump wants to show the country? Just like they're showing how treasonous Biden is, Obama's 10 times worse. And he wants to show the people what he has done to this country. And I do believe that's why he's been putting so much pressure on Biden, why the evidence is continually pouring out, because they want Obama to finally cave and say, okay, we have to do this or Trump's going to win. Because everything.
Okay, I got to pause this for a second, actually, and I got a guest here too. Hey, Ronnie.
Hello, Hawk. How you doing, brother?
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Ronnie, to the panel. This is the thing is, looking at this situation, when Obama picked his vice president, I think a large majority of people questioned why he was bringing Joe Biden in to begin with. But people, you got to understand that when he brought Biden in, it wasn't because he was smart. Okay. It was because he was stupid. Okay. That he was corrupt and that he was playable. What do I mean by playable? Well, what I mean is that no matter what narrative Obama was going to try to push, Biden was going to be by his side no matter what, because it was always about the profit of his family. It was never, ever, ever about our country. Okay. Now, a lot of us saw this during the first Obama administration, and it became even more clear during the second, the second term there. Okay. So we have to remember that, where Biden's concerned, okay, although he's pretty corrupt, okay, and he's a traitor, there's no doubt about that. Okay. We all know it. We see it. Okay. But there was a bigger force behind him, okay, that most people were not paying attention to, and that was Barack and his entire administration that was there. So we have to remember, okay, that a lot of the moves that are being made right now are being done out of stupidity by an actor, because we know that that ain't the real Joe Biden there. Okay. And that things need to be clarified and brought forward. Okay. So, you know, when he's talking about, you know, things like this, well, Big Chap, you know, I think that Big Mike, well, we're not even going to get into that because I just, oh man, I'll tell you, you know, the first time I showed people that Big Mike was a dude and not the first lady, that he was the first dude, nobody wanted to believe me. It took me like 3 years of playing videos of it to finally get people to understand that that was not a female, that was a dude. And then everybody else was posting at the same time, you know. So it's like, oh boy, come on now, you know. We just, you know. But
you know what, Hawk, for the most part, I agree with you on almost all of that, except I don't know if you ever heard and this is definitely a theory. If you don't mind me stating it.
Go ahead. Nope, that's why I brought you up on the panel. Is you got an opinion and I want to hear it.
Okay. Well, my theory is, and I know most of the people that watch me and particularly Chap, I know he's heard before, but my theory is that Jody Boy was put in there by the military, and that he is he is an actor. He's definitely playing a role, but I think that he's working for the good guys, not the other way around. So, and it's kind of a long, convoluted thing here, but when you look back on the you know, the mail-in stuff, Trump talked about that all the time he was running, you know, in the last election. And my thought is, well, the president is the chief law enforcement officer in the country. And so it didn't really matter whether Bill Barr did anything or not. If Trump had wanted to put agents in every voting place around the country, precinct around the country, he could have done it himself. He didn't have to have Bill Barr to do it. You know, so my mind says that, well, this could very easily be a military thing where we all know that he's an actor. But is he an actor for the bad side or an actor for the good side? I kind of think he's acting for the good side. And all this bad stuff. I'm sorry.
He said Joey Boy, not Jody Boy. don't worry, Jody Terry. We ain't gonna mess up your name. We promise.
No, I'm sorry, but then hello to everybody in the chat, by the way.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. It's I do believe that, you know, like I said, that's an actor who's in there now, and it's like, you know, you and I both agree on one thing, that we are watching a movie.
Oh, no doubt.
It has real consequences.
Absolutely.
And real effects. Okay. But the thing is the movie wasn't necessarily for us. It was for those who are not awake yet, you know, to bring them out of their slumber. And we already know that we're going to lose 10%. Okay. We get that. We understand that. And we've come to the consolation that that's exactly what's going to end up, you know, what it's going to end up being.
Hawk, I've got to throw this in there right quick. I hope you don't mind, but you may have already shown it. I don't know, but because I haven't been able to watch you very much here lately. And when I got home yesterday and turned it on, you had already gone off.
Yeah, I did a short one yesterday. That was my shortest show in like years.
I know. Were you sick or what?
No. Actually, I have a very sick dog here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his name is Buddy. He was tied to my gate, and with a note around him, and the people didn't know how to take care of him. And I've done everything that I can in order to revitalize this guy, but I'm pretty much to the wit's end. There's not much more that I can do for him.
What did you say? What's wrong with him?
He came to me with mange.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's
very bad mange. And it's I've been treating him with the Ivor. And a few other things that I have here. But he is, he's not doing well. he's not doing well. And I wanted to spend some personal time with him, yeah, I'm in the process now of trying to arrange to get him into town to a vet, because the vet's going to be the easier one to decide whether it was something that they can treat or if they just need to put him down.
Yeah, well, if he's in a lot of pain, it's the best thing may be to put him down. I mean, I don't know, but
yeah, no, you're 100% right. There comes a certain point where things are fixable, but when he got to me, it had spread way too bad.
Well,
and
was this just a dog, a stray dog, or how'd you come about it?
He belonged to somebody down in the city of Sheridan, and they heard that I take in strays and everything else, so they brought him up here and tied him to my gate.
Oh, I got you.
So, yeah.
What I was going to ask you is, I don't know if you saw the pictures of John Jr., JFK Jr. That was one of Trump's last rallies.
Oh, I didn't see that he was.
Well, I got him. If you want me to send them to you, I'll be happy to do it.
Okay, he's out. You can just pull him up.
Okay. Well, let me pull up.
I can pull mine down. You do a share screen.
Okay.
Let me pull that down. We're gonna finish this up though, guys. Don't worry. We'll get back to it. We needed to stop for a minute because it's I just really want people to understand that Biden was not brought in there because he was a genius in any way, shape, or form. He was brought in there because he's stupid. Okay. He made a career out of lying to the American people. Okay. And I mean, serious outright lying. He plagiarized nearly all of his speeches. He lied about his college background and everything else. He lied about his sports background. He lied about what happened with his wife. He lied about his relationship with Jill. He lied about what's going on with his children. It's just been a continuous thing. Okay, so go ahead, click on that and try to see if you can bring that up full screen there.
That's as big as I can get it. I wished I knew how to.
You can't just click on the picture and have it come up bigger.
Oh, there you go. That's not the one I wanted to show, but that's the one that came up. There's another one or two that I want to show you. That's him, and he's dressed as a. You can tell it's him, but he's dressed as a motorcycle rider, or whatever you want to call it. But let me get the other one up there, and I got to get out of the full screen thing here and go back to the other one.
Exactly, Mike MQ. That's 100% correct. He even lied about the plagiarism. He was like, "Oh well, I didn't know. Yeah, you did. I mean, it was that simple. I mean, he used his kids in order to get into office to begin with. And I can just imagine, what exactly he was willing to sacrifice out of his family in order to get the notoriety that he got, to get himself to the position that he's in, but he's absolutely 100% under the control of.
And this is just one of the. I've got another one to show too, where he's dressed as got his motorcycle gear on. But this is just, I just want people to understand that he is not gone. He is still with us, and for whatever reason, he's coming out now, and so that's what it's all about. One of the comments that the maestro, had when Dave did his interview with him was about a week ago, was that JFK Jr. would very much be a perfect individual to unite everybody. Absolutely. There you go.
Not just here in the United States, but I mean, it could be a worldwide uniting, but at the same time, motivation behind things can alter an individual's personality, perception. And it's one thing to talk about revenge And then there's a difference between revenge and vengeance. You know, I'm not concerned about revenge. I'm not concerned about vengeance. What I'm concerned about is justice.
Yeah, I was hoping that's what you was going to say. I thoroughly agree.
True justice is what I'm concerned with, and I would like to see, justice served, and it be by the people, not just by single individuals.
Yes, sir.
So like all the people who've turned on Trump and have done everything to stab him in the back that they possibly can do, it's the fact of, I hope that revenge and vengeance are not part of Trump's going forward plan. I'm hoping that justice is the point of his going forward, and Junior would fall into that same category. Honestly, there are quite a few that would fall into that same category. Okay. The justice for Anthony Bourdain and Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, Avicii, I think the kid's name is, justice for Julian Assange, and what he has suffered through, and they even admitted it. The only reason that Assange is locked up is because he told the truth.
That's right.
The truth. And that was it. That's the only reason that they want him. And what did Mike Pompeo do? Mike Pompeo tried to have him killed multiple times. Let's see here.
This is a good one, but the last one, I've got others, but I got to go through Facebook, get my password and all. I don't know what that is right now, so I'll have to look that up. But I got more pictures. I just can't get to them right now.
I've returned, so brace yourselves as you'll soon witness this scene in person.
Yes,
you want to know what I would love to see? I would love to see him standing there when Hillary gets picked up.
Oh, well, that's what they say happened with the van, when they arrested her the first time or whatever the hell happened there.
That he was sitting in the van and she saw him.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that's the reason that she collapsed.
Yes, exactly.
That would make because she was walking perfectly fine. Walking up to the van, it was the last 10 feet that everything changed.
Yep, and she stiffened up and almost she might have crapped herself. I mean, who knows? But I mean, man.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And Cappy's another one. Yep, Susie Snedhead. You're right. Isaac Cappy is another one. The truthers who came out and really started laying all everything out there. That's the direction. So. But those are interesting pictures. Absolutely.
I got one more here. I just got to find it. Spam, man, I'm telling you.
It's probably Big Chap calling you. Hey, can you find it?
Let's see. It's going to take me a minute.
Or it's Steve Harlow saying, "Hey, just because you're over 100 doesn't mean that you can't make things function."
Hey, I'm going on 200 now. So yeah. Okay, here's the last one that I can show right now anyway. Well, it won't go any bigger.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me get back over here and now pull it up as it is. I bet it's because I need to stop screen, but I don't know. All right, let me go back over here now and see if it'll go any bigger. But anyway, this is the last one. To Chap and Steve. I doubt you're going to be able to see it. It's so small.
Let's see. Yeah, that is kind of small.
It is.
Yeah, if you want to send them to me, I'll take and I'll put them into my pictures thing. I'll make a folder for them, and
okay.
I can blow them up. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is of him in his motorcycle coat and everything, but that's John in his in his motorcycle get up. So, and it's just, to me, it's more proof that he is definitely still with us. The stuff that happened in 99 is just chap said right click it, and that's what I'm doing, chap, but it still won't bring it up. It just says open in a new tab and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, just go ahead and forward those to me in the mail, and I'll blow them up, and we'll bring them back up. So if you send them to me now while this video finishes, I'll be able to make them bigger in that short period of time. And we'll go ahead and catch the end of the X22 here. We still got more stuff to go through today. I got a Dave Snedeker interview with the Maestro, SDT report, and a Nicholas Viniamin interview. And I believe a couple other things came out since then as well. So we got a list of stuff to go through.
Let me tell you one more thing before you move on here. And I think you'll like this last one in particular is, the first Dave Snedeker interview that, Nino did.
Yeah.
Well, I showed that on my channel too. And it also went to Rumble, and the one on Rumble has got almost 870 views right now on my channel. I mean, I hardly ever get above 300 particularly on Rumble, but I
think that's awesome.
It is. I know that's been the last one I've been able to do. Well, the last one I was able to do with Chap and I when I got the strike. But anyways, I thought it was awesome, man, that it came up that high. But let me send you these pictures right quick.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start this video back up. We're going to get this finished. It's got about another 12 minutes left, somewhere around there. And we'll be back with you folks right at the end of this video.
That they tried to do has completely and utterly failed. Now, what's very interesting is that the Washington Post, they put out an opinion piece that says a Trump dictatorship is increasingly inevitable. We should stop pretending. Now, they put that out, and what's very interesting is that Don Jr. responded to the Atlantic and the Washington Post and said the following: the left-wing fascists at the Atlantic and the Washington Post have spent all morning ridiculously calling my father a dictator and authoritarian. So I figured I remind them what a real authoritarian dictator actually looks like. Shows a picture of Biden when he made his red speech with his hands in the air. And he's absolutely right. But why would they put something out like this? Well, first of all, Trump retruthed Corey Mills, and this is what Corey Mills said about this article. For months, the radical left and never-Trumpers tried to claim President Trump could not win a general election. They tried to launch countless indictments, a false allegation to get him off the ballot. Now it's obvious the Americans from all walks of life, not from any socioeconomic background, are in staunch support of Trump. The American people want the economy Trump created: affordable living conditions, safety back in our communities, peace through strength, foreign policies that prevented all-out wars, and an American first-driven agenda. All that is opposite of what we gotten under the failed Biden admin. Now, Matt responded to this article, and he said they're obviously greenlighting assassination. Everything that they have tried at this point, they've indicted him. They've taken his mugshot. I do believe they might try to throw him in jail by him violating his gag order. Is that going to work? No. So what do they have after all of this? An assassination. If you add all of these things up, is this going to hurt Trump or help him? Because think about it. They indicted him. He has a mugshot. If they do throw him in jail, well, people say, wow, look at this guy. He's taking all this. He's the victim. They have no case. And if they try to kill him, I mean, really think about this. Are the people going to come to his side? Absolutely. That reminds me of a couple of posts here. This is post 586, January 22nd, 2018. What would happen if texts originating from an FBI agent to several internals discuss the assassination possibility of the POTUS or member of his family? What if the text suggests foreign allies were involved? Forget the Russian setup. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for as the world turns. Could messages such as those be publicly disclosed? What happens to the FBI? What happens to the DOJ? What happens to the special counsel? What happens in general? Every FBI DOJ previous case could be challenged. Then we have post 2807 is February 19, 2019. It says the following: insider versus outsider. Retain control versus lose control. Kennedy was an outsider, assassinated. Reagan was an outsider, assassination attempt. POTUS is an outsider, class high. Now that's interesting. So they assassinated one, attempted to assassinate another, and here we have this article out there, and we had others saying that he needs to be eliminated. Are they going to try something on Trump? And if they do, this is going to be game over for the deep state, because when the evidence comes out that they were behind it, just like all the election interference, what do you think the people are going to see? They're going to see a person who's running for office. They're being indicted. They might be thrown in jail. They took a mugshot, and then they tried to kill him because everything else didn't work. The people are going to see Trump as a victim, and they're going to see the deep state players as a bully, and they actually tried to eliminate him. This is not going to work out well for any of these individuals. Now, as they realize that Biden is not going to be able to pull this off, they are going to try to cheat, and they're going to need someone who's halfway popular to try to push their cheating. And I don't think they're going to be able to pull this off. I don't think, with all the evidence coming out, everything coming out against Biden, and when they bring someone else in and everything coming out against them, I don't think they're going to be able to create the same atmosphere that they did during 2020. And I do believe Trump allowed this to happen. This time around, he's already said that these elections are protected. And I don't think they're going to have the ability to cheat on the scale that they're going to need. So I do believe they're going to try to postpone this election. I know the World Economic Forum said we're going to have a cyber attack in the next 2 years, and we're coming up on that 2-year mark. And what's very interesting is that AP News, they put out this article saying breaches by Iran-affiliated hackers spanned multiple U.S. states, federal agencies are saying. So a small Western Pennsylvania water authority was just one of multiple organizations breached in the United States by Iran-affiliated hackers who targeted a specific industrial control device because it is Israeli made. So they're not mentioning who they are and or what, agencies or states they are, but they're saying that, yes, this is much, much bigger than you can imagine. And then out of the Telegraph, we have the Deputy Prime Minister that says the UK should prepare for a digital attack and keep resilient products like battery-powered radio and a torch to hand. So it looks like they're telling their people to get ready for something. Now, they like to project out there before it happens, because then it removes all responsibility. Because if the deep state tells you what's going to happen and you do nothing about it, that's not their problem. So it looks like they're already building the narrative for what is coming. And I do believe that's going to be a cyber attack. So I want to go back to a couple of posts here. This is post 4960, November 7th, 2022. Why do some elections take more than a day to count? Can cheating be done after the polls are closed? Who controls the poll books? Who controls the databases? Who controls the elections? Why are extra ballots printed? So who controls all this? The deep state players. So it's their system. If someone doesn't vote, can bad actors hijack their vote? Of course. Why did the National Guard activate cybersecurity teams? Who gave the order to activate the cybersecurity teams? I do believe that was POTUS. Why? To protect the elections, to claim the midterms are safe. Safe from what? Setting the stage, watch carefully. White hats have secured many systems, but problems still remain. You'll have all the tools you'll need. Vote. So that's going to be very interesting. So this post is letting us know that the deep state, they control the systems. They have people on the ground. They control the paper. They control everything. So that means we need to take the control away from these individuals, the deep state players. We can't allow them to hold the elections. We need another body to hold the elections, a body that we would trust. And I do believe that is the military. Because if the country is attacked, well, the military must guard the election. I do believe they have things already prepared. They have backup poll books. They have paper ballots ready to go, and they can handle the elections throughout the country. And let me just go back to post 4587, July 17, 2020. It says, prepare for 0 day, massive cyber power attacks, attempts on 11.4. Now, this year, coming up, in 2024, the elections are on 11.5. This is saying 11.4. So does that mean they're going to wait for the last moment to actually use the cyber attack. So this way they could say, listen, our systems are damaged. There's no way out of this. We have to postpone. Well, I think Trump prepared for this. And what's very interesting, and I want to go back a little bit in time here to a CNN article. It says federal cybersecurity officials have verified there are software vulnerabilities in certain ballot marking devices made by Dominion voting systems discovered during a controversial Georgia case, which could, in theory, allow a malicious actor to tamper with the devices. So the vulnerabilities have never been exploited in an election, and doing so would require physical access to voting equipment and other extraordinary criteria standard election security practices prevent. So they're saying that none of this has ever happened. Yes, there are vulnerabilities in it. And once again, they're saying that nothing happened. These were never exploited. So remember, all these different places will be testing their voting systems. Now, they could be hooked up to the internet during this period of time. And what they'll do is they'll disconnect them, even though they're showing that some of these things have been connected during the election. But again, to test it, they tell us that they like to connect it to the internet. And before the elections, they will test these machines and they will connect them to the internet. Now, what happens if all of these systems already have the malware inserted into their entire system? Think about that for a second. I just want to go back to post 724. And Anon on the board was asking about Red October. And the first one says, I would like to inquire of Q whether Red October refers to the fictional submarine whose torpedo homed in on itself and destroyed itself, or the Red October cyber espionage malware discovered in October 2012, January 2013. It operated worldwide for up to 5 years before it was discovered. It sent info ranging from diplomatic secrets to personal information, including from mobile devices. Red October was termed an advanced cyberespionage campaign intended to target diplomatic, governmental, and scientific research organizations worldwide. What happens if there's a version of this or a new malware that has already been living on all these systems? And the systems actually don't have to be attacked. What happens if all they have to do is turn them on once the machines are connected to the internet? Because if you look down at this post, it says, future news will highlight, note the hunt for was dropped. Details matter. So what happens if the systems, they're testing them before the elections, they're all connected to the internet, and we are attacked? Now, remember, just like COVID, it's invisible. The news could tell you whatever you want to hear. Oh my God, we released the virus. Everyone's getting sick. Everyone's dying. Everyone's testing positive. Cyber attack is invisible. Oh my God, all the systems. We saw power outages over here. We see a water treatment system that went down. Oh, look, the election systems, they were hit. There's a malware that was inserted. Now, what happens if the malware was already there? What happens if that's already there, they activated it, and all the systems are malfunctioning? Can they make it seem like the entire world was cyber attack? Remember, they're not just going to do the United States. They got to do the world. They got to make it look good, because it would look very suspicious if you just the United States right before the elections. That would look obvious. So I do believe that we might see something like this happen. And I wouldn't be surprised if the malware is already embedded in the systems, and all they got to do is activate it. And once they go through their testing cycles and get their machines prepared for the elections, well, we could see this happening a day or 2 days before, or a week before maybe. And they can say that the world was cyber attacked and now we can't have the elections. It's postponed. I do believe we're going to see something very similar to what happened during COVID. COVID, they used an attack on the country to manipulate the elections. They're going to attack the country again to try to manipulate the elections, which is going to turn out to be a postponement of the elections. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they want them to fall into this trap. Why? Because they have everything prepared. They have a backup to allow us to use backup poll books and paper ballots, which will be outside of their system. And I do believe we're going to see the deep state players build this narrative up of a cyber attack throughout 2024. I do believe we're going to see more and more attacks probably from Iran, maybe Russia, and it's going to hit probably certain areas. Oh, look, a water treatment was just attacked. Oh, look, a power infrastructure was just attacked. Oh, look, something else was attacked, maybe a hospital. So they're going to try to build this up. They're going to create the narrative. And I do believe we're going to see this all play out. And once again, in the end, I do believe they're going to fall right into Trump's trap. And the world is going to see who the people are really with. Actually, people are going to see like the majority are with Trump, and the deep state players, they're the minority. And I think this is going to stun the world. I think it's going to be the shot heard around the world. And I think the world is going to be shocked when they see this. And all of this is going to happen because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 with Dave. Now, that was yesterday afternoons because I ended my podcast early yesterday. We did not watch that. We'll probably have the new X22 before we finish up today. We do these long podcasts. Somebody just came in to take Buddy down into town. So I just got him loaded up. Yeah. I wasn't expecting it. Hang on one second because the dogs are going to go crazy. Go bear. Knock it off, you guys. Come on. Some money. 3 big bags, the biggest bags on you can find for the coolers. That'd be great. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right with you. Sorry.
No problem. Take care of them dogs, Hawk.
There you go. All right, guys. Hey. Chill out. Gizmo, chill out. Good boy, Connor. Hey, good boy. Very good.
Chap, I'm not really sure. Kissoff sent me those pictures, so I can't really. I don't know.
Yeah,
She didn't put in.
Yep,
Yeah,
I got them, and I'm going to open them up here in a second. Okay.
Yeah, Chap was asking me what rally it was at, and I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get ready here to pull them up here in just a second. Okay.
All right.
All right. So I got them all. Got them all in a folder here. So I got 2 different ones. They had to go into separate folders because a couple of them are named the same. So let's go ahead and open this up. Sorry, guys. I was trying to run and trying to get it all done before. So this is the first one in that.
Now, how do you make that bigger, Hawk? How do you do that?
Okay, so what happens is it opens up in the it's called Microsoft Windows. What's this? Hang on 1 second here.
Okay.
Now, for some reason, we lost Facebook, and I'm getting ready to add it back again. Part 2. Telling you, people, they can't handle seeing the truth come out.
No, no kidding. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. They cannot handle the truth coming out. They will report you. It doesn't matter what platform you're on. They will report you. They do not want to deal with the truth whatsoever. So that's just we just gotta kind of deal with it. So that's Microsoft. That's like the regular pictures thing that comes on your computer. For you to look at pictures with, allows you to edit them. The big thing is the fact that you can blow them up. That's the thing that I like.
Oh yeah. I
This
see
is
how you done
JFK
that.
Jr. I swear upon my soul that is him. Those are his eyes and his nose and his mouth, and he is alive. And
Couldn't agree more.
And he absolutely, yeah. Well,
Or don't that just look like a older version of him back from when we last saw him in '99 or whenever it was?
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
That's to me.
Okay, now let me pull up the other folder. Okay. And this is the other folder here that with the other pictures in it. Let me pull this over here. And then we'll take him, we'll open this one.
And I think I missed one for you, Hawk. Let me go back and check.
I'm gonna take and make that. Oh, there's still another one besides this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's still one more photo. Absolutely the nose.
If that ain't him, I'll kiss your ass and give you 3 days to draw a crowd. I mean, that's him.
Let's see. And the other one was the one where he was young. And I remember this. He says, I will find my father's killers, even if it brings down the entire government. And let me tell you, there was an F-bomb included in that. Okay.
Yes, there was.
So this was an edited statement. I'm going to put that out there right now. And this is the thing is guys, we all, we all have our own opinions about people who it's been claimed that they've died. Okay. We have to, we have to use discernment. Absolutely. But I'm going to tell you this. I had a dream a few days ago of both him and Donald Trump being on a stage together.
Well, I think that dream's about to come true.
Yeah, it's and a lot of my dreams have come true. I would say the majority of them. I think there's about 20% out of the dreams that I've had in the last 7 years. About 20% of them have. We just haven't gotten to the time of those dreams yet.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And I've had some freaky dreams. I'm telling you. I had one about the Grand Canyon that I've never been to. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. That's always been one of my. That's my dream trip, is to ride horses down into the Grand Canyon and explore it. But lizards. It's like I'm telling you, it was freaky. I'll tell you guys a dream someday.
Well, are you saying that in your dream you saw lizards in the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, walking on their back legs.
Got you.
About anywhere, the smaller ones were about 3.5 feet tall, standing on the back legs, and the leader of them was almost 5 feet tall. Had almost like an alligator shaped mouth and face, but they couldn't see me. I was walking towards them, and I had a torch in my hand, and I was looking at them, and then all of a sudden the leader realized that they were seen, and he made a noise, and they all turned and they ran. And the thing was, is the beginning of the dream was got out of the truck. It was an old International Scout vehicle. Okay. And I don't own an International Scout. So somebody brought me there. Okay. Got out of the old International Scout, and I was given the option of a donkey or a horse to take me down. And I said, I prefer the horse. I says, I've sat the horse before. I've never rode a donkey and would be a little bit uncomfortable with my size on the beast of burden. And I remember that conversation very clearly. Okay. We got down to the bottom, and the guide said, okay, this is where we're going to camp for tonight. We're going to head out at early, at first light in the morning, and we're going to start going up. The canyon, and that we were going to, yes, Belvita, we're going to get to that. And we, that we'll start going up the canyon. And he was basically talking about a place that we'd be able to stop to fish, so that we would have fish for lunch. And that another guide would be meeting us at our bivouac site for the night, and would be bringing us fresh meat for dinner, and we had everything else packed in our bags. We got the fire built up, and we were all sitting around it. And then we heard what was a stampede coming towards us. And the guide said, there's no cattle down here. And so a couple of us stood up and stood back away from the campfire so that so our eyes would adjust to the outside. And then the stampede slowed to a halt about 50 feet away from the fire. And I grabbed, a stick that was in the, that was leaning in the fire, and it was burning really good. And I picked it up and I started walking towards them. And I swear I was within 5 feet of that biggest one when it finally sensed that they were seen, and it lifted its head. It wasn't a howl. It was more of a like a screech, hiss, screech, hiss, screech. And they all turned at the same time and ran the other way.
What were they running from? The fire, or just because they saw y'all? Did you get that in your dream?
No, I didn't get that at all. That's when I woke up.
Okay.
That's when I woke up. So it's like it's almost like something trying to tell me that there's more to this earth than what we know.
Oh no, absolutely no doubt about it. That is for sure.
And that and the thing is and it was right after that I heard about the Royals being lizards.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I was like, okay, was that dream professing that I was going to learn about, reptilians here on Earth? And the thing is we've been slowly introduced to this. If people think about this, the 1960s and 1970s TV show Land of the Lost.
Oh, I know what show you're talking about, but I never watched it. So,
the Sleazaks, okay, were a race of lizard people who had advanced technology, okay, and the people who got tossed into the Land of the Lost were, it was the humans against the Sleazaks.
Yeah,
Sleazaks. I'm hoping that is the right name. Sleazak. Is that what it is?
Also, Hawk, if you remember, I don't know if you ever seen the inside of those, the pyramids or whatever, the tombs over there in Egypt, but they have paintings on them of lizard people, with humans.
Yep. Draconian. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have no problem at all in believing that those things exist, particularly after seeing some of the eyes on people that I've seen. Now, you can say, they've been photoshopped or whatever, but there's so many of them, and the camera gets right up on them, slowly, so that, to me, it's very possible. I'm not saying it's 100% true, but it's very, very possible.
Yeah, it could be a really, really weird, but I've never been to the Grand Canyon, and that is on my bucket list. I have a bucket list.
In your dream, did you ever get to see the Egyptian cave that's supposed to be there?
No. We got down to the bottom. It was about a 3-hour ride down to where we camped. And the campsite was already pretty much set up. All we had to do was pitch our tents and gather firewood, and that was it. And it was like there was an abundance of firewood all around, but there was, at the same time, there was really, really, the scenery was beautiful. I mean, it was beautiful. Believe me, if I could say that dream was my Grand Canyon bucket list fulfillment, I would be really, really disappointed because I saw up ahead that there was much more to see, and it's, that's kind of crazy.
Well, in the Bible, it talks about, I don't remember which one this is now, but one or the other, it says your young men will dream dreams and your old men will see visions. And it could be reversed from that, but it says it in the Bible, about, dreams and visions.
Yeah. Old men will have dreams and the young men and young women, your children, the children will have visions.
Yeah, exactly.
And-
so
and I think-
that could be what happened with you. I mean, it's what
Yeah.
it sounds like.
And this is the thing is, I don't think that these are the end times. I do not in any way believe that these are the end times.
I believe it is, but for them.
Yeah,
For the bad
exactly.
guys.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. And the totally Melissa red pilled, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because that's exactly what she talks about is the fact that it's the end times for them, not for us. Okay.
Yeah,
The
and I agree
the idea of it is we have to understand what is going on, and that has to transpire, but there has to be an understanding in all people. This isn't, when they talk about the rapture, I don't believe that the rapture was lifting up of all the good people off of earth, because when you think about the prayer on earth as it is in heaven. Okay. We're talking about heaven coming to earth, the restoration of our planet. Okay. Or of earth, because I don't want to say it's a planet, because honestly, with everything that I've seen over the last couple of years, leads me to believe that it is definitely not a round globe. Okay. There's nothing that they could say to me to prove that we're living on a spinning ball. Absolutely.
Well, I'm here to tell you now, you will get in a hellacious argument with some people about that. But I'm just saying, but with me, I thoroughly agree with you.
Well, the Bible says that he separated the waters from above and below.
Yes.
Okay. So that means there's only two directions that went up. Okay. And he cast the firmament around it. Okay. Now the firmament might be round. Okay. But the planet that we live on, the earth that we live on, is not round. And
I wonder.
Now that is my personal opinion and belief. People can say I'm crazy for it, but hey, I guess we're all gonna find out real soon.
I wonder if the Earth even has an ending. If you could set off in a certain direction and go across oceans and everything, I wonder if it would ever actually end, or if you would, how you would get. I don't think you can get back to where you started from, because I don't think it has an ending.
So now let's go into another dream. Okay. And this is what's crazy is 3 people that I have met in the last 6 years are also in this dream on the same ship. Okay. We were on a ship and we were going straight ahead at a huge ice wall. And then the ice wall opened and the ship went through it. Okay. And then I woke up.
Oh shit.
Okay. And then I woke up. Okay. It's like, yeah, but we were heading straight to the ice wall, and then all of a sudden the ice wall just opened up. The ship went through it, and it was closing behind us as we were going through it. And then I woke up.
Well, don't you think it's kind of makes sense that ice wall was put there to kind of separate us from them? I mean, it's like it's saying, okay, this part belongs to, us, for instance. And when you go on the other side of the ice wall, that belongs to them, whoever them might be. Yep. And there may be a bunch of thems.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing is I believe that there are lands out there beyond it. Why would I be on a ship going through an ice wall if there wasn't going to be land beyond it?
Absolutely.
It didn't make sense to me. And the thing is space. Space is the distance between the earth and the firmament. Okay. So that has made itself very clear to me. Okay. Already. Okay. Outer space. I agree with you. Somebody just said that not too long ago. Outer space is the space outside the ice wall.
Yeah, and that's
Not above us.
exactly what. And Chap's very good at this stuff. I can tell you right now, he is very good at it. We've had several shows on it in the past, and he's very good explaining it. You know, bringing it up on maps and everything, and showing it. But yeah, since I got to know Chap, and seeing all the stuff that he's got, I mean, it just I already believed in the. I didn't believe in the glow earth, I'll put it like that. But all the stuff that he had and showed strengthened that belief.
Yep.
And you know what throws a lot of people off with the firmament is they wonder, well, if there's a firmament of water up there, then what's holding the water up? Well, that's something that I certainly can't answer. I don't know, other than God Himself. But on the other side of the firmament, could very well be space. And when they look through telescopes and everything, they're trying to see the planets or whatever you want to call them. Well, it always comes out, kind of a funky, blurred image, unless they've doctored it up or something.
Yeah.
So, how the water stays up there, I don't know. But to me, it's undoubtedly up there.
Yeah. Well, that's what I tell people is that the only way that we get into outside of the firmament is if you're on a submarine. That's the only way you can survive outside of it is if you were in a sub. He separated the waters from above and below. So that means that you would go out into water. You're not going into a void of space. You're going out into water. You need a flipping submarine to get out there. That's why God's been blowing up all these craft that have been trying to get through there. You're not prepared for this yet. Boom. Blow them up. When you come up here with a submarine, then we'll talk. But it's just kind of weird.
I would love to have a few dreams like that. I've never had one. Wished I had. I still wished I could. But I just if I have dreams, I don't even remember them.
Oh, what what it is I have a couple of journals here, and as soon as I wake up, I try to write them down as quickly as I wake up. But sometimes it takes a little bit longer in order for me to piece all the pieces that I seen together in the order in which I seen them. And it's kind of crazy. It really is. It's the idea that, we have been lied to about so many things.
No shit. Everything.
Pretty much everything, that it's the dreams that I have. They're not like other dreams that I've had in the past. Okay. These are very prolific, fine-tuned, full color. Okay. And I can feel, I can touch myself in the dream, and feel, but at the same time, there's emotion involved in the dream as well. So, like when the stampede was coming towards us at the Grand Canyon, there was that fight or flight feeling going on.
Yes.
And I remembered that as soon as I woke up, that fight or flight feeling. Okay. And then there was a resounding kind of joy and happiness when they ran away from me.
I'll bet. Hell yeah.
And that's what I woke up with was, what was that, that elation. I woke up with the elation, feeling the elation. And then I had to write down the dream as quickly as possible so that I wouldn't forget, and it's like, I've seen cities that were being plagued by demons and everything else. Portland was one of them.
That would fit right in with demons. No doubt.
Yep.
I wonder if the whole West Coast is played with them because, I can see Portland being, but I can see at least good parts of the West Coast being plagued by demons. and
I
demons that walk
can't-
around.
well, I can too. I mean, especially with the amount of drug use and everything else.
Yes.
It was one thing to when they talk about cannabis being the gateway drug. Well, guess what? They used cannabis as the gateway drug in order to legalize every other drug.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Okay. So the only truth in regards to cannabis being the gateway drug that leads to other drugs and everything else was the leading of the legalization of crack, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, everything.
There
Okay.
you go.
That was the gateway. Okay. The gateway was not about teenagers using pot and then turning to cocaine and everything else. It was saying that we're going to use cannabis as the means in which to legalize all these other bad drugs.
Yep, that's what
We
you're
just
saying.
didn't see it. We didn't see it. We didn't know it, but we see it today.
Yeah,
We
well,
see
and
it
we'll
today.
have.
you know?
Yeah, how could you have known it back then? Unless you had an ESP or something, which I don't have.
Exactly. I mean, you look at California, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Yeah, Mikey B. That's a good point right there. They demonized cannabis. They even called it the devil's lettuce. Okay. It was so many of these things that they've manipulated and used in order to drive people away from a natural healing process and instead of continuing with that natural healing process and keeping everybody healthy.
And I think there are many cures for all the diseases we got, and probably my way of thinking is that the best cures are getting rid of the way they do our food, our water, and everything else. That would be the best cure. But when you got something like that, taking or using cannabis, whatever, to cure it is, in my opinion, one of the best ways to heal yourself. Oh, let me say something here right quick, Hawk, if you don't mind. There was
go ahead.
There was a notice come up on my computer a while ago that a judge had overturned the election. I didn't pop and read it or nothing because I'm on here with you, but I don't know if anybody else in the chat has heard about that or not. But if they have, I don't know if he meant the entire election or just parts of it.
Did it say what state it was?
And no, it just said he overturned the election.
Okay. We'll have to look into that. This is the message on the debt clock, and I thought that this kind of fit with quite a few things that are going on right now. And this is one of the reasons that I'm pulling this up, because our next video is going to be SDT report. And it is that one's called Gold and Bitcoin Soul as global global Ponzi scheme collapses. Okay. We the people. History records that the money changers have used every form of abuse, intrigue, deceit, and violent means possible to maintain their control over governments by controlling money and its issuance. This was put out by James Madison. Now, what was Madison known for? Madison removed the central bank during his time. Okay. As soon as he was out of office, though, they wormed their way right back in again. Okay. Lincoln did the exact same thing. Was chasing out the central bank. Lincoln knew that the war was not about slavery. However, slavery and the freedom of all slaves was a bonus of the war. It was not the purpose of the war. The war was about the money.
There you go.
Okay.
It was kind of what you call a twofer.
Yep. But you'll notice that it's got here the United States Federal Reserve System, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, but it's got that big old X across it. And then what's down here at the bottom? The debt-free currency. Okay, Dave Snedeker was talking about this the other day. You know, the debt-free currency. Let me see if I can make it bigger for everybody. Okay, and this is the message that's currently on the and it's, you notice X 10 10 X. Got the X's here. It seems kind of funny that that the X's would be there and these three are X'd out.
Are all three of them X'd out or just the one?
Well, it's the center of it is, but you'll notice that they're in a pyramid. See the triangle behind them?
Yeah.
3 sides of the pyramid.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt the banks have been controlling the world for a long. The bankers have been controlling the world for centuries at the least.
Well, the Orsini's, the Orsini's, and the Medici families, and the Patsis. I'm sorry, and not the Orsini's, the Patsis and the Medicis battled it out all through the 1400s and 1600s as to who was going to control the money. Okay. And the biggest thing was who was going to control the Pope.
Well, who was it? Who is it? I mean,
it was Medici. Medici won out. He held the Medici family. Ended up controlling all of the Vatican funding for well over 300 years, 400 years.
Yeah, I was looking into a little bit this day while my daughter was here. That's one reason why I was late getting into your show, is because my daughter was here. But and the weird thing about all this is, to me anyway, is the bankers control the world, but what they've done, at least according to where I was reading at, is and I'm sure you know this, Hawk, is that all the, like the kings and queens and princesses or princes, whatever, they're the ones that are actually in charge of the bankers. It's a mafia is what it is. But I wonder who is at the very, very top of that. I think I know, but I'm just saying, I would love to have, and I think we will get clarification on that one day, but when, who knows? But at the very top,
it's understanding the 3 pope structure, and that the Borgias. Okay, so the Borgias, the Borgias are responsible for the Khazarians getting into the Vatican. Okay, and then through the relationship with the Khazarians being in there, that was the introduction to Medici's and the big banking, the Vatican banking system at that time. That's because that's where Borgia is concerned. That's where people would pay penance instead of 10 Hail Marys or whatever. They were paying for the privilege of being having their sins abolished. You know what I mean? So that was that's a very, very interesting thing.
let me say something right quick. I hope you don't mind. This past week, I heard, now I didn't hear this myself, but several people that live near me were talking about they'd been hearing, like cannons blasting and, just bombs or something going off and small arms fire. And the reason I bring that up is because, and that's what I told them. Well, I'm not saying it was, but, with the destruction of these tunnels ongoing, that's exactly what people have been reporting when those tunnels are destroyed near them.
Yeah, that's subterranean. Yep.
Yes, sir. Yes. The very same thing. I'm not saying that's what happened, but there was no sign of a fight or anything going on anywhere, so it came from somewhere. I'm just saying it's weird, that all this. My point is all this works together. The tunnels being cleaned out and whatever's down there, and in Israel too, by the way, Palestine, however you want to say it. But they're all being cleaned out. They're being cleaned out worldwide. Now, I guess the question is how many do they lack? Because I don't think things can change until those are done. If they're done, well, then, it's right around the corner. My way of looking at it anyway.
I just got to make a couple of quick comments here. Craig, did your wife beat you up again? Is that why you're down? I hope not, because we love you, brother, and we hate to see that happen. But I told you, you got to be a good boy, okay, to not get spanked so much, all right?
That ain't going to happen with Craig.
I know. I think he likes spankings too much. You know what I'm saying? No,
yes,
I love
sir.
Craig. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Great to see you, though, Craig. Glad to have you with us. Oh, sinus.
She poked him in the nose.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. She poked him in the nose. It's like, oh, Lord. Okay, so let's go on to the subject of Nasara Jassara. Okay, now I've read the Nasara documents and everything. Do I believe that Nasara Jassara is coming? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think that there's anybody out there who actually knows. And people who say that they do, I think probably are just, so hooked into the belief that something, that glorious is going to happen. Do I think our monetary system is going to change and that we will be refunded a lot of financial means that we gave in taxes and everything else? That I do believe. I see that coming. The disappearing of taxes, I see that happening as well. Income tax has always been voluntary. It's never been mandatory. Just companies push for it because they're pushed to do that. They're pushed to make you sign those W-2s and whatever else you got to sign. I don't remember what all that is anymore. I haven't worked in so freaking long. It's yeah.
No, you're right. You're right, Hawk. And I look at it the same way. None of us knows when that's going to happen. I've heard and saw where it's already happening in other parts of the world. But until it happens here, I'm not going to believe anything until I see it with my own two eyes. But I have heard, just a matter of fact, earlier today when I was doing my little bit of research, that it is happening in certain parts of the world, and that older people in particular are the ones that are getting the most money in these, not here, but in the foreign countries that it's happening in. But I believe it's all going to happen. I do believe that it's all going to happen at one time. I don't believe it'll happen it may be happening a little bit in one country, but the whole thing about Jassara and Nasara is taking down. It's not just getting money. That, to me, that's one of the least things. The best thing to me will be getting rid of all these crooked politicians, all over the world. And that's what's been taking so long, is this is not just in this country, it's worldwide. So these people have had control for thousands of years. So it just takes a long time, unless you want to destroy the whole world while you're getting rid of them, which they didn't.
Right.
So it appears to me that's what's happening. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on it too.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be it's a difficult thing for us to see. If we think about all that our parents paid, our grandparents paid, our great-grandparents paid, my family goes back to 1691 here in the United States. 1691. It's kind of like, you think about the taxation beforehand, before the revolution, and then the taxation that came afterwards. And then the taxation difference when oil and gas were discovered, and how that all coincided. So when we look at all of that, we kind of have to say to ourselves, why is this coming up like this? I'm getting an error message when I try to type into chat. Craig, pencil eraser size, back of your mouth. Do one now, and then do another one at about 8 p.m. And then when you get up tomorrow morning, do it again. The other stuff, the H and the C and the Q, that you can make that at home, brother. There's a couple of people in chat who actually have the recipe for making that. Vitamin C and zinc are important for the body. So
is RSO. He needs some RSO. That's what he needs.
Yeah. I can imagine him being on RSO. I don't.
I
don't know if I could handle Craig on RSO.
That would be something else. See Craig on RSO.
I don't know if I. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm opening up the other chat so that I can put this into. Yeah. There we go.
I can imagine what it's like seeing me on that. My grandson and my kids that saw me that day, first night I took it, were up the other day and, talking about when first time I took it. And then you talk about the laughing and everything going on now. They were doing some tall laughing at me, but hey, it was worth it.
Yeah. You see Tennessee Ridge Runners comment there? It's up on the screen now.
Talking in planes this morning around 3 a.m. I was waking with the loudest airplane flying overhead I had ever heard. Oh, really? Well, What did you ever figure out what it was, Ridge Runner?
Yeah, it's.
Other than
run outside and look.
Yeah, and you're right, Craig. I did that.
Yep, lemons and grapefruits. Only the peels. Put them in a small stock pot on the stove. Do about water to about an inch over the top of them. Put a lid on it. Bring it to a boil and then bring it to simmer. Let it simmer for 2 days for 2 hours. And do not take the lid off at any time during this process. And then when the 2 hours is up, set the pot off to the side. Let it completely cool. Let the liquid completely cool before taking the lid off. Once it's completely cooled and you don't see any gases floating underneath the lid, then strain it into a jar and store it in the refrigerator. And it's a teaspoon in the morning and a teaspoon at night. Help to keep a doctor away for a long, long time.
Yeah, I made me some of the what you was talking about a while ago, the H stuff.
Yep.
It was I guess in 2020 when I made it, and of course I was saving, in case me or anyone in my family ever got sick, which they didn't. And when I moved, I no longer got it now, but I need to make some more.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our next video here. Seeing that we're talking on the monetary side of things. Let's hit this SGT report. Here we go.
Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGTreport.com, thephaser.com, and the libertymill.com with an extremely important economic and dollar update. What you're looking at right now is nearly $34 trillion in stated U.S. national debt with unfunded liabilities exceeding $200 trillion. And the chicken is now coming home to roost, friends. Overnight on Sunday night, gold hit a brand new all-time high, hitting nearly $2,150 per ounce before being spanked back hard by the Wall Street bankers on Monday. We're going to get into the statistics in just 1 second, but let me welcome back to the show a longtime sponsor of the show, Colin Plume, the CEO of NobleGoldInvestments.com. Colin, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Busy weekend. Over the weekend, I was at a sporting event, and people were coming up to me, being like, I listened, I bought at the right time. I saw your ads, and it was nice to hear people that are on the winning side of a very difficult economy for a lot of people. A lot of people are on the wrong side of it right now. So that that was exciting to have people. And the weekend it was really moving, which is when there's aftermarket trading at that heavy, there's a lot of money moving into the market from a lot of different areas. So it's been pretty exciting here for the last few days.
Yeah, it's been a wild weekend, not only for precious metals, but for Bitcoin. And we'll talk perhaps a little bit about that. But I just want to show people what was happening on Sunday night. Gold at 21.24, up $53 per ounce. Silver hitting 25.84. Tom Luguano tweeted about this. The repercussions are massive globally. But here's what happened, of course, on Monday morning. And I wrote about this on Twitter. JP Morgan and the criminal banksters are starting to tick off the world here right now with their paper metals fraud. Want to see some total BS? Well, what happens at the Wall Street Open? Gold craters $45 an ounce, 2%, with silver, as we're speaking right now, down 4% to 24.73. So the hits just keep coming from the Wall Street bankers. And I want your reply to that here, Colin. But in a minute, I want to show something very important, too, about China. They're testing COMEX's legitimacy. So the world is waking up to the paper fraud, Colin.
I was talking to my traders on Friday about guarantee if there's a run this weekend, gold opens down, silver opens down on Monday. Guaranteed. In the 15 years I've been doing this, it's very rare that you see it continue to run through Monday, because you have people out in the markets that they see that bullishness. And a lot of that buying trend over the weekend could have been the same people that were selling on Monday morning, just manipulating the price for the weekend. And they're going to, 2 or 3% for some of these traders on a Monday morning. That could make your whole year, let alone your Monday. So you do have to watch it in the paper market. Now, long term, I think we're still looking great for gold at 2,500 next year. If they do quantitative easing, which I believe they're going to, it could be even higher than that. But yeah, that Monday morning was like clockwork. I've seen it.
Okay, so everybody saw the first 2 hours of our program, and there was absolutely nothing about sexuality or anything else in there. Okay, Facebook, I'm telling you right now, okay, this is BS. Okay, that's what they did. They pulled down my post or my podcast from YouTube or from Facebook. Somebody reported me on the standards of nudity and sexual activity for the X22 report.
Oh, my.
Okay.
My.
These people are looking to be fucking sued. Facebook, you are looking at a major lawsuit accusing me of doing anything in regards to nudity or sexual activity because you have people on Facebook who can't handle the fucking truth.
Is that one where it says there? What in the world are we doing? Is that
That's
from
today's
Facebook?
podcast. That's the title of today's podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we hadn't even covered anything in regards to nudity or sexual activity or anything in the first 2.5 hours of this program.
They just don't want you on there. That's what they did. They found a reason, it sounds like.
Okay. I want to know who reported it. I want the fucking name. And Facebook, if you're not willing to give me the name, then you'll see me in fucking court. I'm done playing games with you people.
That is one tremendous joke. I'm telling you.
Yep.
It's all just a joke. That's all it is to it.
Yep. It's sick people. And that's the problem. Okay. People see that a podcast is successful, that there's a lot of people watching and everything else, and then they turn around, they get upset because they're not watching their content.
Well,
Okay.
What you got to, I would think what you got to worry about next, Hawk, is, from YouTube itself. Because if they reported you there, well, I mean, I hope not, but man.
Yeah.
They're
So,
just.
because it's one of the people from Facebook came into the chat and he said, what happened to the podcast? Kevin Rottello, who has been pretty much been sitting through every one of my podcasts there on Facebook. But you're accusing me of sexual or nudity. Okay. And because you put that as your reason, gives me reason to sue you.
Go get them.
Okay.
Home.
That is slander. That is outright slander. Okay.
Well, I agree with what Sharon Hudgens said there. It means you're on the right track, and I thoroughly agree with that.
Yep.
I mean, it's a damn shame, but still it means, that you're hitting exactly where they don't want you to hit.
Yep. It's because people can't handle the truth. Okay. When we talk about Donald Trump or we talk about the government and all their actions and we talk about Joe Biden being a traitor. Okay. They don't like it. They can't handle it. They don't understand what they did to their own country. Okay. And all of you who voted for Joe Biden, you voted for this. Now you're going to sit back and you're going to take the fucking red pill. Okay. And you're going to fucking learn the truth about these people that you elected into office, that you've been supporting and backing up. You don't fucking like it, then get off my fucking podcast. I didn't beg you to come and watch my program. I didn't beg you to come and join and follow me and everything else. I was fine with 90 fucking followers. I was perfectly fine with that. Okay. And our numbers have increased over the last couple of weeks. We're up to about 300 to 400 people who are watching every single podcast right now. Okay. And the thing is this, if you can't handle truth being laid out in front of you, then this is not the place for you. This is not the you. Go back underneath your fucking rock, okay, and bury your head like a freaking ostrich and leave us the hell alone and let us continue our work, because our objective is to save our country so that you have a right to hate the way you hate, so that you can speak the way you want to speak, that you can carry your weapons and everything else, okay? That's why we're doing this, for our rights. For our people, America.
That means them too, by the way. Whoever reported you, that means when we're fighting for our rights.
I'll fight for you until you wake up.
There you go. How the hell did they get nudity and all that out of it? I don't get that. I mean, damn, you could report it for anything. Nudity, sexual content. Give me a break.
Oh, because that's immediate. Anytime anybody reports anybody for sexual content or nudity, it's immediate. They automatically do it. But
they don't even look.
Now, yep, they don't. No, they don't even look. They don't look at all. They just take it as, oh, it's the gospel. It came from a liberal.
Boy, that I'm sure
it's gospel.
I feel like how many viewers do you lose when you lose Facebook though,
Hawk? Generally there's like 20 to 25 that are on there. Most of them actually come over to the YouTube side because they want to be involved in the conversation that's going on in the chat here. They see that there's a lot of people on this side, and they have information that they want to share with people, and people on YouTube have information that they want to share with people too. Okay. And the only way that you can do that is by meeting in the middle, so the thing is that when I type into chat, it doesn't go to both Facebook and YouTube. It only goes to YouTube. So that's why you'll see me highlight a comment from Facebook, and then I'll type an answer and then highlight that answer so that the people on Facebook see that I see that I see their questions, I see their comments, but I can't respond directly to you through the chat. YouTube, Facebook doesn't allow it. So which kind of sucks, and it's but it tells
you think that if they were going to report you for anything, Now, I hate they did report for anything, but you'd think it would have been something, like JJ or whatever, John Jr., or something, anything. I mean, sexual content. I mean, that's just so damn dumb.
Yep.
There was no part of that anywhere.
Yep. Yep. Sorry.
But you know what? It's not surprising, because they're basically the same thing as YouTube, in my opinion.
Well, they were both created by the same company. They were both created by DARPA.
Yes. There you go.
They're DARPA and CIA controlled. The idea of it was these platforms were provided so that they could cull information about the public.
And they're doing it. I mean,
Yep,
that's all the hell there is to it.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, they got all our names. They got all our names. They got every single one of our names. Do I care? No, I don't care.
Me either.
Okay.
If we did care, we wouldn't be on here, would we, Hawk?
The CIA is nothing but a group of miscreants. That's it. Miscreants and criminals. Okay. And I hate to say this. I really, really hate to say this because I've known a few in my lifetime, but so is the FBI.
Absolutely.
They're a large group of miscreants and criminals.
I thoroughly agree. And there's a word for them. It's the word that was used in World War II, against the, that's as far as I'm going to go with that. But I think you know what I mean. The people over in Germany in their military. I mean, that's what they are to me.
Yep. Well, no, TJ, I restarted the podcast on that side. So they took down the first part of it. Part 2 is what's up on Facebook now. And guaranteed before the day's out today, the first part of it will be back up on Facebook. They did this to me last week too.
Oh, really?
The same thing, and it's, and that's not a boob. That's a finger with a seed, a mustard seed sitting on top of a finger. Okay. That's not a boob. Okay.
Oh, me.
That's so maybe they need to look a little harder. Okay. It's they're nothing but criminals. All right, let's get back into the SGT. They got me hotter than shit right now. I'm serious. I'm gonna go stand out in the freaking rain now to cool down. So all right, let's get back to this.
In the 15 years I've been doing this, I've seen it happen. It almost happens every run through the weekend, and then there's a Monday sell-off. It's pretty much predicted.
But here's the thing, and we'll get to that article about China testing COMEX's legitimacy in a second. The world is waking up because the numbers are quantifiable. You and I have talked about this in the past. There's only roughly 1 billion ounces, slightly under actually, of silver in physical form mined on planet Earth in an entire year. And on some days, these banksters will throw more than 1 billion ounces of paper silver at the market to cap the price. Here's the thing. As Bitcoin rallies, it just passed Berkshire Hathaway, who hates gold, right? Buffett, Charlie Munger just died. But here's the point. One of the things that Bitcoin is starting to hone in on is silver and then the gold market.
Gonna make me pause this again. Okay. The statement says, and this comes from George Magazine HQ. Okay. Says, when Biden is out of office and safety is assured, I'll raise my gaze and smile to the camera. Love you all.
That's got to be JJ. And you think that don't look like him there though?
I need to scroll in a bit because I want to see seal of the President of the United States.
It could be. And I have heard that many times that he is indeed the real president. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what I've heard, but I have heard it.
Well, I've heard that he's vice president.
That too.
I've heard that he's vice president, and that he's the commander in chief's right hand man. Whether it's true or not, don't know. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Cap. I bring this up for one important reason. For some reason, Wall Street values silver They call it a 1.4 or 1.47 or 1.5 trillion dollar market. That's preposterous. Okay, because we know that gold, they say, is a $10 trillion market cap. And someday the belief is that Bitcoin will flip the gold market cap and Bitcoin could be worth more than gold. My point is this: how in the world could silver be at 25 bucks an ounce if gold's at $2,100 an ounce? If silver is more than a tenth the market cap, according to these graphs, according to Wall Street, as gold's 10 trillion. You see what I'm saying? Silver should be silver should be 250 bucks an ounce, according to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And typically when gold has a run like this that it's had over the last 8 weeks, you would see silver moving even faster. Typically it's moved faster than gold. I think a lot of it is that, this gold push is, there's a lot of safety money that's moving into gold. There's a lot of money that's just, afraid that, the bond, let's see, with the Fed pivoting, bonds are going to change. And so there's a lot of people getting into gold, because there's a lot of money that's been sitting in bonds, making it that return. And now they're saying, well, if the Fed pivots and they reduce rates, bonds aren't going to be the great place to be anymore. So now they're buying gold. So you have a lot of the safety money. I mean, I agree with you in terms of silver. The demand is obviously so high. And, the great thing about right now at this moment is silver prices on the physical market. Our cost is phenomenal. It's better than it's been in many years. So people are getting physical cheaper than they've got it in the last 3 years, because there's actually a lot of silver out there in the market. I don't know how long that's going to last for. I think eventually when it hits 30 and 35 and 40, we're going to run into some shortages again. But right now, there's just a really amazing opportunity, especially on silver bars. Silver kilos. We have a huge amount of silver kilos. I mean, we're getting those at incredible pricing. So it's the perfect storm for a physical buyer right now, because you can get it at a still good price, and then the price of the physical isn't that high either. So it's quite interesting and unique. And I can't remember the last time that you saw gold and silver going up, yet the physical price is holding pretty good, and you're able to get a lot of ounces for still a very, very reasonable price.
Yeah, and I want to show the website and let people know that they can reach out to you guys at 877-646-5347, and you can hedge against the inevitable with gold. What is the inevitable? It is the inflation and the destruction of your purchasing power via the dollar. That's what's happening as we speak. And you mentioned bonds. I want to make the point that Michael Saylor makes. Bonds aren't working if you're getting a 5% return and you're paying 2% of that 5% in tax. So it's a 3% after-tax return. When the official run of inflation, let's be realistic, it's closer to 7%. Right. But actually, it's running probably closer to 14%. So you are losing purchasing power every single year in bonds, which I think is why the world is starting to turn back to gold and silver. Colin?
Yeah, I mean, even before this massive run in gold, before we had this massive run, gold was already up 9.5% this year. So it had already outperformed bonds and many other assets that are out there. And then, talking about the stock market, it's an unnerving place right now for a lot of people that are close to retirement. They just don't know what's going to happen next year. And, people think that with the Fed pivoting, that the equity markets could do better. But a lot of it has to do with our just overall growth as a country too. If we're not growing, if we're not producing enough, our GDP isn't growing. It doesn't matter where rates are, that you're not going to see that massive bull run again. So a lot of people are looking at different ways to protect themselves, and getting in the physical metal has always been a great option. But I think it's going to be really interesting what happens next year in this economy, because we have elections, we have a lot of things happening. This is going to be the wildest political year probably ever, right? I mean, let's be honest. We have, is Trump going to be able to stay above water until the election? Hopefully he will, and he can get back in office, but we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've never had this kind of push with the person that has the most excitement in terms of being president, the highest demand, yet he's got all these cases, and so there's a lot happening that could skew things in many different directions. And obviously I think for a lot of people, they hope that he does get back in the office, because one thing that's really important is we need to get this economy back going. We need to focus on, we're spending way too much money. We're in multiple wars right now. we're just, there's a lot of money going out, a lot of debt happening, and we need to be able to be in an economy where businesses and entrepreneurs and the people like this need to be able to go out and create jobs and create growth, and we need to bring that back. So I'm so excited for what's going to happen next year. I think it's going to be one of the most exciting years. I mean, I'm going to be all over your channel, all next year watching what's happening. But it's in terms of, if people don't think that what's going to happen in politics is going to affect your pocketbook and your investments, you're completely wrong. It's going to have a major effect, whatever happens next year.
Yeah, like I said, the chickens are coming home to roost. There is no way that a nation state already $34 trillion in debt can continue to spend $3 to $5 trillion a year. Where is that debt going to come from? And more importantly, where is the debt service going to come from? There's not enough taxation. There's not enough revenue being generated via taxation to even pay the interest on the national debt, guys. So what is going to happen is you are going to lose everything, like Klaus Schwab has said. You'll own nothing, and evidently, according to him, you'll be happy. See, I don't believe that. I think you're going to own nothing, and you're going to be absolutely miserable. And that's why a gold and or silver IRA makes a lot of sense. So before I play two bombshells about China, I want to ask you, why a gold and silver IRA? And for those listening who have, it doesn't matter if you got 100,000 in your retirement account or 100 million, what percentage would you say people should allocate to this space as a hedge against financial destruction via inflation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting question, Sean, in that when you look at your retirement, you look at your nest egg, a lot of it is when you've built up enough in your 401k and IRA, you're really in a defensive position more than anything, right? If you're closer to retirement, you're not as concerned about the home run wins. And so, when you're looking at that scenario, that's when you typically take a lot of the risk off the table, and you'd traditionally move into a bond type scenario as you get closer. But as you said, with inflation the way it is, it's hard to just be stuck into bonds because you don't want to make 2 or 3%. That's really not going to keep up with your living. And, they've talked about the whole 4% rule for financial planning, that you want to have enough money that you can only take out 4% per year. But now they're saying with inflation and the cost of living that the 4% rule is gone. You're going to need to take out anywhere from 6 or 7% per year. And with people living to 90, 100, above 100, it might not be enough money to go through retirement. So I think what it is that you have to look at what all the different options are, and you have to be more proactive than ever. I don't think you can sit back and just give the money to some guy that's going to put you in a few mutual funds and just hope for the best. You have to really make your own determination nowadays. So I like gold. Obviously, we've been on a big run. I still think silver, as you said, at $25 is well below market. And I like the thing about silver I like is that there is a shortage. We do need it for all the energy that we're using. We need it for solar panels. We need it for electric vehicles. Platinum, the same thing. Platinum is still under 1,000. It's an industrial metal that they need. It's hard to find. It's difficult to mine. We met with the World Platinum Council about a month ago. We talked about all the different uses and how the uses of platinum are starting to take some of the uses of palladium. And they were talking about like the Ford F-150, that new Lightning truck that everybody loves. There's a lot of platinum in that vehicle, in that truck, and they're moving in that direction. So if you look at historically, you look at platinum and you look at silver, and then you look at gold, you go, well, gold just broke through its all-time high. Silver's half of its all-time high, and platinum's half of its all-time high. So what's going on here? And it's not that these other metals aren't in demand. These are actually metals that are used more in industry than gold. Really gold is main uses of gold. The biggest uses is still jewelry, central banks holding. They use it in obviously a lot of medical devices, and there's a lot of uses in the medical field. But silver and platinum are very heavily used in industry, yet we haven't seen that push. So I think it's a unique time. You could put any of those metals in your IRA or a combination, and then you could switch. So let's just say hypothetically, you started with silver because you think it's great and it doubles. You could always switch it tax-free if it's in the IRA and move it into gold, or you could go back into stocks, or you could buy real estate or anything else. We put you in a self-directed IRA, so you can really do whatever you want, but it does give you flexibility. People think like, oh, if I get into gold or so, I'm stuck there. You're not stuck. If you see a massive increase in price, like we're seeing, and a lot of people right now, we've had calls this month from people that like, oh my God, I've been waiting. I have to fix my roof. They're selling some of the gold they have at a massive profit and they're fixing the roof. Or I had one gentleman that I know really well who wanted to invest in a business. So he sold some gold and he was in a mass and he bought before the pandemic. So, I mean, he had a huge gain and he invested. So that's the really cool thing about gold is that it is liquid. So any of those metals, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, are all eligible for the IRA with us at Noble Gold.
Okay. And the other thing I just want to mention is that no one holds their own stock certificates, right? Nobody owns and holds their own bond certificates. So I just want to paint the picture here. When people say if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Well, that's pretty much true for everything. The whole system is built on trust. But here's the difference about a gold or silver IRA from Noble Gold Investments. They audit it in the vault several times a year, and they're willing to send you a picture of the precious metals you own. And by the way, when you do officially retire, if you want to take ownership, if you want to hold it in your hands, you can take delivery.
Absolutely. Yeah. And people are doing, because it's RMD season. So people are getting their required mandatory distribution. So right now, obviously we're flooded with those because people need to do that. And we have some people that that need the cash, so we're buying back the metal. And then some just say, send me the gold and silver, and we're shipping the gold and silver to their doorstep. And that's still eligible for their distribution. So they can do it either way. It's the only asset in a retirement account that you can do it, either take the physical or take the cash. So it is quite unique.
Yeah. All right. And here's the other thing I wanted to mention too. No one is auditing the DTCC and stock settlements on a daily basis, guys. This entire system is a Ponzi scheme and it's about to come down. And if you think the answer is just staying in cash, selling your stocks at a profit, getting out of bonds and holding cash, you're going to lose 7% a year, best case scenario. And according to Michael Saylor, 14% a year, which means in 100 years, you're going to have about $1, actually less than $1. All right, let me do another screen share because here's a bomb related to China. How much gold do they actually own? Well, according to Dominic Frisby on Kitco, China likely holds 10 times the amount of gold they say they officially hold.
China,
Right. Yes.
as we know, is extraordinarily ambitious. And we hear that it wants its currency to be backed by gold. But maybe that's just a rumor put about by gold bugs. We don't know. But we do know that China is ambitious. I've probably studied this more than anyone. And I'm going to tell you now why China's gold holdings are probably 10 times what they say they are. More than 50% of Chinese gold mining is state-owned, and China does not export any of the gold that it produces. It's not allowed to. So if China turns around and goes, we got twice as much gold as you, that's tantamount to a declaration of war. The yuan gets revalued upwards, gold gets revalued upwards while China's still accumulating, but most importantly of all, China's $3 trillion get devalued.
All right, I'm going to pause it there. Here's the message I want to leave for people, Colin. Regardless of what China is doing or not doing, we know what the Fed and the Treasury, the US Treasury, and these politicians are doing. They are debasing our currency every single day with trillions in digital dollars. Now, here's my prediction. When the manipulation is forced to end, probably by China, gold and silver could trade like tech stocks trade today. And the most asymmetric bet, maybe in history right now, might be silver at 24, which is less than half its 1980 all-time high. Imagine how silver and gold could trade if and when the paper manipulation is forced to stop. More on that in just 1 second. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and in terms of that clip, I mean, China, the Bank of China is the largest purchaser of gold from the world this year. So not only are they mining it internally and keeping it, they're out there actively buying it from anywhere they can. So I think they know that these assets will continue to go up, and regardless of where you're at, politically, or where you're at in terms of what inflation you think is going to do or not going to do, we know that we've opened it up that inflation is going to be, it's not going back to 2% anymore. Those days are gone. And so if you just look at the fundamental value of an asset like gold that maybe grows 1% a year, maybe less in a year, there's so few assets that are desired the way gold is, the way silver is, that are only growing by that amount in terms of the amount above ground. It's so unique. It's unlike anything else that's out there that has all of these different uses. It's considered a currency. It's used in industry. I mean, it's a quite a unique thing. And I think, not to go off totally just in terms of alternative currencies, but there has to be something out there in the world that says that the reason that Bitcoin, again, everyone said the demise of Bitcoin, and it's just, even went down to 16,000 about a year ago, give or take. And it's back spiking again at an all-time, getting not the all-time high, but getting closer to its all-time high in the 60,000 range. But the fact that held firm shows that people are looking for alternative currencies. They're not okay with the traditional dollar. They're not okay with the euro. They're not okay with all of these currencies anymore. The world is clamoring for something different. Now, where Bitcoin and where gold, any of them go, I don't know. But the world it's not going to stay still. And we're not going to continue to trade in the way that we're trading in the next 5 to 10 years. Things are going to change because there's absolutely no way that the world's going to accept the US dollar if we're $80 trillion in debt, which is where we're heading towards. Something has to change. So I think that's enough for me to say, hey, these alternative assets look pretty good. I got to have some exposure there. And listen, people are, spread out into a lot of different investments, and I think it's good. But if you haven't learned about gold, or if you haven't taken the time, get our gold guide, talk to the people on our staff, learn about what we do. It's quite unique. We sell bullion coins and bars. We don't sell these, crazy coins that are out there. We really focus on getting the most bang for your buck. So anyone that's looking to divest and kind of hear something that's a little bit different, I think it is a really good time to take that venture.
Yeah, and let me just say firsthand, guys, I've done a lot of research in this space, okay? I've been in this space for a long time, in the gold and silver space. And I'll just say, without naming the company, there is a company out there, more than one company, who does prey on the uninformed by selling them what they call semi-numismatic coins, or highly priced coins that will take a chunk of your money. And then you got to hope you can sell that highly priced coin to somebody else in the future. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about gold and silver bullion to protect your purchasing power. So let me do a screen share because you mentioned Bitcoin. By the way, mydigitalmoney.com is a platform that Colin also owns for those who do want to dip a foot in the pool, maybe finally, maybe for the first time. You want to get some Bitcoin, you want to get some crypto, mydigitalmoney.com. My understanding is you can also buy fractional gold and silver there. So check it out, mydigitalmoney.com. But here's the thing. Max Kaiser makes my point, which is this: gold and silver do not trade in a free market. This has been reported on and documented extensively for years. Bitcoin does trade in at least a somewhat free market. The differentiating points have also been reported on and documented extensively. See the difference. But my point is this: while Bitcoin continues to go up in trajectory and gold continues to get kneecapped along with silver, the tide is about to turn. And I will provide some evidence of that in just 1 second. The world is waking up to this manipulation, and the world can plainly see that the U.S. has a debt problem and a spending problem. With $34 trillion in debt, the tide is going to turn, Colin. So do you want to mention anything about that before I show proof that the tide is changing?
Yeah, I mean, My Digital Money, I started it because I saw that there was, and we started over 3 years ago. I thought there was a lot of bad actors in that space. And I sort of predicted a lot of the stuff that's happening with FTX and a lot of these exchanges. Because it's hard to run a good, viable business in any business. And so I sort of saw, with the spending and the Super Bowl commercials, that nothing really made sense. I wasn't comfortable with them. I knew it would hit the fan eventually. But my Digital Money is set up for people that want to trade Bitcoin safely. Well, we have about 25 coins, mostly the largest coins that are available: Ethereum, Solana, things of that nature. You can do it in an IRA, you can do it in cash, and everything is held in a trust. We're the most unique crypto trading platform out there in that we don't hold any of your assets. It's all held in a secure trust, which means that even if My Digital Money was no longer in business, it doesn't matter. Your assets are in a trust, and so it's a really safe way to invest in cryptocurrency. And that's why I set it up this way, because I knew we'd continue to see the rise in crypto. And I knew that people were going to look for a safe place. I knew that the bells and whistles and the lending and all the stuff that they were pushing out there was going to eventually go away. And people are just going to want to buy these assets and hold them long term. So My Digital Money is set up that way. It's a self-trading platform, and we do have live customer service here in the U.S. If you want to talk to somebody, we can help you get set up. Very easy to work with platform. So My Digital Money is owned by me, and it's a platform that if you're looking for a safe place, it's your first time, I think it's a great place to get started.
Yeah, and I think it's high time that people at least start to shake off their cognitive dissonance and look at that US debt clock and start to consider gold, silver, and Bitcoin. That's just my opinion. Now, you're 100% right when you mention the commercials on the Super Bowl at the Bitcoin top. I'll tell you exactly the date. I remember it very well. It was around November 15th, 2021, and I was watching my portfolio skyrocket as Matt Damon was appearing in, I believe, FTX commercials that entire month and into December and January with the Super Bowl. And in through my front door walks one of my son's teenage friends. Shout out to you, Max, if you're listening, who is going to proselytize to me about Shiba Inu. Sean, have you ever heard of Shiba Inu? I just made $17,000 on Shiba Inu. I knew that had to be the market top. But was I smart enough to sell? No, because I thought Bitcoin was going to 100K just like everybody else. So then they shook the tree for 2 years. The bankers have been shaking the tree, Colin, for 2 years to shake out all the loose hands in Bitcoin. Did I sell a single Bitcoin? No, I did not. Did I buy more towards the low? Yes, around 20 grand I did. The point is this. They love to shake the tree in the silver market too. They've been shaking the tree in the silver market for 100 years. And I'm just telling people, it may be the most asymmetric trade of your lifetime once this manipulation stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, and I think that, you're right in terms of, it's frothy when you have, kids telling you about making a trade on a coin, but that's sort of gone away now. You've seen that it's really changed. Even today, I remember 2 years ago, everybody was asking me questions about Bitcoin. Today, people don't even know. They thought it was gone. People I talk, is that still around? I mean, it's now once it gets back to 60, 70,000, then, your friend Max will be back and he'll tell you to buy another meme coin. But, right now it's still, people aren't talking about it as much. And that's why I still think there's plenty of room on the runway there. And then, obviously you have the ETF market that they're talking about happening in January for Bitcoin. That opens it up to a whole new world of buyers. But in my opinion, you don't want to buy this stuff in an ETF. You don't want to buy gold. You don't want to buy crypto in an ETF. You want to have direct exposure in any way you can, because you avoid all those fees in the ETF. You avoid them having to work getting enough of the actual product. With our companies, you own the product. You don't. There's no middle person there. There's no ETF. You're actually getting exposure directly, which I think in any asset is the best way to do it. I think the big scam of the last 5 years is when, you can't get a hold of something. Everything is, you can buy a fraction of real estate. You can buy a fraction of Van Gogh. You can buy a fraction of some Japanese whiskey. People are buying all these fractionalizations of things, and they don't realize they're just getting eaten up in fees. They never really get a chance to make any profit. You want to try to get direct exposure however you can. And that's really the best way to make the most profit in the long term.
I couldn't agree with you more. And let me just add one thing about Bitcoin. So you have BlackRock preparing to get its ETF approved, the Bitcoin spot ETF. You've got ARK Investments, Fidelity, I believe, is in the mix. There's something like 10 different Bitcoin spot ETFs awaiting approval. And the rumor is that could happen in the next month or less. The SEC's in a corner. They played hardball against Bitcoin and crypto for too long. Gary Gensler is basically on the firing squad right now with a lot of people, even in Congress. They're calling this guy, they're telling him to step down. And so the SEC is in a corner. And the belief is that when a Bitcoin spot ETF gets approved, it will attract billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that have been sitting on the sidelines. Now, I think the same is true with gold and silver once the manipulation ends. So how will the manipulation end? Here's the last thing I wanted to share today. China is testing COMEX legitimacy. Now, we know the LBMA vaults are basically empty, and there's smoke coming from the COMEX, guys. They don't have enough physical metal on hand anymore to meet demand. So let me just read this to you. China's policy actions are forcing things now. China wants the real stuff. They don't want the paper metal. They will not settle in cash. So the resource depletion that may be happening right now in gold, after silver's vaults were similarly emptied with exports, a contributing factor, it would seem, unless the U.S. can produce or procure more collateral organically through rebuilt supply chains, its own gold and silver resources will eventually be depleted. The idea here is that China, they're going to corner the COMEX at some point here. And that's just Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the smartest thing that they can do. I mean, they've been buying it in every place that they can this year. They're going to continue to buy it. But yeah, I think they corner that market. They own a lot of the rare earth metals of the world anyway, China does. So it makes sense for them to continue to push and try to acquire more assets and make their currency stronger. And because they know that, China's in it for the long term. They don't look at strategy, over 4 or 5 years like we do here in the US. They look for 100 years, right? And so they're looking over, 100 years, like how do we really position ourselves as the strongest country in the world? And owning gold, owning these assets will continue to do that for them. And so it makes perfect sense in the position that they're in, is that, they make the majority of the goods that we buy. They're gonna have the currency that we're gonna be tied to eventually. They're gonna want their currency to be the number one currency, and they're gonna own the number one asset in the world, which is gold. So everything seems to align for them. It's just we're just not in a position, unfortunately, here in the U.S. because we've overspent so much, where we can actually start making some strategic moves in terms of buying assets. We're just always behind the 8 ball, and that's why our economy is the way it is.
Well, and the last thing I'd add, and we can show the website here to get your comments on this. The last thing I would add is if you had an uncle who was a notorious alcoholic and overspender, who had been in bankruptcy several times and whose credit cards were maxed out, would you continue to loan your uncle money? Because your Uncle Sam wants you to buy bonds and continue to fund this debt Ponzi. And the smart money is now opting out. And I'll just say this. You can hedge against the inevitable with gold via a gold or silver IRA or both, correct?
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. Any of the 4 metals are eligible. Give us a call. Just make sure that you mention that you heard us here on the SGT report. We do have some free offerings for people that hear us on the show. And appreciate, Sean, you having me on. I mean, obviously, explosive day in the market. When you see metals, over a weekend up, 3, 4, 5%, then a pullback on Monday, it's always going to be exciting. So I was happy to be here and dive in with you, and I appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. And again, guys, do your own due diligence. This is an interview for informational purposes. It's not a recommendation to buy or sell, but I think if you read between the lines, you'll understand what I've been doing. And if you want to learn more, check out nogoldinvestments.com or call them directly at 877-646-5347. You'll get a real person on the line who will not prey on you if you're uninformed, but I know my audience is informed. Our guest has been the CEO of Noble Gold Investments, Colin Plume. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Sean.
All right. God bless. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those Mockingbird mainstream media, Federal Reserve lies. God bless.
All right. So just a quick update for everybody, just to let everybody know. It does not do you any good to stay silent. Okay. When they take you down, you fight back. And this is what happens. We restored your content. Hi, Hawk J. We found that our technology made a mistake taking your post down. Thank you for taking the time to request a review and helping us improve our systems. Our priority is keeping the community safe and respectful, so sometimes we take precautions. Well, I'm not going to allow, people to take my stuff down. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to fight them every opportunity that I have. Okay. So fighting back does work sometimes. Okay. So Facebook is back up. The original content for the first 3 hours of this podcast is back up now. Okay. So I wanted you guys to see that. I thought you'd appreciate that. Like I said, that's slander and defamation of character when they do stuff like that. And that is unacceptable. Whoops, I did not mean to click that. Stop. Don't you play. I said, don't you dare play. Okay. All right. Oh boy. I'm telling you, I was mad. I was madder than you know how mad I was, All right, up next, we got Dave's latest interview with the Maestro. I actually sent Dave a message to let him know that his interview is up next. So maybe he might pop on to say hi to everybody. But let's go ahead and get this going. It's about what is it? I think this is a pretty long one. It's about 2.5 hours long. So buckle your seatbelts, get your snacks. Dave's about to lay a bunch of truth on you. And it was awesome. We had Rob Cunningham was in the chat. I don't know if he's still listening in or not. It was awesome having cool radio in with us this morning. I was elated. Actually, I was very excited and very happy to have him tuning in. These are all people that we follow and listen to their interviews and things. They do such a great job putting content together and having the receipts to back it up. That's the important thing, right? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's get into Dave Snedeker and the Maestro. Here we go.
Good evening. It's the 4th of December, Monday the 4th of December, and I'm once again joined by David Snedeker, the Snedhead, one of the greatest decoders running around at the moment. Dave, how was your weekend?
Thank you, Stephen. It was good. It was actually, I decompressed a little bit and spent some time with family, and so it was quite wonderful. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Yeah, taking it easy. I mean, the energies are quite heavy at times, and it snowed for the first time here last night.
All right.
We're going to in the direction of winter now. I mean, Christmas
into the dark, cold winter.
Cold winter. Yeah. Not everybody likes these dark, cold winter days. I mean, it's getting dark at 3:30 in the afternoon. It starts going dark. I mean,
I know, that's annoying.
The sun is moving away from us, Dave. It's moving away from us.
Well, hey, so on that subject, opening up, do you want to open up with the sun and what's happening supposedly with the sun right now?
Do it, please. Have we ever had any solar storms yet, Dave? I mean, there's so many predictions. We're going to have solar storms. We're going to have internet blackouts and what have you.
So we heard about that, last week. I think that we were, had something coming Thursday and Friday, some solar storms, possible blackouts, and now we're also that it's still coming. Have you seen the pictures of the sun that have been popping up and just in the past couple of days, right?
I haven't studied them.
I could basically let me pull one up here for you, and and this is an interesting. I'm glad that you just happened to roll into that.
Yeah,
supposedly that's a big old hole in the sun right there, right? And so I want to. So people are saying that we're getting these energies, tinnitus in the ear, like all these kind of things that are happening. I want to talk about just a couple of shows I did on this subject last week with David Rodriguez on his platform, which has been seen over, I think, something like 80,000 times at this point. Both interviews, and so basically what I was saying was I decoded the Ingersoll Lockwood picture that you and I did as well, and it showed something was breaking through the firmament, right? And that was going to happen on November 16th, 2023. And I did that decode through the Ingersoll Lockwood website. November 16th comes and nothing happens. Well, the X rocket had been delayed. It was supposed to go on the 16th. It had been delayed since till the 18th, the morning of the 18th. And I actually showed on my second interview with him, I actually showed the rocket splashing at the firmament and disappearing. There's been no explanation for that. And on the say again.
It regenerated.
Yes. So it broke open, but then the firmament closed back up, and the spaceship is nowhere to be seen with the 33 rockets on it. Right? Total Masonic messaging, revolving around space exploration, with Wernher von Braun and with NASA, Hebrew for deceive, and the whole bit. And then you have, people like Gene Roddenberry creating Star Trek and Star Wars with Lucas. These are high level Masons, right? All the astronauts with the Masonic rings, right? They're all Freemasons, right? And they're all part of this grand deception.
All astronauts are Freemasons as well.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I meant with, the rings and everything.
Yeah.
So this grand deception, right? So my premise, my thinking, and I think yours as well, comes from a deep respect for the Q operation. Okay. Now, many people are not down with Q. Many people don't understand it. Many people think they understand it or have watched people because of the time it takes. Okay. It's almost like the Bible, right? A lot of people, really want to learn more about where we came from, where we're going, how did we get here, the whole bit. And so they use the Bible as the cornerstone, if you will, of their faith, right? Or any book, whether it be the Quran or, the Talmud, whatever. So they have this foundation, but to read it and to really understand it takes a long time. So what do? They hand over their power to a pastor, to a priest, to a rabbi, and they ask them, they trust them to give them the true download, right? But what we're seeing now, just like, people don't have time to study all the news, and so they hand over their mind to, ABC, NBC, CBS, whatever, Fox.
Like people do with politicians. It's the same.
Exactly, right? Because I don't have time to know everything, so I'm going to trust my politician to make the right decisions for me, right? So this is the paradigm that I believe is crumbling, and that is absolutely imperative that it crumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the reason, I say that, the way I am is that we're given over our intellectual ability to decipher things.
Mm-hmm.
And so the same can be said for Q. People can't spend all that time. They got to work. They got to put a roof over their head. They've got to, pay their car bill and, et cetera. They don't have time to really get into Q, so that they hand over to somebody that has an anon in their name or a Q in their bio, but those people aren't really spending the time either. And so they're getting all these predictions that I challenged, in my interview with David Rodriguez. They're getting all these predictions from people that are outside comms that has nothing to do with Q whatsoever. And in the process, discredits Q in the mind of the person that handed over their mind and didn't do the work themselves. I can say without a doubt that I have done the work myself, and I have been very cautious about any information that we get outside of the boards and outside of Q.
Have to be, yeah.
Yeah. And because there's a lot of bad information out there, right? And we're in a war. So we're at the front lines of this war.
Mhm.
And we're going to, some kid comes by on a skateboard. We're not supposed to listen to his strategy or what he's telling us. We're supposed to stick to the plan.
Yep.
This is great. 513, right? No private comms, past, present, future. No comms made outside of this platform. Any claims that contradict the above should be considered fake news and disregarded immediately. Where we go one, we go all. Patriots, Q. And then it takes us into the Q Alerts app and 8kun, the Great Awakening. So which is where Q last posted after being having 4chan shut down and 8chan shut down. They had to go to 8kun.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I think that they may not be posting on 8kun anymore is possibly that was compromised, and just like 4chan and 8chan had been. And so then we were introduced to the Ingersoll Lockwood website. And the significance that we give the Ingersoll Lockwood website is the fact that it's Space Force. And Trump and Q started Space Force, and we believe that's who is handling a lot of this operation. So, but back to the false prophets. There's also one on false prophets, people that claim that they're a part of the organization or claim that they're that they know exactly what's going on with the organization of Q, right? And Q warned us about them as well. So I've also been very clear about the fact that the white hats were in control of Twitter before Elon Musk came along. Just like they're in control of Biden. Just like they're in control of much of what we're seeing.
Elon Musk as well?
Yeah, without question. And the message to us that he was still not a good guy necessarily was the fact that his profile pic was him in a Baphomet costume up until, for over a year, until Twitter switched over to X, and then it became X. So, and we know about his wife, we know about his mother and their satanic imaging and so forth. So, but he's lying to us about space. He's lying to us about electric cars. Why are we trusting this guy? Well, we're not. We're just understanding that people like him are being used in this show, central casting, okay, to awaken the masses. And I'll give you an example. I think this sun that I just showed you, okay, I think that's going to make people realize that the sun is not what we think it is, that it's not 93 million miles away, and that it is a disk that is in the ether, whatever shape you want to put on it, whether it's a disk or a ball that's in the ether, that is being suspended, okay, in the firmament, just like, speaking of the Bible, that Genesis clearly talks about. And then I'll share this with you, and that is this is from Area on Twitter. Let me pull this up for you. And you see that X with the snow, speaking of your first snow, okay? He posted this on 9/29, right? We've seen supposedly pieces of the firmament kind of like an ice blue, right? And I think this was a predictor of his spaceship disappearing. And if people are looking for that interview with David Rodriguez, where I showed the engine disappearing, or the rocket, huge rocket, by the way, disappearing.
The biggest ever.
Biggest ever, 33 rockets, and it pierced the firmament, just like Ingersoll Lockwood predicted.
33
okay,
engines. Yeah.
With the splash. And then the day of the Ripple proper party, 929 equals 158th prime, 158 equals flip the switch. Elon posted at 12:23 a.m. 2 and 3 reduced to 1 and 2 ordinal primes. 12:23 becomes 12:12. I think this is what we're going to see on 12:12 after Starship does its job.
David, when did Elon post this? Which date?
9/29.
29th of September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like an ice blue, right? And
So-
I think this was a prediction. So we have
an
that,
ice
which
blue,
is kind of, potential, firmament.
I think this was a prediction.
But then you have what's happening is with this Q clock takes us to 12:15. Now the Q clock is not directly related to the Q drops. In this, we've talked about this because it's outside the comms, right? And we kind of extended those comms so far in our conversations outside of the actual board on 8kun to Ingersoll Lockwood, simply because we know Trump and Q created Space Force, and we know that they're still in control of Space Force, and we know that Ingersoll Lockwood is connected directly to Space Force, and so the same kind of messaging that we were getting on the Q board, the coded messages, we're seeing on Ingersoll Lockwood, which we can get into a little bit as well, especially with some of the new things.
Yeah, absolutely. For the people that aren't privy to this, this Ingersoll Lockwood, he was a writer at the end of 1800s, and he wrote a few extraordinary books, The Last President, 1900, and also the extraordinary underground travels of Baron Trump or something.
Yeah, The Underground Adventures of Baron Trump, which just so happens to be Trump's son. And by the way, and I've been saying this for a long time, I think that Baron is absolutely a part of Q. I think he's an autist, which is who Q was reaching out to initially on the boards. These people that are on the spectrum. Yeah, this was from on the left there. That's the cover of the book, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Adventures. And of course, that's Baron, several years ago.
Yeah.
But I think I think Baron is vaccine damaged, but in a beautiful way, because I think his mind has been quite valuable in this fight. And I'll tell you, once President Trump was asked about Q, and he said, do you know who Q is? And he says, well, I can't say. He says, but I think you'll be surprised, right? I looked at it. If you have that, I don't know if you.
Dave, didn't he say a Q was against child trafficking or something like it?
Yes. So that
And the
was a
journalist-
different question. Yeah.
Okay, the journalist said, well, and Trump said, well, is that a bad thing?
Right. Is that such a bad thing? Right. And so but when he said it in this particular thing, he was sitting down at his desk, in front of his desk, maybe. And he said, but I think you'll be surprised. And he had a smile about him that I believe
Mischievous.
was mischievous, but I think also full of pride, as if my son's a part of that,
Okay.
like, and I'll see if I can find it, but it's
Dave,
basically, yeah.
While you're searching, I mean, we know John G. Trump is Donald's uncle.
Yes.
He was one of Nikola Tesla's best friends. Lived one block apart in New York City. I understand. Do you think Barron or Donald Trump are time travelers? Have you ever seen the documentary of Jetson White, the Trump time travel series?
I don't know if I've seen that particular one, but I've spent many, many hours going down that exact question. Right. Now that's the key to the way I operate is I follow a question. Now, people could be watching this and say, oh my God, Stephen just he's bringing up time travel. Oh man, oh, you got to be kidding. It's like, okay, we're not saying that is absolutely a fact. We are asking a question. You just asked a very simple question.
But we will go to the cinema and watch these movies that are based on time travel, or these science fiction movies. It's all time travel. We will accept that. But when we bring it up in real life, is it possible? I mean, we know Hollywood have to show everything. I mean, it's karmic law, it's satanic law. I mean, why wouldn't it be possible? I mean, it doesn't fit into our conditions imagination. It's too big.
So at the beginning of each of my shows that I do that I do with a live audience, which I haven't done, and I'm going to get back to, but it's been a process, and I've come back from a sabbatical through people such as yourself and David and Hawk Marsden and through some interviews that I've been doing, and people sharing my things. But one of the things I would do, and this, is that I would say, like it's snowing there right now. Okay. You're coming in out of the cold. So you come in out of the cold and you're going to check your coat and get a little claim ticket. Right. Well, I ask everybody to imagine that they've got in their big, heavy coat, they've got all of their preconceived notions, their unconscious bias, wrapped up in that coat, all their ego, all the indoctrination that's been dumped on them their entire life, the news, all that, the education, the indoctrination. Just imagine all that wrapped up in that big, heavy coat. And the problem with most people is you're trying to talk to them and they still have this coat on that's blocking anything from getting in, any of the elements that's protecting them. And if we were in the middle of a forest and it was snowing, I would never ask you to take your coat off. Keep that on. You got to keep protected, right? If you're going into the internet where people are coming at you left and right, keep that coat on to protect you. But when you're coming into the sned shed, as we call it, right? And I have the mod squad, the moderators on all the platforms, making sure that people aren't, attacking, all we say is open your mind and be kind, that you can take off that coat and just check it at the coat check, grab your claim ticket. Even if you lose it, it's safe because the people. You've been there before. You've been to this restaurant, this bar, whatever. Your coat is safe. And the reason I do that, it's a neurolinguistic programming device, if you will, that I created because I'm not asking people to just get rid of your beliefs.
Nope.
Because that's not cool.
Doesn't work.
Because we need those beliefs. We've formed those beliefs. But when I ask people to just check it for the next hour or 2 or 8, depending on which show you watched of mine, if I ask you to do it just for that time period and then come in and open yourself to new information, and then when the show's over, when you're leaving and you got to go pick up your kids or you got to leave the show, grab your coat on the way out. Right? It's there. It's safe, So it just allows people to open up to new possibilities.
Yeah.
So all we're doing, when you ask me about time travel, all you're doing is asking a question. And I asked that same question.
Okay, I just want to make this very clear. I do not have a closet. Okay. So that means if I take your coats, they're going in a pile on the floor. And trust me, you don't want the dog hair. Okay. You don't want the dog hair. All right. Back to the video.
Years ago. And I spent time trying to answer that question. Right. So going down this time travel thing, there are 2 ways to predict the future. Okay. One is you create the future yourself because you have the power to do that. Like I'll tell you right now, in the next 10 seconds, David Snedeker is going to take a drink of water.
Me too.
Whoa. Did you see that?
I saw it. Yeah.
Did you see that? Oh
Cheers.
my gosh. I just predicted the future, right? So that's obvious, right?
Yep.
So some of the things that happen are predicted because the people know they're going to create it. Like the pandemic and the vaccinations, like the 9/11. I just watched a video on predictive programming of 9/11. And that's why, by the way, I was looking at Ingersoll Lockwood and looking at the predictive programming we were seeing with that. And then I called it. Now, I wasn't the only one. There were a lot of people that were looking at that and saying, November 16th, we're going to pierce the firmament. And it was delayed 2 days, but hey, those are pretty good odds. Like, I mean, those, Nostradamus wasn't that good. Okay. And it's not me. It's like, I'm just reading what Ingersoll Lockwood's doing and seeing what other people are saying about it. So I'm no seer and I'm no psychic or anything like that. So that's the one thing. And what you were just talking about is what's interesting is that we're seeing things happening that we saw on television or in the movies or heard in music. And that's what we call predictive programming by the people that have control over what happens next week, what happens next month, next year, 10 years from now. I'll give you 2 examples. And I shared with you, I think your audience last time, it was 1984 and A Brave New World. How did those 2 authors know, oh my gosh, one is going to be really oppressive and wars and constant, and the other is going to be love and free love and sex and drugs and, entertainment and promiscuity and how did they know? And now we have a combination of both, don't we, in our present day world? Well, how did they know? Well, because they read the manual of the people that controlled the planet.
Yep.
And they took that forward and predicted what it was going to look like. It's pretty simple, right? If I know that you're not going to water your lawn in Texas, I can predict that your grass is going to turn brown and die. Okay? It's not that difficult, right? Especially if I control the water flow to your house and I shut off the water. Steven's not going to be able to water his lawn. I can predict that his lawn is going to turn brown and die. That's pretty basic. That's one way to predict the future, right? The other second way to predict the future is that somehow you've seen the future. Whether or not you traveled to it, right? Or whether you sat exactly where you're at and saw it somehow. Now, back to your question about Tesla. I did not know that Tesla and John Trump were friends. That's new information for me. So thank you for that. If that's true, I'm not surprised, right? Because they're both New York guys. Now, John Trump was working at MIT. He was, a scientist at that level of Tesla, but not, because nobody was at Tesla's level, not even Einstein. Einstein was a joke compared to Tesla.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tesla would make fun of Einstein. So, but the FBI Department of Alien Property called John Trump and said, hey, we've got all this stuff that Tesla, we don't know what to do with it. Come on in and take a look at it. And he goes in, he gets all this stuff, and he's like, yeah, it's nothing done. You guys, nah, it's not right. Probably because John Trump knew that these were not the good guys. Think about that, right? Like it's like, what good can come of this, especially if John Trump realized what Tesla had. And the things that Tesla had, the two most important things that were in Tesla's laboratory, the one that they, didn't burn down the first time, right? The two main things that were in Tesla's laboratory was, one was a death ray. So it was a very dangerous technology that could kill a lot of people that he spoke about. Tesla spoke about. The second thing was the fact that when Tesla created that arc of electricity, right? And I'll see if I can. I'm sure it's up here. I just want people to see. This was. It looks something like this, but I got to close this down. Hold on one sec, please. Tesla's. It's the Wardenclyffe Tower. Tower, and it was the image of this electrical thing that popped up. All right, see, every time I do this, okay, let's see. When I click on this, does it come up bigger in well, you can see the Wardenclyffe Tower. This is the Wardenclyffe Tower. But what he did was, there was a device where he was in the room, and in that room, the arc of the electricity was jumping from one to the other. And he
was
said,
reading the book. He was reading the
Yes,
book.
exactly. That's the image, right? And it's that arc that he said, excuse me, he saw past, present, and future at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are the odds that, my nephew I get exposed to this technology. My nephew grows up to
This one.
save the world. Yes, that's it. That's exactly right. In this was a smaller version of the Wardenclyffe Tower.
Mhm.
And underneath this electric arc is where he saw the past, present, and future. Okay. This isn't a guy who bragged about stuff that he couldn't do. This is a guy who said, you know, like if I say, oh man, I can touch the rim of a basketball court, or I can dunk, right? Well, maybe not now, but back in the day, I could say I'm going to dunk on that guy and I could go do it. Right. Or I'm going to take the winning shot and I could go do it because that's what I focused on. That's why I spent all my time.
Mhm.
If people heard David Snedeker say that, you knew he wasn't talking out of his ass. You knew he could do it. Right. You could say, I am going to, you know, put together a piece of music that I believe is going to move you beautifully and move your heart. And based on your experience, based on your past, people can say, he's going to do it. He can do that.
Mhm.
Right. We're not making stuff up. This was our expertise for a large part of our life.
Mhm.
Tesla, this was his expertise. He wasn't bragging. He wasn't making stuff up.
No.
He knew.
That's why he didn't get funded. Like Edison got funded, but he didn't get funded by J.P. Morgan or what have you.
Right. And the reason he didn't was because he wanted to give this away, because he found free energy.
Yeah.
He found it. But
I think he rediscovered it because in Tartaria, the times of Tartaria, they had free energy. So I think he rediscovered it. And coming back to John G. Trump, I believe that John G. Trump found all these documents that Tesla had, and the story about the FBI, what he was saying. And I believe he took the main parts out of these documents so they couldn't rebuild what Tesla had made, just to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands.
I think that's a great speculation that really plays out because, well, here's the other thing. The word that I've found from my research is that there's a okay, so I'll give you two examples of predictions that I've made and how it has very little to do with me. Okay. And that is, one was 8 months before the pandemic, when I was tracking what they were doing in California to take away our right to decide whether or not our child gets vaccinated or not. They took away our religious exemption, and then they took away our medical exemption. California in the United States, as you probably know, is kind of the testing ground, right? They get it through California or they get it through New York because it's very liberal, very controlled, and very much just draconian. And so once they get that through, then they can spread to the rest of the country from each side, right? So I was tracking this and growing up playing basketball and at a high level and having to know my competition. And I knew the competition was the government and the pharmaceutical industry trying to hurt me, that I was able to track them and see how they did things. So after they got the kids all wrapped up in a nice little bow, I said, they're going to come for the adults. And by the way, I'm going to put this video up, that video that I did, I'm going to put that up on my Rumble channel as well, the indoctrination. But that along with these interviews, because I want to share you with my audience as well. So that when you when I see this, and this happen, I can pretty much for sure know that this, and this is going to happen. You just follow the path, right? So that was one. And I did that in May of 2019, 8 months before the pandemic. I said, they're going to come after the adults. They're going to create a pandemic. They're going to force vaccinate. Okay. And Facebook edited out pandemic. I actually said pandemic and they edited that out. And that's the only copy I have because I went to Facebook Live and I had to take it down before they deleted my entire account, which they did. 8 total Facebook accounts that they got on my team. The other time was I had tracked, like, on April 18th, going back through history, there were a lot of major events that happened that were sacrificial events, right? I think there was I can't remember all of them now, but Oklahoma City bombing happened on that day and other things like that, right? And so, and I also followed the satanic calendar because they have certain days where they like to do certain sacrifices. And so on April 18th, I went live and I said, by the way, and I got cut off 3 times in that broadcast, by the way. On that one broadcast, I got just terminated. Good connection, good internet connection, dialed in. But I basically said, hey, look, tomorrow, there's going to be sacrifice. It's going to involve fire. Okay. And it's probably going to be tomorrow on a day that they've done this before. That's all. That's all I said. I said, I'm not saying this to put you in fear because the chances of anything happening to you on this day it's just impossible. It's not going to happen. So I'm not putting you in fear. I'm telling you this so that when it happens, you don't go, oh my gosh, oh, the humanity, we're losing humanity. What's going on? What's wrong? Why are people, what's happened to the world? No, I want you to say, oh, okay. Yeah, they're directing another action. They're creating another Hegelian dialectic problem reaction solution. The next day we went live. During us going live, people start up saying, Dave, you were right. Look what happened. It was the largest shooting in Canadian history. And it was a guy that went across the border from the United States into Canada and started shooting people. And all the numbers that were popping up, 13 are dead, 13 are shot, 22 are shot. All these satanic numerology numbers on the satanic day of sacrifice on April 18th, which had seen previous tragedies such as this. And what did they do from that? Trudeau got the guns. Right? I mean, so it's like, so people that were listening to me, they were able to see this. Now, how was I able to predict those 2 events? It's just taking this event reaction and putting that into another format. When I teach basketball, I'll take somebody who's into martial arts and I'll show them how their martial arts can help them with their basketball, like the movements that they've already learned, the training that they've already done, the stance that they've already learned. I'll let them see how it works in their martial arts and how it can work for them in basketball. And they already know it. They already know how to do that, right? And so the reason I brought up this whole long story is because the other way to predict the future is that you see what happened in the past, what's happening in the present, and then predict what's happening in the future. And now with AI technology and computer processing, there's a project supposedly called the Yellow Cube where you can see into the future based on that kind of information.
Connect the dots backwards. Just it, that people can
Yeah.
read it.
Yeah. So I hope so anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Looking Glass, it's Project Looking Glass Cube.
Yep. Yellow Cube and Looking Glass. And we believe too that Q is talking about Alice in Wonderland looking through the looking glass, that Alice has been known as Hillary. Alice has also been known as a supercomputer. Alice has also been known as the looking glass, because in Alice in Wonderland, she goes into the looking glass.
And
So-
and also the machine that builds these tunnels, huh? It's also called Alice.
That's right. You brought that up. Right. Exactly. The Big
That's right.
Alice machine, which has got the underground tunnels, which is where all the, human trafficking is. And
Rabbit holes, huh?
and the rabbit holes, which, by the way,
Oh.
could take us to the Ingersoll Lockwood website if you want to make that transition.
Let's do that, because that's been edited, eh? The Ingersoll Lockwood. It's
Yes.
changed the last 24 hours, I think. So we can dive into that.
Yes, the new rabbit on the left side of the
Yeah.
Ingersoll Lockwood.
And the
Would
rabbit
you
on the
like to pull
right-hand
that up?
side, the rabbit on the right-hand side disappeared, but they're both there now, eh?
Yes, there are now bookends
Mhm.
of the Ingersoll Lockwood. Here we go.
Yeah.
And so there's a rabbit here
Mhm.
on the right, and there's a rabbit on the left. The rabbit on the right. Now, does this follow the screen share? Does that follow the click that I just did? Yes, it does. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And it takes us to the NIH, okay, the National Institute of Health, PubMed website, and basically it talks about the efficacy of fenbendazole and ivermectin. And so this is about, Ingersoll has done a lot of linking. My friend Max has been following this for a long time, and Ingersoll's been linking to fenbendazole as an anti-parasitic for a long time. So they've been trying to bring us the attention to this, right? And it talks about intestinal parasites. Okay. I just saw something on X about salmon at a Costco, and you can see the actual parasite moving.
Mhm.
Right. And we've seen this, and we have to understand the importance of the anti-parasitic drugs that Trump brought into, the public discourse, because of, a great doctor, the gentleman who died, Zelenko, Dr.
Yeah.
Zelenko,
Do you
sent
think
him the video.
Do you think he's dead, David?
Here's the thing about
Because
that question.
because apparently he had cancer, and he looked
Mhm.
as healthy as hell till the day he
Right.
died.
Right. I think that there's a lot of people. Here's the thing. I think there's a lot of things we don't know.
Mhm.
Right. And when you think about all the things that we don't know, and you think about that, there are a couple of things about that are very intriguing. First of all, it challenges our ego. Wait a minute, are you telling me there's something I don't know? No, I know stuff. I know. I'm researching. I get the newspaper every morning. I watch the morning news. I watch the 6 o'clock news. I listen to the radio when I drive into work. There's not much that I don't know, Stephen. Okay, that's the ego, right? I'm not going to let this guy pretend that he's smarter than me, or I'm going to, and that's the ego that has gotten us into this mess, right? And so when you ask me a question like that, I don't know, but I suspect, because of all the other things that I've been lied to about,
Yeah.
that have not been to my benefit, okay, that maybe the white hats are lying to me about the things that may be to my benefit.
Mhm.
Dr. Zelenko was being touted as a quack and a wacko, and and he even called out Israel, if you remember. He called out the high rabbis in the rabbinical council of Israel. Why are you doing this to your people? This, you all you need are these anti-parasitic drugs. So was his death martyrdom that brought even more information and knowledge into the world? Like, here we are talking about it now, right? Would we be talking about him if he was still alive? I don't know. Would he have been marginalized if he was still alive? I don't know. So he may still be alive. I don't know. I think about Prince. I think about Michael Jackson. They were both coming out and exposing the ownership of their music was not theirs, and they took back control of their music. And I just saw something on Twitter today.
I've got it here. I know what you're talking about. The last phone call of Michael Jackson.
Oh no, but if you have it, please pull that up, and I'll pull up the thing I was looking at.
Okay, it seems it's the last phone call of Michael Jackson has surfaced. And I thought you were talking about that, but wait a minute. I don't know what this is. This one. This is it.
What's wrong, Michael? I don't know if I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening. There may be a group of people that want to get rid of me. They don't want me here anymore. I don't understand it. What do you mean? Talk to me. I can't talk about it over the phone. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just feel in my soul, only God knows, they could cure me, they could save me, they could free me, and say I overdosed on drugs. They can do a lot of things. Who could do this? It's not the government. It's more than the government. But I don't know how to do it. I don't care. They can kill me. I don't even care about it anymore. I just want my children to be okay. Nothing else. Michael.
Wow. Who's Dieter?
No idea.
That would be good to know. But I tell you, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
I can tell you that he was starting to talk about this stuff that you and I are talking about. But
Yeah.
the difference is he had hundreds of millions of people that would listen to his voice.
Okay, I want to pause it there for 1 second. All right. And I'm gonna keep note of this as we continue on with the interview. I'm gonna pose a question. If you think that Michael Jackson is still alive and that Donald Trump has hit him over the years, put a 1 in the chat. If you think he's dead, put a 2. Okay. And I can see both Facebook and YouTube comments. I just can't respond to both. I can only respond to the YouTube side. I can't respond to the other side. But if you think that Donald Trump hid Michael Jackson away, put a 1 in the chat. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this back on while we do this little poll here.
But I've been in the home where he died. And my friend bought
Allegedly.
that.
Allegedly.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, allegedly, exactly. Um, the house in Beverly Hills was built for 60 million, and I think my friend got it for like 20. He's an acquaintance, I would say. Played basketball together, but he's got a lot of money. He's got a place next to Oprah. He's got a place in Spain. He's big time, and he's also very pro Biden, or at least he was back in the day, because the marching orders from a lot of those people were, we cannot let Trump get into office. That, by the way, thank you for sharing that. Where did you find that?
It was on the what do you call it? It was on X. I found it there.
Okay.
This on X. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, please share that with me. That's amazing. And so I do, believe what I was going to say. What I was looking for was the fact that okay, this is going to take us into another topic, which is Soros. Excuse me, the Taylor Swift. She was quoted. Let me see if I can find this. She was quoted about she was being critical of the people who owned her music, who owned the catalog of her music. And
Michael
she
Jackson
mentioned George Soros.
Michael Jackson did the same probably with Sony,
Yeah, yeah. But he got it back, as did Prince. And I think they were both murdered. And
taken by the witness protection program.
Or taken out before they were murdered by the White Hats. But Taylor Swift's was owned by George Soros.
Okay.
And so the thinking is that she is earning her way back to owning her music by doing the bidding of Soros. She's come out and said, if Trump gets elected, she's going to, move out of the country. She's very anti-Trump. A lot of people think she's a man that go down that path. And you know what? Again, ask the question, could she be a man? I don't know. I don't know that, excuse me one sec. I don't know that, that's true or not. And I don't have to go there to know that she's being used by the establishment to sway public opinion away from this great awakening. I could see that very clearly, right? And so so when you look at all these things, Neverland. There was go ahead.
What letter do you see here, Dave?
Q, yes. Yeah.
Q, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation that he's involved with Q.
Is that coincidence? The Q, is that coincidence or not?
I don't think so. Do you have a picture of the clock there as well on Neverland that we've seen on Q?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. No. Do you have it?
Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. Well, that's interesting. Yep, I got it. Okay. All right, let me try that again. Okay. See it there? Excuse me. That's Neverland, and that's the clock. And we've seen but just in terms of the connection to some of the other clocks that we've seen, and the use of some of the clocks, the watches, the Q clock, it's just there's a theme there, and we're seeing it now because it has to do with timing of things and countdown.
Mhm.
So nothing major here, other than just that it's Michael Jackson's, and they were trying to take him out long before this.
I mean, they were framing and shaming as well. Eh?
Yeah,
He was
making
a
him out to
so-called
be a
pedophile.
pedophile.
Yeah,
Yep.
somebody.
Yep.
Yeah.
And by the way, let's look at that for a quick minute. Here's Michael Jackson, who we thought, okay, this guy might be a pedo. A lot of people think that, but who accused him of that? What are we finding out about the establishment? What are we finding out about the cabal? What are we finding out about the media? What are we finding out about? Look at Meta, look at Facebook. They've allowed child porn to remain on Facebook and Instagram. Twitter, since the white hats have been in control and brought Musk in to clean things up optically. Optics are important. Q has said that many times, right? Since they've done that, Twitter X has gotten rid of child pornography. Meta has not. I just read an article. They're starting to look at it now, but they're doing damage control at this point. So look at the people who were painting Michael Jackson out to be a pedophile, and we now know that they all are. It's like me calling you out for wearing a black shirt today. Uh-oh. Whoops.
It's all inverted. It's all inverted.
Hold on. Let's Stephen, I cannot believe you're wearing a black shirt today, and all people would wear black shirts are really bad people and this and that. And then it's like, oh, don't hit that button. Oh, sorry. Okay. You know what I mean? It's just this incredible giveaway that we now know that the people that were trying to frame him for being, pedo are pedos. So, I hope he's a part of Q as well. I'd love to see that. I hope, Princess Diana is still alive. We know that the car she got into wasn't the car that was in that tunnel.
2 different Mercedes with 2 different number plates.
Yeah.
That's proven.
Yeah. And Stephen, are we crazy for thinking this stuff, or are we being observant?
No, we are being observant, but we think we can prove it as well because we've done our research.
Okay, so the one thing that we have to think about here is all these people that they've talked about so far that have disappeared, okay, or have died, okay, under very unusual circumstances and such, okay, they all have one common denominator. You know what I'm saying? They all have one common denominator. They were all friends of who? DJT. I mean, it's pretty clear, I mean, it's very apparent that, as we look more and more into this, that we're beginning to realize that we are in fact watching a movie. Okay, it is proving out time and time and time again that we got some great actors out there. We got some great actors. Okay. And it's Scat Pack. That's right. Central casting. You know, Trump has said, how many times has Trump said central casting, central casting, central casting? Okay. And I'm telling you, I truly believe that where it came to Princess Diana, I believe that she called Trump and that she knew that she was in danger. Okay. And he helped her to disappear. I believe that he helped Junior to disappear. I believe that he helped Jackson disappear. I believe that he helped others disappear, like Prince. You know, it's like the somebody made the comment a little while ago in regards to, why hasn't Prince's music been released? Because he's still alive. That's why it hasn't been released. Scat Pack, I think it was the one who said that. So we really have to look at these situations, and we have to look at the circumstances surrounding each of these people. Okay. And I'm going to use this as a prime example for you. You guys know Slow Country from the chat here. Okay. He sent me an image a little while ago. Okay. And I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking about it pretty freaking serious. Looking at this, the new elected guy in charge of what country is it? He's basically he's basically a Trumper, But I'm going to bring a photograph over, and I want you guys to look at this and see. Okay. Here we go. Let's pull this up on the screen. Let me make this bigger. I think I can make it bigger. Can I? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. What's it? Malay? Is that his name? Okay. Look at the mouth. Look at the eyes. Look at the flipping nose. Look at the nose. Notice how it would be the right side of the nose droops a little bit farther down than the left. What do you need to make a great movie? You need... My banner is in the way. Hang on a second. Give me a second. I'll get the damn banner out of the way. Hang on. Okay. Let me bring it back up now. Okay. You see the part where I'm talking about here on his nose? How it droops? I'm just saying. If we're watching a movie, then they better be damn good actors. Okay. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, if you look at the image on the left of Miley, whatever his name is there, okay, that actually reminds me of when what was the one where he was supposed to take over the toy company or something like that, his parents' toy company, and he had to prove his worth. And he always wore his glasses down on his nose like that during that whole movie. His glasses, he could never keep the glasses up to the eyebrow. It always slid down to the tip of his nose. Okay. Now, conspiracy or not, it just tells you a whole lot that when we look at things, we don't necessarily see the same thing that everybody else thinks. We see things in a totally different picture. Okay. So like for those of you that are new to the channel, that never really heard of Dave until I started playing his videos in the last couple of weeks and things. Okay. He points out so many different things, and a lot of times you guys really just got to go back and you've got to look into things. You got to research things. you know, get to know the people that you want to investigate from their movies, from their broadcasts, you know, whether it's interviews with Johnny Carson or whatever. Okay. And you get a sense of who the individual is. Okay. And then look at the characters that are being played around the flipping world today. And you begin to recognize that there's some pretty big stars. There's some pretty big stars playing some pretty minuscule roles, but some pretty big stars that are playing some major roles right now. It's just me. That's just me. People can say that I'm batshit crazy all they want. Okay. I may be batshit crazy, but I'm a knowledgeable batshit crazy individual. You know what I'm saying? Mork. Yep. Mork and Mindy. Yep. Mork. That was another one. But he didn't wear glasses back then. You know, he didn't wear glasses back then when he was Mork. You know, so yeah, I loved that show. That was great. Okay. All right. Back to the interview. Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt like this, but you know, there's just certain points where when they're talking about these people, we have to put things into a proper perspective. And we have to understand that there are so many things that lead, you know, and we have to really look. I mean, we really, really have to look. Lori Evers, that's 100% correct. Like Kevin Kline playing Melinda Gates. Okay, we all saw those photos. Every one of us has seen those photos. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So we really have to look, and we have to be ready to, you know, say, "Oh, guys, you know, yeah, we kind of knew this stuff. You know, don't get upset that we knew, but we tried to tell you. You know, we're not going to give them the 'I told you so.' We're going to say, let's sit down and have a cup of coffee. Let's talk about this. Let's see where we can open your mind a little bit more and get you to understand more about this movie that you're living in. Okay, because we're not just watching a movie; we are living the movie. Okay, and there's real harm coming from this movie, and we cannot deny that. Okay. We see how everybody is going through this. We see how all of the people are suffering in many, many ways. But it's got to be done. It's got to be done. All right, here we go. Back to it.
Right. Yeah, the observance, the research that we've gone into. Yeah, there's the Q.
And also this address, this Fowler Hall, 1467, is also very significant. I believe this.
Is that right?
Yep. The address.
And look at the Q. It is also in the blue and red too. And they're making that Q. It's kind of their logo. And I don't know the direct connection there. But yeah, a lot of people who's the guy who's not in that, and you know what's going on here. That it certainly looks like JFK Jr., doesn't it?
There's four guys here without an army thingy on, but this looks very. He really sticks out.
Yeah, and again, we're just being observant. And by the way, the who makes up Q we've been told that less than 10, 3 civilian, 6 military if it's less than 10, right? Because that would make it 9. So a lot of things coming together. Now Soros, back to the Soros thing real quick, because I mentioned that coming from the music, and now Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, there is no bigger artist on the planet right now than Taylor Swift. She's bigger than Michael Jackson was, when you think about it, at least at that level. I mean, her followers call themselves Swifties. They're paying much more money for a ticket for a show than anybody ever paid for Michael Jackson. Okay. the and so she's now trying to get her catalog back from the Soros. So she's playing nice. Well, let's go to the what happened. Excuse me. Yesterday, when Trump was on the campaign trail, somebody gave him a Playboy that he was on the cover of. Could you bring that up, please?
Yeah, I've got it here.
So there's the Playboy episode, right? That or the Playboy edition that he was on the cover. This was March 1990. So he just signed that from somebody yesterday.
It's 33 years ago.
Oh, good catch, by the way. So when we see something like that, let me share this. That's what's called news unlocks the map when it comes to the Q board, right? So what do we have that has to do with Playboy in the Q drops, right? And we're taking the 389, CS Soros, CS Playboy, CS Heidi Fleiss. Now CS, you can go over here. We're on the QAlerts.app, and it has abbreviations on the left, right? So under research. And if you go down to CS, there are two. There are Chuck Schumer and Christopher Steele, right? The British officer who was responsible for doing the private intelligence, and he put together the Steele dossier that led to the Russian collusion hoax, right? And he was trying to put together compromising information on President Trump. Okay, so could it be him they're talking about, or could it be Schumer? We often see that Q does double meanings and double or triple connections. So it could be Christopher Steele trying to use this information against Donald Trump. Heidi Fleiss was a madam in Hollywood, and she was also once with a gentleman by the name of Tom Sizemore, who I've met, who was a client of an ex-girlfriend of mine who was a manager in Hollywood, but Heidi Fleiss was a madam in Hollywood. And so, and Q is saying evil clown blackmail. So that's an example. We've heard about Hugh Hefner and the Playboy Mansion in Beverly Hills.
He was CIA as well, huh? Hugh Hefner?
Yes. And he would get compromising information on people, and that's how you control them, because you can only control.
It's like Epstein.
What's that?
It's like Jeffrey Epstein.
That's exactly. He did it for the Mossad. Heidi Fleiss did it for the CIA, right? And Q is telling us this flat out. Okay. Both of these, by the way, are December 19th, 2017. So maybe look for those deltas coming up, right? December 19th. And then here's the other one, 390, the one right after that. And here we have George Soros's fund manager raped and beat Playboy models. A $27 million lawsuit alleges. This is Soros's fund manager, Howie Rubin. Okay. And three people have filed a lawsuit alleging that this fund manager raped and beat them in a New York City penthouse described as a dungeon. Okay. These people, they are birds of a feather. here. Okay. And they are, you have the Les Wexners who gave all that money to Jeffrey Epstein and funded that. You've got the Robert Maxwell and his daughter, Ghislaine, and introduced Ghislaine to Epstein, and they were basically a honeypot. So the reason I went down this path here was because of, the news unlocks the map. So people say, oh, Q hasn't posted in a while. Well, Q has stuff in there like the Bible that if we have an event that happens and we can go back into the Bible, we can go back into Q and we can find some significance there. Right. So, and more is coming out about Soros. We just saw Pizzagate reemerge, okay, on X. And so what did all the advertisers do? They pulled out of X, right? All the big advertisers. Why? Well, Media Matters, which is owned by George Soros and run by David Brock, who was the boyfriend of James Alefantis, who owned Comet Ping Pong, which was the hub of this child trafficking and was voted by GQ as top 50 most powerful, influential people in DC. And he owned a pizza restaurant. Explain that one. Explain that one. Okay. Nobody makes pizza that good.
It's one big cesspool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
and the pizza, what do you call it? Pizza thing.
Gate.
Across the road from Comet Ping Pong, they changed their symbols.
Besta Pizza flat out changed their symbol from a pedophile symbol to a non-pedophile symbol when this was all going down.
Yep.
And the this was okay. Let me pull this up just to share that. This was their logo first, right? The Besta Pizza, that is a flat out pedophile logo symbol that you communicate. Basically, you're telling the world, not only do we have pizza, but we are for boy love. Okay, that's what that means, right?
The whole Vatican, I've got these signs as well on their robes.
Yep, absolutely. And then you've got Besta Pizza then changed their logo to this.
Yep.
Okay. So this is all very much right in our face. It's very clear that all these things
this whole time.
Okay.
Doing this show.
Hopefully we still got everybody here. Sorry about that. I just had a major power surge come from the generator, completely shut down my office, and a bunch of other things too. So let's get back to where we were. Hopefully I can find the exact spot that we were at. Sorry, I absolutely apologize. It happens periodically out here. I got to see where we're at. Give me a second to get this. Okay, so okay, all right. I think I got us where we were. Again, I apologize for that, folks. Thank you for sticking with me through this. It happens every once in a while. The only thing that's plugged in now is the office. Everything else is unplugged, so hopefully we won't have to deal with that again. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get back into this. So again, I apologize. Here we go.
Significance there,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and more is coming out about Soros. We just saw Pizzagate reemerge, okay, on X. And so what did all the advertisers do? They pulled out of X, right? All the big advertisers. Why? Well, Media Matters, which is owned by George Soros and run by David Brock, who was the boyfriend of James Elefantis, who owned Comet Ping Pong, which was the hub of this child trafficking and was voted by GQ as top 50 most powerful, influential people in DC. And he owned a pizza restaurant. Explain that one. Explain that one. Okay.
It's one big
Nobody
cesspool.
makes pizza that good.
It's one big cesspool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
And the pizza what do you call it? Pizza thing
Gate.
across the road from Comet Ping Pong, they changed their symbols.
Besta Pizza flat out changed their symbol from a pedophile symbol to a non-pedophile symbol when this was all going down.
Yep.
And the this was okay. Let me pull this up just to share that. This was their logo first, right? The Besta Pizza, that is a flat out pedophile logo symbol that you communicate. Basically, you're telling the world, not only do we have pizza, but we are for boy love. Okay, that's what that means, right?
The whole Vatican, I've got these signs as well on their robes.
Yep, absolutely. And then you've got Besta Pizza then changed their logo to this.
Yep.
Okay. So this is all very much right in our face. It's very clear that all these things are related, and many people are being gaslit because they're, this is not a we're exposing these people significantly, and so they have to do damage control. So like Q is very clear. Like Q has said flat out that that it's not just what we uncover, but it's what they try to prevent us from uncovering, and who is trying to prevent us from uncovering things that are very damning to the establishment. So that logo is on the vestments of the Pope. And what have we seen with the Catholic Church? Are we going to pretend that the Catholic Church isn't a pedophile ring?
That's going to be a terrible shock for the Christians, eh? When that comes out.
I mean, it's here's the thing. I think it's going to be it's going to be a terrible shock to not just the Christians, but the Jews, the
Muslims.
people who have been watching the red carpet for many years and all their stars and their favorite. Oh, I love it. Oh, did you hear J-Lo is back with Ben? And and all all that, people that get caught up in that. It's people. This is why
It's
you
going
know
to be
Q
very
said
challenging. It's going to be very
99.
challenging.
It would all the real truth would put 99% of the population in the hospital. It would
Even worse.
just what going out on a stretcher. That's why this is being done the way it is.
Mhm. Yep.
And it's
People won't be
taking
able to
longer
cope.
than what's that?
People would not be able to cope with it. If it goes
It's too much. It's
too much
too much
information.
for them to
Yeah.
yeah. But we were going to the Ingersoll Lockwood site, and we can go back to that if you'd like.
Mhm.
I don't quite know how we got off. You got to be careful with me. I'll take you everywhere. We're in a corn maze right now. But fortunately, I'm 6'8", so I can see over the corn. So I'll redirect us.
No problem. I mean, there's so much going on, and shows like this you can't really predict on forehand how it's going to turn out. I mean, we go from left to right, and we go up. It's what we encounter, really.
Yeah.
So that's no problem.
And I think not only are people going to be blown away at the at all that is uncovered, but that they're also going to be blown away by the people that are uncovering it. There are some people that are part of the awakening that are there as controlled opposition outside the mainstream media. And there are a lot of people who were awakened by certain people that they're like, oh, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful, so grateful. They have no idea that person is actually there to tell them about Pizzagate and tell them about, JFK conspiracy and tell them about this and this and this, but then say, I got the vaccine, go get the vaccine. Or, I wear a mask, you should wear a mask. Or, that they're there to gain your trust, and then slip in something that the cabal needs to enter the minds of the population from this direction.
The mask falls off, Dave.
Yeah.
The mask fall off. I mean, Q mentions this, what you're talking about now. Q mentions false prophets, but he also says distractions aren't real and disinformation is necessary.
Yes.
Or something in that.
Exactly.
sense.
Exactly. Disinformation is necessary.
Distractions.
Because the cabal was aware of the board as well.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like if we're doing a game strategy in basketball, and we know that the opposition knows we're going to do a certain play. We pretend we're going to do that play, but we do something different, right? Called misdirection or faking them out, or whatever you want to call it, right?
It's the art of war, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Sun Tzu, absolutely, it is. Yeah. Yeah. So we were going back to Ingersoll. Yeah. Do you have that? Do you want to bring, or I could bring that up?
You can bring it up today because
okay.
it's easier for you to guide us through it.
Yeah. Let me if you knew how many things I have open on my computer right now.
I saw it. I just saw it.
Okay, with that's just one, and that's just one set of things. I have about 10 of those, and they're all full. But I want to say, all right, I just want to make sure I'm taking you down the right path here. And let's see, just because there's so much going on. And I have, I know what the problem is here. Let me do this. I'm on the wrong. I also choose different browsers so that that helps me keep them separate. So let me do this. So we had just gone to the fenbendazole, okay, right, and the importance of that. And so let's go back to and go here, okay, and let's go to the left side, bunny rabbit, okay, and again, this is another treatment, if you will, on or publication about the cures for COVID, right? Now, let's think about why the antiviral effects of budesonide is what the one they're discussing here. Okay. So we excuse me. Excuse me. So this is what we need to understand here is what's happening, right? What are they coming at us with now? The white lung, the new pneumonia. Okay.
Pandemic 2.0.
Yeah, it's the pandemic 2.0. Exactly, right? Okay. So why is this so vital? Is that Ingersoll Lockwood is basically telling us that now that they've got everybody's attention on this website, right? And for those who weren't with us the initial time or haven't seen some of my other interviews, I'm going to go to dark mode on the on this website, and you see all these things that pop up that you go and you click on them, and that takes us to the Abraham Accord, right? What? Why would that take? Well, that was something that Trump got done that brought peace to the Middle East right now, where there's a tremendous war going on.
David, there's a rumor going that the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip were all taken to the United Arab Emirates in Dubai during the World Cup in Qatar, and that the Gaza Strip now is empty. That's a rumor that's kicking around at the moment. Have you heard anything of that?
I have not heard that rumor.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting. Please send me whatever you have on that. I would say, okay, that if we go along the pathway of what we believe to be happening, and that is enjoy the show, that this is a show, whether it be the fact that Q posted enjoy the show, okay, and I'll pull that up for you as well.
Because during the World Cup in Qatar, there were lots and lots of Palestinians there. They were wearing this Palestinian flag, and apparently the Palestinian flag, it looks identical to the Qatar flag, with one difference. The red triangle on the Palestinian flag is a red rectangle on the Qatar flag.
Interesting.
They are practically identical.
Do you have that that picture? And what I was just showing everybody is that enjoy the show. It was said 100 times by Q over the years. 100 times. Enjoy the show. 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 Why would they do that 100 times?
Yeah.
Why? Right? It's because they've seen the show, and better yet, they know it's a shit show, like really, really bad. And by the way, I think it's going to get worse.
I was just going to say it's going to
Better.
get. It has to get worse.
Yeah, because it's too many people are still asleep, and they still realize they're still taking vaccines, and they're still taking flu shots, and so all these times, the Red Shoe Club, Bill Maher, do not trust him, with Anthony Weiner. This is enjoy the show. They wouldn't be saying this if they didn't know it was a shit show, and that was going to be very difficult on all of us, and two, if they didn't already know the ending. Okay. If I know that you're not gonna enjoy a play throughout the whole thing, I'm going to say, but just enjoy the show, Stephen. Just enjoy it. Just go with your date, go with your, just enjoy the show. Knowing that there's going to be times during the show you're going to be like, why did Dave tell me about this? Why did I hate this. I don't like what's going on. But the ending, I know you were going to like. That's why I sent you there, because I knew you would like the ending. And the ending comes and you're like, oh my God, now I see why he said that. This was great. Right. So I've been trying to wrap my head around that for years. And that's really, really key. So, what's happening is with this Ingersoll Lockwood website is that we're being directed towards parts of the show that are happening.
So you are absolutely convinced, Dave, to just interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
This website is legit. It is legit. It is Space Force.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I've seen the link to the Space Force. I've seen the actual URL. I've seen the links to Space Force is hiring and different levels of Space Force.
Can you bring that up, Dave? Can you bring it up? That would be
let me see. I can't bring, let me see if I can.
That would be very
this up
for a lot of people.
Yeah. Let me bring this up. This is one of the reasons why I really believe that this is the real deal, is because when you pull it up, let me get out of dark mode here for a sec. When you pull it up, this is what it looks like. This is the from the depths to the stars. Okay, from the depths to the stars. Okay, the depths is as above, so below, right? Stars are in the firmament, the water's beneath and above, right? That tells me that Space Force knows there's no space, not in the way that we've been told. Okay, scroll down, and by the way, this is all, it all takes you to the final frontier, all the different levels of the Space Force, in the verbiage, the final frontier. I mean, the Space Force logo is the old Star Trek logo.
Yeah, it's a chevron, isn't it?
pretty much, right? I don't know if that's what it's called, but next generation intel, technology innovations, and it's really all about, they're showing all this military stuff, which is a part of it, certainly. But it's also about what we're experiencing from a technological standpoint, I believe, as well, and what's happening behind the scenes. But if you go down, here's the Space Force's hiring. You click on that, and it takes you to Space Force Apply Now. Now, you could have a website that directs to Space Force. That's not connected to Space Force whatsoever, right? No question about it, right? But would you be having all these other things in here, like all this that, you know, shows that they're basically a part of it? Now, this is another big red herring for me, right? U.S. government agencies, who they are basically, is a nonpartisan group of Americans with distinguished careers serving our great nation. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Please tell this to all. What? Wait.
QAnon doesn't exist.
Right? I mean, you know, what's the quote from Shakespeare? Me think thou protesteth too much. You know, if I hire a babysitter and the first thing they say is I'm not a pedophile, I'm not gonna leave my kid with that. You know what I mean? It's like, you just don't do that. You don't do this, what we're seeing here. Okay. And
I mean,
then,
I don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy either, Dave. Do you?
no, I don't. And that's the first. I had actually underneath his shirt, I have a T-shirt that says that. Okay,
Good.
so if I run across any lefties, I just open my shirt. But here's the thing too. Listen to the verbiage. We don't believe in the QAnon. First of all, anybody that uses Q doesn't use QAnon together. Okay. Those
The media
are
do. The media do.
the media does. Yes, the media does. But people that are in the know understand that Q, in a Socratic method, put out all these questions
Mhm.
for the anons, that most people are anonymous on the dark web. Okay. Even though I'm considered an anon, I've never used Q in my bio. I've never used anon in my bio because I'm not anonymous. I came out and I'm David Snedeker. I've never hidden behind anything. Okay. And that was a conscious choice because I thought that, you know, if I'm going to inspire people, I can't hide behind a curtain.
Yeah.
And the whole idea here is to inspire. You're doing the same thing. Okay. You're not hiding behind a curtain. You're not shutting off your camera. You know, I don't have my little boots up on a desk that you're watching as I talk. Okay. You know, this is me. I'm not using another name. And so, but the Q is separate from the anons. Okay. So that's a big red flag. The other thing is, we don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Well, a QAnon conspiracy, I don't believe that it's a conspiracy either. I believe it's real. Okay. It's real. So it's not a conspiracy. So they're actually saying, we don't believe in the misnamed title of this whole thing and the fact that it's a conspiracy.
Not a conspiracy, is it?
No. And
quite
so, and then please tell this to all, right? Team Ingersoll Lockwood. So they have that right up there. One of the first things you could read. Okay. Also, it tells us what year it is. Okay. It's actually 5784, not 2023.
Mm.
Okay. Because 2023 happened after supposedly the death of Jesus. This is 2023 after the death, or ominous deum, or whatever the
No.
Latin for that is, that he supposedly died at 33. And so we restarted the clock at that time, when in actuality, the world is
AD
much older than that.
AD means Anno Domini, and that means in the year of the Lord. So
Thank you. And a Domini. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so that's another kind of a, so, excuse me. So it's actually 5784. And a few other things, not really significant. 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue. Okay.
Yeah.
Suite 1025, which is also 17. All right. 10 and plus 7.
Mhm.
I've called this office. They also share an office with a company called Patriot Strategies. Patriot Strategies is a public relations firm. Okay. They have an office, 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue, Suite 1025. Okay. And I've called them, and it takes us to basically this gentleman, who we are, our team. Here we go. George Patriot Seymour. Interesting. Communications professional and political strategist. Real world creative solutions to today's communication challenges. And it's a public relations firm.
He has
And
led
he
war.
navigates Washington, D.C. What's that?
He has led war room campaigns. It says the second.
Yeah. Yep. And directed the messaging and political strategy operations for Fortune 50 companies. And so lives in Maryland, College Park. So that's, so I going down that road, there's some and by the way, this is it's like you and I could have that address as well. And we would pay, and we would have a receptionist, and we would have our mail go there, kind of thing, right? It's like one of those, like a WeWork type of thing, or a Regis, or, where, you and I you could be in the room next to me talking, right? And you could think we're in two separate places, but we actually, hey, I call over to you, go grab a coffee, right? Meanwhile, people think you're in the Netherlands and I'm in, Texas, or, whatever. So it has that kind of a vibe, right? So that's that. But it has some very interesting connections and links, and it's in DC. And so I think it's legit.
And the Q official net site, the / password thing, is that a legit website?
Okay. So let's go to that. I'll pull that up as well. Q, what was it? Q
official.net /
password, right? / password. Okay. So here we are with this. Now, this, it says the final countdown, the Great Awakening, 11 days, 9 hours, 38 minutes and seconds. Okay. Now, a week ago, a little less than a week ago, this came on my radar. And I looked at the countdown and I thought, oh, this will be interesting. Let's see what it is. I didn't put much credibility in it. I just thought, we'll see what happens, right? Well, it counted down the day it stopped. Okay. And I went on with David Rodriguez, Nino, and I said, something's going to happen big in the next couple of days. And he's used to hearing that a lot from his guests, but not in the next.
Proceed.
So the countdown ended on, I believe it was Thursday. And on that day, the UAE stopped using dollars for the oil sales. Okay. And Henry Kissinger died, or at least that's when we found out he died. Now, what's the significance there? Well, the significance is Henry Kissinger was the man who negotiated the petrodollar in 1973 with Saudi Arabia, because we had gone off the gold standard in 1971 under Nixon, and Kissinger was the one that made sure that it started in 55, this kind of like oil being controlled by US and Britain, even earlier than that, but this was official. Like all oil is going to be traded from OPEC through the US dollar. And so what are the odds of, on the same day, even within 24 hours, okay, that these two things happen, right? At a time when the capitulation nations that Trump went to, Saudi Arabia, okay, China, well, let's start with BRICS nations, right? Brazil, Russia,
China, India, South Africa.
India, and South Africa. Okay. These were all part of the capitulation tour, and they are the BRICS nations that are, they used to be the red-headed stepchild to OPEC, if you will, because they weren't as powerful in the sense of oil producing, right, as OPEC was. But now the BRICS nations are moving closer and closer and closer and establishing asset-backed currencies. And that's what we think is going to happen with China, because they've been buying up more gold than anybody for a very long time.
Yep.
And so now you're seeing that things are shifting. And so the only thing that's really propped up the US dollar is the fact that it's a petrodollar, that all oil must be traded on it, which the BRICS nations are not doing anymore. Okay. And now the UAE is not doing it. So that weakens US dollar considerably. So the only thing that props up the US dollar now is the fact that the so much money is out there in the world, and so much debt based on the US dollar. And so so that's shifting. And so all the word we're getting, the other thing that Ingersoll Lockwood is doing is it's directing us to the debt clock, right? And I'll get to that in a second. But back to this countdown clock, okay, was the fact that it ended on that day of Kissinger and the petrodollar. So I thought, okay, there might be some significance to this clock. So the next one that opened up, the next clock, it mentioned the following website, which takes us to I'm sorry. Let me try that again. I can't, it doesn't work on this particular one. I gotta do it on Chrome. It doesn't work on Brave browser. But it takes us to this website called frazzle.rip.
I could find it, Dave, on the Brave. I could find it.
Well, is that right?
Yeah,
Every
found it.
time I pull it up on the Brave, it showed what you saw.
Hmm.
But it's this picture of Hillary Clinton, almost like she's got a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
And so people started looking up Frazzle Drip, which was the horrendous.
Yeah.
Are you seeing X now?
Yeah.
The horrendous video of supposedly Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin torturing a young child.
Yeah.
And this is, look at X with hashtag Frazzle Drip, and look at all these posts. This is interesting. You know, it looks like total CGI, by the way.
Yeah, it's not real. No.
No. And all these people, all this is connected straight to Frazzle Drip. So how many people now know what that is because of the countdown clock?
Yeah.
People are doing their homework now.
Mm-hmm.
So this brought attention to this.
No, this is.
By the way, Taylor Swift, look at her hat that she's
Yeah.
wearing.
Terrible. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, this is look at this. This is all on X.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't do this a year ago.
Nope.
This wouldn't be allowed. And this, by the way, this is the kind of stuff, and this is all the Pizzagate. And this all happened because of this clock. Okay. And that was for a couple of days. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And during those couple of days is when this really blew up. Right. By the way, while I'm on this subject, let me just pull up Pizzagate, which is back in the news at a time when people can actually, absorb it because they're not completely brainwashed. But I've been trying to warn the people about this. I covered this, I don't know, what was it, 6 years ago? Look at all the Pizzagate. Look at all the Pizzagate stuff. Okay. This is horrendous.
This is terrible.
This is all terrible stuff, man. But look at it, it's all on X. That's why Disney, Apple, that's why they're all pulled out.
Yep.
And that's why that, now famous quote from Elon Musk, go fuck yourself, right? You saw that interview, right? How amazing was that? I mean, it's so so this is bringing great attention, okay, to something that needs our attention. And I'm grateful for that with this clock, right? If you will. All right. Mm-hmm. So is the clock legitimately Q? I don't know. I don't necessarily think so. But I am paying attention to it. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I saw that. That's hilarious. Is that an AI Musk of a kid, or is that actually a kid?
No, it's a CGI.
Okay. It's absolutely fantastic. Is that cat turd behind him? Is that what's going on there? But if we go back to the Q clock here, Stephen, the final countdown, the Great Awakening, it takes us to the following, which is now alluding. Oh, here it is. I think. Oh, here it is. Yes. It takes us to this day. And let me share this. Takes us to this day, December 15th. U.S. might not be able to pay bills. So the new countdown now takes us to December 15th, where the U.S. might not be able to pay bills after December 15th, Treasury Secretary Yellen says.
Mhm.
She said they may not be able to pay its bills after December 15th as the U.S. barrels toward hitting the debt limit. The new so-called X date. X is everywhere. Twitter X, X on the $10 bill, on the debt clock that we'll go to here in a second. She has a high degree of confidence that the Treasury will be able to finance the government through December 15th. But that's it. Okay. Now, last month, Congress reached a deal to avoid the catastrophe. They've also done that with Evergrande. Evergrande was in court today. Evergrande owes $480 billion to its creditors. $480 billion to its creditors. That's a lot of money. Evergrande's never going to be able to pay it off. They have to do a debt restructuring, but debt restructuring is a fancy way of saying, hey, Stephen, you know that $480 billion you loaned me? I'm only going to be able to pay back 10 of that. That's debt restructuring over the next 5 years. Right. So guess what? You're screwed out of the rest of it. That's going to send a shockwave through the financial system. And that has been postponed, okay, till January, the end of January 2024. Yeah. They're given till then to reach a debt restructuring deal, okay?
And the debt ceiling was postponed by the Congress as well, the 34 trillion debt ceiling till beginning of January, I think, or something like it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is gonna crush China, by the way. Excuse me. They took 1.6 million apartments to build. They took money for those 1.6 million apartments that will probably never be built. Okay, that's a huge problem, right? So, if we're looking at this whole scenario, that if nothing else, this Q clock is pointing us in directions that we need to be looking. And to me, that's what Q did, pointed us in directions that, hey, look over here, ask that question, this question, look here, and get back to me, right? And that's what we're doing. Trump signs this Playboy yesterday. Pretty innocuous, right? He's just standing there. People were handing him stuff. By the way, he also said the clock was nonsense.
Yeah, something
right?
in that anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Which he also said he doesn't know about Q. Right.
So is really directing people. Which clock does he mean? What's he on about?
What's he talking about? What clock, Stephen? He said something about a clock. What's clock? Oh, there's a Q clock. Hello. Hey, this is masterful. I just showed you some of the top between Patriot Strategies, okay? Some of the top people in public relations, okay? Why do women smoke? Public relations. Edward Bernays. The Easter parade back in 1920 something, and he ran an ad, got a bunch of women, not modelly pretty, but just pretty women dressed to the nines, walking out of church, lighting their cigarettes, and getting into the parade and having the press cover that, and then interview his secretary, which the press didn't know it was his secretary.
Mhm.
And she was asked about, all these women smoking in the parade, and she said, we're marching with the suffragettes for voting, to help get women a vote. These are torches of freedom. Up until then, women thought smoking was filthy dirty and didn't do it.
Mhm.
Only 3% of the female population smoked. Every year after that, it raised 5%, 5%, 5%. That's public relations, okay? What happens when we use public relations not to sell us a cigarette, but to point us in the direction where we should be looking? What happens when we use predictive programming instead of, getting our minds ready for 9/11? The white hats use predictive programming to get our minds ready for the gold standard. Gold and silver is rising right now. I think it's down today, but last week it was rising. How do they get us ready to get off fiat currency? And so that takes us to the next thing. Okay. The debt clock, right? So I'll take us to the live debt clock first. And then I'll take us to what's been coming up. Okay.
Mhm.
So this is the US national debt clock. Okay. Now I'm going to see if I can make that a little bit smaller so we can get it all in there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is the US debt clock. Here's a secret window here. Click on open.
Mhm.
And we have James Madison. We the people. James Madison obviously was a president. He, was one of the founding fathers of the United States. He was original signer of the Declaration of Independence. And he said, history records that the money changers have used every form of abuse, intrigue, deceit, and violent means possible to maintain their control over governments by controlling money and its issuance. Okay. Why are they telling us these things? Why are they showing us these things? If you look below, let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. If you look below, you see the United States Federal Reserve System, International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the World Bank with a big old X through them, and also the pyramid, by the way, behind it, the pyramid of control and the pyramid that we see on the dollar bills, right? And look, what's the color of that X?
Oh, gold. Yeah.
Gold. And it's an X.
Mhm.
An X. In that article with Janet Yellen, X.
Yep.
On this $10 bill, which has Lincoln, Washington on it, who's normally on the $1 bill,
Mhm.
he's on the 10 because we're debt free. This is real 10. This is like real money.
Gold as well.
So and it's gold, and it's got an X on it. Why does it have the X? Why all the X? Why the SpaceX? Why the spaces? X spaces? Why the X.com? Why the X in Janet Yellen's article? Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
And of course, X also in Roman numerals means 10.
And-
So, right.
And you've got the fish as well, eh?
Yeah, I'm
the
going to
digits.
go to that one too. So, and also these two coins. One has an eagle on it, but the other one I'm not familiar with that logo, and I don't know, is that like some kind of a reference to a Bitcoin or a crypto? Because that's a copper color versus gold, and it's got kind of a weird symbol.
Mhm.
And the Bitcoin has the B with the $2, like the dollar sign, right? Okay, so it's sort of like that, right? But let's go to this. Okay, let's and by the way, so you see that below James Madison, right?
Dave,
Okay.
when you
Yeah.
go over the Declaration of James Madison up here with the text, when you go over it, you get a finger. What can you
Here.
if you go up a little bit, it'll change into a finger. Does that mean you can click further?
Where are you seeing that?
Yeah, go slowly,
Okay.
slowly. Just go, just there.
Here.
Yeah.
Control over governments.
Click when it changes. Yeah, and yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, is it in another pathway? I don't know.
That's a good call. Good catch. I did not notice that, and it's only on this line.
Yeah.
Let me go back to that, and let me come out a little bit.
It says like a secret door, huh?
Yeah. So the U.S. national debt is here, 33 trillion, right? And when you click on this, it's the same. It just kind of drops down a little bit, doesn't it? That's interesting.
Hmm.
Oh, you
And
know
there-
what? It has it here too,
And there as well, huh?
but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Hmm.
Huh.
It may be insignificant anyway.
Yeah, but good catch though. I mean, we got to look at stuff like that, right? Especially this is coming to us from the Ingersoll Lockwood website, and it's also I mean, we're being linked to it from Ingersoll Lockwood. So let me see if I can pull up for us the other picture that was right before this. Okay. And this is We the People tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was Saturday. Okay. And here we have the fish. Okay. And that $10 bill with the X and with Washington, right? So let's talk about this fish. Now, this fish, if you're talking to a Christian, they translate this as Jesus Christ, the Son of God, our Savior. Okay. IXOYE. All right. Now, I need feel free to elaborate or ask a question, because I need to find excuse me. I don't know why I'm having such an issue this morning. I have to find for us what I found earlier, and that is the connection to what we were just going over. By the way, Soros, on the Soros topic, he gave 15 million to pro-Hamas groups that are seeking destruction of a Jewish state. Okay. And that is the thing that's drawing conflict. It's throwing gasoline on the fire, right? George Soros, who is also the guy who who collected the assets of the Jews supposedly in World War II Germany.
Yeah. He was very proud of it as well. Huh?
No remorse whatsoever. right? No remorse. So, so yeah, so I need to buy a little time here, to find that. Let's see. By the way, this was last night as well. This was happening. This was the this
Schumann.
is the Schumann resonance, right?
Okay.
Literally looks like the shape of angel wings.
It's mirrored as well. It looks like it's mirrored
Yeah.
down the middle
Yep.
because it's
And-
identical. It's identical.
Yeah. Yes. Now, and Q has also said think mirror. Now, I don't know if that was let's see, let's go to the actual Schumann bot and see what was happening on that day. Let's see if it was here. Yeah, here it is. This is the actual one. So it's not a meme, and it's almost looks like it's mirrored, doesn't it? Right. And that
More or
was
less.
on December 4th. Actually, that's I think it happened. I think that was this morning. It was posted anyway. Yeah.
But
So
the
that
first
was
one that the first one that you showed, it looked really like it was just mirrored. It didn't
Yeah.
look. It didn't look real.
Right. But it turns out that that's exactly how it came out. Really.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one I showed you may have been mirrored, and that, but this, it looks very similar, almost to the point where why would you mirror it if it looks like this to begin with? You know.
Yeah, to really show the angel
Yeah.
wing.
Yeah, you're right. That is definitely mirrored. That's why, you know, we both had a feeling that had been manipulated, right? And we have to look at these things because a lot of the stuff we're seeing is absolutely manipulated, right?
Yeah.
So so this is coming up as I'm going through my bookmarks. This is the Costco salmon that has the parasite in it that you can see, which
Mhm.
is very disconcerting, right? Homo genitus cirrus, Homo man genitus made, cirrus man made cloud. That's the that stuff. Let me see. This is powerful. The Venetian black nobility and Illuminati bloodlines. That's powerful. That basically is telling us that you're getting that the Khazarian mafia or the Jews aren't even in control. They're controlled by the folks that control the Vatican and Italy and the money system.
Yeah.
So the man, we're kind of all over the place here. And I was looking for the breakdown IXOYE, and I have it. I kept that
Fish.
up. Yeah.
Could IX be 9, Dave? IX.
Oh, interesting. Sure. 9OYE, but I do think that it's the Greek letters that are telling us something, and as soon as I find my window, oh, here we go. This might be it. No, the Greek to English translator. That was definitely one of the. You'll be able to edit this out, yeah.
No, it's no problem.
Okay, I think I found it. Okay. No. I mean, it's good stuff, and it's all. It takes me to. All right, let me see. Okay. It takes me to. Let me get rid of some things here. I basically need to find gematria because it took me into gematria. And so when I find my tabs with all the gematria in it, then I know I found what I'm looking for. And until then, I'm glad we're not live. This better be good, huh? You're thinking, if I got to wait this long, it better be good.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Okay, so okay. So English to Greek. Let me take us here. Okay, first of all, we go English to Greek. I'm not gonna take you through each one, but I'm gonna tell you that this was one of the interpretations of all of this is Jesus Christ, Son of God, God's Son of Savior. Okay. That's all those. But if you break down the actual letters that are used in that, well, the first thing I want to say is going back to the actual the fish. Okay. It's not a fish. Okay. People use this fish and they have it on the back of cars and it says Jesus or it has all this thing. Okay.
Mhm.
And people use that as Jesus he surrounded himself with fishermen, and he was a fisher of men, right? Okay, so it's all a nice story, right? Just like Noah is a nice story from the Bible, okay? But we now know that the story of Noah was actually Gilgamesh that was on stone tablets from the ancient Sumer. And so it's almost like there are certain stories in the Bible that are plagiarism, right? The 10 Commandments comes from the book of Numbers of the Meninote. All right. So that's going down a whole nother path for another time. And I'm not saying this to discredit the Bible or to but it's just that these are realities that we have to look at when we look at the Bible. It's like, do we believe everything in the Bible? Well, guess what? Because I'm wearing a different fabric shirt and a different fabric pants, I'm going to be stoned to death if we're following Deuteronomy. Okay. Which, so there's things like that we have to kind of take with a grain of salt. But not to bring Sodom and Gomorrah in, but at any rate, so there are certain things we have to look differently. And one of the things, for example, the swastika in German, it's a very negative symbol, but it's an ancient symbol. Okay.
Hindu. Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes way back before the people bastardized it in the
It was hijacked.
It was hijacked, exactly, right? Just like all our beautiful numbers, like 11, 22, 33. These are powerful numerological numbers that have been hijacked.
66 as well.
666, yeah. It's been hijacked, right? 369, as Tesla said, if you understand the importance of 369, you'll unlock the key to the universe. Okay.
Yeah.
So so at any rate, looking at this this fish, it actually is you know, in ancient let me see if I can draw you something here. If we have, this was the first symbol in all of creation.
Mhm.
Okay. This was not symbol. Let me rephrase that. This was the first object. Okay. And it was a cell. Okay. This is the shape of a cell. Okay.
The globe, Dave.
The globe.
We'll have to do a flat.
Okay.
We'll have to do a flat Earth show.
Yes. Yes. I would love that. This pencil is acting very oddly here. Okay. So then the cell duplicated itself like one does in all of creation, whether it's a plant or a tree or a human or a dog or an animal, the cell duplication. Okay. This was the first shape created by the duplication of the cell. That's called the Vesica Pisces.
And then there's the fish.
And there's the fish, right?
The fish.
The fish is here. Boom, boom. And there's the fish highlighted. Okay. There's the fish, right? It's the Vesica Pisces. Now, here's another symbol that we see a lot.
The all-seeing eye.
The all-seeing eye. Okay. That's the Vesica Pisces. That's the first shape ever created by cell duplication. If you carry this out, these cells, you get the flower of life, the tree of life. All of that has very little to do with Kabbalah or any kind of witchcraft or anything, and it's all about cell duplication.
Fibonacci as well. Huh?
Yep, the Fibonacci sequence, the golden mean of our bodies. Of this is all. See, long before I was a flat earther, if you will, okay, which has been given a negative connotation, just as conspiracy theorists have, right? Okay. It's we're the alternative, when in actuality we were here first. Okay, the people that said this is a flat plane, yeah, and they weren't like primitive. They weren't these idiots that were just discovered fire. Okay, these were people that built the pyramids, or whoever did those. Right, these were the people that had major technology. Tartaria, Atlantis, these that have been, hidden from us. Okay. And so if you look at all of these things that have been placed in front of us to try to give us messages, then the cabal that's trying to keep this information from us tries to keep us away from that. Oh, this is great. Okay. This is all of the people that came before us that told us this is what our world looks like.
Only one doesn't match. It's a silent.
Yeah, exactly. And NASA is Hebrew for to deceive, right? And so and it's biblical. It's in the Bible. It's in all the ancient texts. So long before I was aware of all this, okay, I was proving creation, not from, holding up a book for people and saying, this is the word of God, and this proves that God exists. to me, honestly, that is the weakest argument any believer in God could come up with. Okay. And I don't mean to be derogatory, but it's like, I don't know. If I pulled up a book, any book, and proved, oh, this book proves, the rest of it. No, it doesn't. You got to pull in all kinds of different information. So I was proving God, that I was created, that this whole realm was created, and at the time I was a globe earther, through sacred geometry. You have some Christians that think that's the devil. You have some Christians that would say, or people, or non-atheists, God-fearing people, that would say that what I just said was blasphemy. How convenient. How convenient. By the way, if I'm putting a cult together, okay, Stephen, anything you say derogatory about me is blasphemy. Okay, how convenient, right? So that doesn't fly with me. So I was proving creation through sacred geometry, because sacred geometry is the geometry that we should have learned in school, because sacred geometry is the mathematics of life.
Yep.
And when you break it all down, everything we see in the world has been mathematically calculated and duplicated and reproduced mathematically.
Designed. It's God's designer.
It proves that we were created. This whole thing was created by sentient beings, or being.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Book of Enoch, it wasn't. They didn't leave it out of the Bible for nothing.
How much of it is hidden? How many do we have? 777, books in the Bible, like it's been
66.
told us.
66.
66. Is that how many are missing?
Vatican, under the Vatican, apparently.
Yeah. That's who's got them. That's who's running the show when we get right down to it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It's powerful. So we've got, the things that, think about the conversation that we've had today, and the different paths we've taken, and how amazing this all is. Like, whoa, man, this is, holy cow. What a time we're living in right now.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. We are very privileged.
Yeah. Yeah, we really are. We really, if you're going to reframe all the negativity that's happening in the world, what a time to be alive.
It's like the birth of a new earth. It's the rebirth. Rebirth, EARTH, rebirth. And
like
we are going through a lot of pain now. When something is born, it goes, it brings a lot of pain, but when it's there, it's glorious.
For a flower to grow, the seed must self-destruct.
That's what you said the last time, yeah.
And it doesn't become, it's now no longer a seed, right? It's something much different, much more beautiful, much more fabulous, right? But it couldn't have been there without that initial seed and the initial destruction. And I believe that's what we're going through. And I also believe that that's why we're having so much strife, so much conflict, so much division. Right?
Yeah. Dave, I have so many questions. I've got so many questions here that we'll have to wait till the next time, because I've got a show shortly. In a half an hour, I've got another show I have to do. But I would love to thank you for your time again. We've covered a really lot, and there's so much to cover. It's
yes.
We could fill a show of 8 hours.
Well, let's do another. I enjoy my time with you. I'm very appreciative of you sharing me with the lovely Netherlands and your audience, and I look forward to getting to know you better and to maybe know your audience better, and just I am very optimistic, and I've been at this a long time, and I must say that I've never ever seen the sheer number of positive, amazing things that are unfolding before us.
Yeah.
And so I just want to leave you and your audience with that I just, from everything I've seen, I don't know everything, but I've never seen the things we're seeing, right?
Yeah.
And
It's
pretty
not
fabulous.
it's not all how do you call it? It's not all nice and beautiful what we're seeing, but there's a lot of
Right.
shit going on. There's a
Yeah.
lot. It's all it's all been hidden for us for all these years, and we'll have to go through this process to. It's like you've eaten something bad, or you've had a beer too, and you start to puke, and you get into a fever, and you have to bring it all out. It has to come out. So
Yep.
you have to cleanse your body. It's a
Yes.
detox. It's a
Yep.
it's a physical detox, but it's also a spiritual and mental detox. We have to,
It's called a healing crisis when you're
Yeah.
actually going
Yeah.
through expelling toxins out of your body.
Yeah.
Because the toxins are on their way out.
Mhm.
You're actually feeling sicker than you were before, but that's temporary because they're on your way out. It's called a healing crisis, right?
Yes, and we come right back to the corona crisis, because the corona is just a simple
Yeah. Yeah.
influenza, and that's a detox as well. So
Yeah. And by the way, the corona opens up the Jesuits and Fauci and quite honestly, Trump as well. So that could be a road we go down as well. I don't revere any man. There are very few people that speak as highly as I do about Donald John Trump, because of the work that I see him doing, and I believe that he's doing. But I'm also always going to hold people accountable, no matter who they are. So,
yeah. One last question, Dave, before we leave. I often get the question from my followers: why is Trump so pro-Israel? I mean, in his speeches as well, he doesn't support Palestine. What is he doing here?
Hugh said we're saving Israel for last.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me. Whiskers, come here, buddy. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. This is Mr. Whistle Whiskers.
Whistle Whiskers. Okay.
Yeah. He's we call him Whiskey for short. But he's a good little dude, man. So okay. I can't answer that question without answering this one as well. And that is, why did he take the vaccine? Why is he supporting the vaccine? Okay. Because those are the two major negatives that people that are awake have regarding Donald Trump.
Yep.
He needs, just like he has denounced Q, he can't go there yet. Right? The two most powerful industries in the world are the bankers and the pharmaceutical industry.
The media.
And the media, right? Well, the media, he's already lost, right? He lost them long ago. And he's exposed them. He's also allowed them to expose themselves, I should say, right?
Yeah.
He's allowed the banks and the whole fiat currency system to expose itself. Okay. And when I say he, I'm speaking of Q as well, the Q team. They're allowing Israel to expose themselves. Okay. It's not up for him to make that decision. It's up for him to support the people that are awakening us to what's happening. Okay. Look at all the people that normally would be pro-Israel, anti-Hamas that are now awake to the fact that Israel created Hamas.
Mhm.
That look who's supporting Hamas, look who's supporting Israel, look who controls Israel. It all goes back through. And so the reason why they're saving Israel for last is because Israel is controlled by the Khazarian mafia and who's controlled by the Jesuits, and it's all interconnected. And they can't take them out until we're ready for him to take them out. Because too many people are still pro-Israel. Too many people are still, pro-Vatican. Too many people are, they're not ready for this. Is my take on it. Because flat out, let's say, when you said that you heard the Palestinians were taken out, if this is a show, which I started,
Qatar, you mean the Qatar, the World Cup Qatar that the all?
yeah, that they cleared them out. If this is a show, that would be the right thing to do, so that you could bomb and show all this tremendous bombing, horrendous bombing, and not have as many casualties, right? So that would make sense. So I just believe that the show is here to allow these people enough rope to hang themselves. Okay. And Trump can't hang them. Just like Trump couldn't expose the Twitter files. It had to come from their demigod, Elon Musk. Even though I believe Trump and the White Hats are in control of that situation.
Yeah. If he wants
proven it.
If people want him to come back, he can't come back as a dictator.
Exactly. Because they're already calling him that anyway.
Yeah.
Right. I just saw Cheney talk about how he poses an existential crisis to the planet. And actually Chelsea Clinton posted that about climate change yesterday and or 2 days ago. She said climate change poses an existential crisis to the world, and I said your family poses an existential crisis to the world.
Yeah.
So it's it's happening as it the way it must, I believe, and that's what Q's told us. It had to happen this way.
Yeah.
So,
Dave, I would like to thank you for this great interview. The second one we've done in a short time. The last one was 25th of November. The framing wasn't good in the first movie. It was too small, but I've changed that. So I've uploaded that to BitChute again. I've sent you the link. Okay. I will also send you the video itself, so you can post it on your Rumble channel.
Thank you.
I'll send people over to your website, davidsnedeker.com, so people can check out your content there and support you where possible.
Thank you.
And I hope we can meet up again, because I've got so many questions. And
well, let's do it. Great. Let's try to do another one this week, maybe.
Yeah,
that would be great. That'd be great. There's so much going on that it does bear another conversation. So I appreciate this, Steve. It's great to talk with you. All right. All the best.
It's very mutual. Thank you very much, Dave. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Steven's Real News Corner with Maestro and Dave Snedeker. Yes, it was. And Dave will be joining us here shortly. He was just on the last stretch to get back to the house, where he will be jumping online and joining us here on the panel here in the next couple of minutes. We still have more stuff to go through tonight. I got rid of that, Jay. what bugs me is they try to make us think that it's like Agent J or something. Agent J is not like that. Agent J is a nice guy. He's a researcher, and he gives a crap about what he does here on YouTube and other platforms. He cares about what he puts out there. So so we've definitely got more to add on to our playlist for tonight. Yes, we do. So we got the new X22. We got a new SGT came out. Satan, the Pope, and the Vatican. We'll be covering that as well. We also have this Nicholas Viniamin interview that we're going to be covering. So you guys can see my feed here. And these are the people that I follow right now. Okay. I do it on BitChute because of the fact that they are the easiest to pull up and have videos ready to go for you guys. Those of you that are just joining us, maybe for the first time, basically what I've been doing for these last years, since just before the 2020 election, is bringing back the truthers that have been removed from YouTube and Facebook and putting them right back in everybody's face. And we get new people almost every single day that come in and they're like watching and they're like, what? How did this happen? How do you know that that's factual? And then they begin to start to research and they begin to see what exactly is going on. Now, whether they're long-term viewers or not, it's the idea that it's a group of people who get together. We share the information together. We share the podcast together. And it gives us an opportunity to have a discussion both in chat and sometimes on a panel. I don't always do panels because it just makes it easier for me just to be able to run the sequence of videos for you, throw in my opinion periodically. Sometimes a little bit more than periodically. But I've been researching for some years now. I have 5 terabyte hard drives here completely filled with information that I've accumulated, since the very first Q drop, and I keep all this stuff on record, and I keep copies of all the podcasts that we do so that we someday we might be able to repost them all, give more and more means in which for people to understand what is going on today, and yesterday and tomorrow, because this isn't something that's going to be handled in a week. It isn't going to be handled in a month. It's going to take years to fix all of this. But the thing is the first thing that we have to do is awaken the people, and as people become more and more awakened and more truth comes out, believe me, we even somebody who's been researching for as long as I have or as long as Dave has, new information is coming out regularly. Okay. Even for us, that's new to us. And the idea of it is to share that information and to correlate it in a way that when people come to us, we're able to answer their questions. It's the idea of sitting down and having a cup of coffee, cup of tea, cup of cocoa, or a beer or whatever, maybe, going out to dinner together and just having a nice conversation, and being able to discern and share this information with them and maybe show them how to begin their research on how to completely awaken themselves. And it's very important that we do that. But the first thing that I saw was that when you take the truthers away, that puts a damper in things. And then you're only getting one side. You're getting that liberal hive mind that basically is suppressing all of this information. And this is the thing is liberal does not mean left. Okay. Liberal is a mentality. Okay. That basically to dictate to everybody what you should think. Okay. What knowledge you can maintain and be able to accentuate, and pass along. Okay. So these narratives are placed in front of us by this liberal hive mind. And the hive mind part of it is because they want everybody thinking exactly alike. Okay. The media, mainstream media, has been part of this liberal hive mind for generations. Okay. How many times have we seen the recordings of hearings going on in the 1960s and the 1970s in regards to how many CIA operatives do you have in media? You know, how many assets do you have in media, in the news, you know, on your nightly news, your newspapers, your magazines, you know, and it's, you know, it's like, you know, we're searching for the truth. That's what we're doing. iPod, in pursuit of the truth. That's great. I like that. Sissy May, I like that. In pursuit of the truth. Does great investigation research. I have no idea who he is or who she is or whatever. I prefer to do my own research that way there. Then I've got my facts to back up what I'm saying, you know, my receipts per se. This is the thing, is that even though I play you X22 and we know in SGT and everything else, I always tell you guys to look into what they're talking about. Okay. And the more that you do that, the more information that you have, the better weaponized you are in being able to provide information to other people, you know, when that time comes. I told you so is not the first reaction. That needs to be, you know, maybe a year or two, you know, after we start fixing all these problems. Okay. That's when you get to joke around and say, I told you so. You know what I mean? Instead of doing it vindictively, we're going to do it maturely. We're going to do it as adults with a child's mind of learning. Okay. And with a child's mind of learning, we have the ability to see things that go beyond what they have been trying to program us with. And as we break past this, we get better and better and better. So Dave's going to be joining me here shortly. I'm waiting to see his, oh, shit. I sent that to the wrong person. Whoops. I sent that message to the wrong person. Oops, wrong person. I sent that to my internet guy. My internet repair guy has just been told to get his ass in here. Wrong guy. Oh, there's Zach. Oh, dude. He just invited me to play poker. Sorry, brother. I got a podcast going on that needs to continue on. So, but thank you for the invite, brother. Absolutely. Love him. Zachary. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, we'll talk about that slow. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Let me get Dave in here so that we can. Give me 1 second here, guys. Yeah, I had a guy who was supposed to come in to do a live interview, and I sent that message to the wrong person. Sorry. Dave, you're getting me in trouble all the way from there. I said that to it's because I had a couple of Amrino sweatshirts in the cabinet here that were still in the wrapper, and the internet repair guy is a size smaller than I am, and they would fit him. They were way too tight on me, so I gave one to him because he's been tuning in and watching the show too. You know what's funny is you know, I got to tell you guys this. I actually thought I gained a new respect for him because one of the things he said to me, he says not to drive you away or to chase you away, I should say. Have you looked into Starlink? you know. And I told him, I says, you know, it'd be great because, you know, I have a Starlink setup out here, but the problem is with all the trees that I have, I cannot get a lock on their satellites unless those things are tracking. Then I have no problem with it. And they are kind of pricey, especially seeing that you got to pay spend anywhere between $600 to $900 for you're buying the equipment. And then you got to pay $100 a month. It's a little pricey as far as I'm concerned, you know, but eventually I will be at a place where I will be able to set up Starlink and be able to do that. I know there was a couple of people who were in chat last night that were talking about it, and one guy was getting it installed today and everything. So that he can start doing podcasts. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be putting out there. I'm going to, you know what, we're going to signal call Dave right now and find out where he's at. Here we go. Yeah, buffering. I think the price is going to go down after, you know. I think I paid $600 for mine like 2.5 years ago. And he's not answering, probably because he's running into the house right now. I'm not going to answer. I'm just going to show up. Yep.
Hey, bud.
Hey, they're waiting for you.
Okay, I just got home. Grabbing.
I kind of figured. I said, I bet he's running in the house. That's why he's not answering. He's running in the house right now.
All right, I'll be on in a minute.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Dave's going to be joining us in just a minute here, guys. CenturyLink was bought up by a company called Bright. Oh, dang nabbit. Bright something. So if Starlink decided to buy him up, I would hope that they would actually have things fixed. Because let me tell you, I've had nothing but problems with CenturyLink. Absolutely nothing but problems. But my repair guy Dennis, he's awake. He's awake. He's actually sending me questions. Brightspeed, that's it. Thank you, Karen Reese. Thank you very much. Brightspeed. They were the ones who bought into CenturyLink. But the problem with them is that all their call centers are either in the Philippines, in India, or in Honduras. Whatever happened to, if you're a company that runs something in America, don't you think you should have an office in America, that your calls should be going to Americans? Half the time, you can't even understand what these people are telling you. And it's like, wow, wait a flipping minute here. So Dave's going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes. He's just grabbing something to drink, and then he'll head back to his podcast area, get his stuff fired up. So we'll just give him a couple of minutes. And like I said, even after Dave is done, we still have more info that we're going to be running tonight. At 6:23, we are 7 hours and 1 minute in today's podcast. We've covered quite a bit already. But we are going to cover more. Tomorrow we'll be back with even more, and the day after that, and the day after that. I just think at this time, when we're getting this, the beginning of this flood of information, that we really need to be on top of it and making sure that we are getting the information out to everybody as often as possible. And I've told you guys this before, as long as I have gas for this generator, I will be alive. Just no doubt about that. It's important at this time that we put in everything that we can in order to make this awakening a little bit easier for some of us. and to begin the awakening for many, many others, and that's, that's just, sounds like Hawk needs to speak to the gambler and get some advice. On a warm summer's evening, on a train bound for nowhere, met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to speak, so we took turns of staring at the window at the darkness. Boredom overtook us, and we began to speak. He said, son, I've had a life out of reading people's faces, knowing what the cards were before, by the way they held their eyes. If you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of aces for a taste of your whiskey. Give you some advice. So I handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet, and his face lost all expression. Said, if you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold, know when to fold 'em. Hey, Dave.
Hey, man. How you
Good timing, because I was singing and they don't want to hear that.
Sounded like he had some Kenny Rogers going there, man.
Yeah. It's somebody made a comment in regards to that I need to talk to the gambler, get some advice. So I figured, I'd start singing that, so they just all got to listening. And man, you've got a crowd on Facebook side too. Quite a crowd. You got 34 over there. And you got 239 on this side. So I'm gonna go ahead and kind of step out of the way and let you do some talking, because I know you had some updates in regards to the information from your interview yesterday.
Why don't I share that? So that was, did you like that with Stephen?
It was a really good interview, very informative. You covered some things that you guys have already covered, but it was a great refresher for those who are just catching up to you now. And that's to me, that's a big thing, getting them caught up and giving you the ability to refresh their minds, and all that makes a huge difference, I think. And it's going to make it a lot easier for people to catch up.
Awesome. It's this is, I mean, the sheer amount of things that are happening are Kevin, I've seen you on X. Yes, I just saw you. I don't know if I saw your reply yet tonight, but good to see you all. Yeah, thank you all. It's good to be back. Good to see you all. So, with everything that's going on, I mean, I don't know what's been kicking my butt the past couple days, Hawk, but I don't know how you've been feeling, but whatever's going on with this sun is very, very interesting. Have you seen the pictures of this thing?
Yeah, there's somebody actually put a thing up on X talking about the sun splitting.
Well, this is what it looks like. This was, I think, yesterday. I don't know if I've even seen it today, but supposedly that's the real deal. Now, I don't honestly, I don't know if it's the fake sun or the real sun. The fake sun that they show us to make us think that we're on a spinning ball kind of thing, and that it's this huge, vast entity 93 million miles away in space. Or if it's actually the thing that's in the ether. Freedom says my right arm was 4 degrees hotter than my left arm yesterday. That's interesting.
She was asking before if that could be because of the Schumann resonance.
Yeah, I don't know. That's very that's an odd one. But the Schumann resonance is definitely, and it kind of looks like this a little bit.
Here's one, Dave.
All right. I don't know if I have I got my glasses with me.
It says hawk that looks eerily familiar to the deck clock coin image from yesterday.
Yeah, because I was kind of wondering what that image was. That's interesting. They're saying that this one. Huh. Interesting. You know, it's
and you saw the new deck clock one,
right?
Yeah. And you saw the new deck clock one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's stacked on the election stuff. That was really surprising.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting that kind of stuff is popping up on the debt clock. You know, it's kind of like a new place to look. You know, it's like nobody paid any attention to the debt clock.
Yep. It's like saying, "Hey, look at me." You know.
Over here. Hey, over here. Look at me.
Yeah,
over
I'm
here.
gonna pull that up real quick.
Sure.
Just so we can have it up there, so people that are just tuning in with us can see what we're talking about. So this is the new message on the debt clock. Now, if you go to the debt clock and it just looks like this, okay, there's not a big splash on there. All you have to do is go up here in the right-hand corner where it says secret window. You'll see where it says open, and it also has a close, so you can open and close it. But you click that, and it'll pull the image up. And now we're going to blow it up, and let's bring it over and start at the very top. It says Federal Bureau of Elections. Every ballot counts. Vote. Outcome-based elections. This was the most secure and honest election in history. 100% secured.
Of course it was.
What about all the videos of Dropbox ballot stuffing? Oh, we already looked into that. What about all the videos of anonymous trucks filled with ballots? Oh, this doesn't concern us. What about all the mail-in ballots with no verification? We trust the integrity of the system. What about the voting machines with secret proprietary code? We've worked very hard with our partners in Venezuela, Iran, and Brazil to make sure the process ensures the proper outcome. Well, and who's this Thomas X down here at the bottom? You see it down here, Dave?
Hold on. No. Yeah. Does it say Thomas?
Yeah, it says Thomas X.
Let me blow that up.
I'm going to make it even bigger. Hang on. Give me a second.
And I just did. But Thomas X, yeah, I didn't see that. That's a nice catch. And there's something beside it.
And the coin's got a fish in it.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
Interesting. And it's a silver coin, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Huh. I wonder. Thomas X. And by the way, the X again is prevalent in that, right? Which we made a note of in the interview. And I'm just looking for a couple things that I want to share with you here. That
so Slow Country says Thomas X has been doing a lot of the graphics for the debt clock.
Okay. Do we know? Does he have an account somewhere, or do we know?
Slow Country, yeah, that's where you come in. Do you know anything about him? Where we can locate any accounts that we could check out? We'd appreciate any information you have on that.
Yeah.
he'll post to us here in a second. And if there's something a link that we can go to in order to track him down, then that would be great. Because the more information we have, as the farther we get to look. So he's going to look into it right now. Thank you, Slow Country. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I am just, I thought I was going to pull this up before I came on, but I was running late. But basically, these videos with Nino have blown up. There's there's a lot of stuff, and I'm going to put them all up on the on my Rumble as well.
Right.
And okay. All right. I guess I wanted to go down this pathway of the fish. Okay. I didn't get to finish that with Steven. I can't remember what I got distracted by, but I do know that I need to here it is, I think. No. Well, for starters, the English to Greek is what. Yeah, hold on, honey.
Oh, he stepped off for a minute. He'll be right back with us. They all say Thomas X. Okay. I haven't gone through the pictures that I've taken to see if his name was on all of them. It was just very prolific there for it to be very, very out there in the open, which is pretty cool. It's nice to know who's doing them, right? It's it takes an effort to do this regularly. The crazy thing is did they hack into the U.S. debt clock, or is it somebody who actually works there that's getting this information out to everybody? We were told drip, 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 and then become a flood. Okay, we were told that. So the idea of it is we can't always expect the information to come from Q. Okay, to point us, we've got to understand that other people are going to be dropping us clues along the way too. I think Dave's back with us. Yep, there he is. Hey, young man.
Hey,
welcome back.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. And you have the power to bring yourself up. So, you got to remember that. So,
oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I went right into trying to find what it is I was looking for, which is really, really weird because this is the second time that it's happened where this stuff just disappeared. Very interesting. I may have to go.
I've actually taken pictures with my phone of certain images that have been online and then loaded them on my computer and then never be able to find them.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what?
Oh,
no
I
way.
got it. Okay, I got it. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay.
And you have the power to bring that on up.
Yes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, so that way then we don't have any conflict as to what you pull up.
That'll get me back on track here. Okay. All right. So, Hawk, I'll just ask you a couple questions while I'm dialing this in here. What would you say is the biggest message that we're being given when it comes to, the state of affairs that we're finding ourselves in right now? Would you say that there's one thing that's really standing out to you more than
well, I learned today that the QOfficial.net page is being run by Q the Storm from X.
Interesting.
That's where that bird takes you to, Q the Storm. And let me tell you, X22 and we know SGT, and many of them report on a lot of the information that Q the Storm has been putting out. So I said the other day, that, you know, if the sky's not green tonight, I'm never going to go and look at that page again. Okay. But then I popped in with you Friday night and said, hey, you know, Kevin, you know, found this particular document or particular post in regards to green skies, you know, and it's in the Q posts. Okay. It talks about green skies, and it's talking about Captain Green, the guy who saw the hunt go on for the children in the Black Forest, in the Rothschild Forest there. Okay. So to me, that was a direct correlation to all the information regarding Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip coming forward, you know. So I can't fully discount the Qofficial.net now because of that correlation, you know. And that was, I believe it was post 183 that pointed to that, the green skies. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna type this in real quick and double check. You know, I was very grateful to you and Todd where it came to the you know, to the Q post and being able to look things up on there and be able to get the posts up there all together, you know, that straight up and down slash that you use in order to pull up multiple to pull up multiple posts.
Right.
So I'm going to make this big. I'm going to make this big enough so that everybody can see this. Okay. Confirm green sky equals giving an order to Captain Green to do something to the Rothschilds. Q gave us this crumb beforehand and also wrote a message to LDR. We can hear you breathing. And that's Lord Rothschild's. That was, I don't remember the first name of that particular Rothschild.
There's Lord Rothschild is the man, and then Lynn is the woman.
Oh, okay. Okay. And I know that his son is out there now too.
And he's Evelyn.
Okay. All right. So it says this was a map. Q told us that future shows the past, meaning that a future event, in parentheses, Captain Mike Green doing something with a helicopter to Rothschilds, will explain these keywords and confirm that Q knows top secret information. Green, obviously a good guy, had a mission. We don't know what exactly he was supposed to do, but it had to be something very serious because bad guys countered very seriously and killed several people. Mission failed. And this was a response to a Q post where you went into the blue numbers and were able to pull even more out of it. Just in that correlation alone, you know, it really tells me that, okay, I can't discount the Qofficial.net page. Okay. Now we know it's not Q because Q is not doing any outside comms. Okay. However, this individual, obviously was spot on, or else Q would not have allowed that response to be put into this post. You know, so green skies does not always mean going outside and looking to see if there's a green sky, because that's exactly what I did all night long. You know, I kept going out there. I'm like, maybe the skies, you know, maybe the clouds are clear and I can see the sky.
Well,
Okay.
we had the Aurora Borealis the past couple of days, and that was the green sky.
Right.
But
now
you just couldn't
yeah.
see it from certain places. You know, you have to see it in the northern hemisphere.
Right. Yeah. It's and somebody in Alberta, Canada said that they had seen it. Whereas somebody who was on the other side of that same area did not see it. But then again, at the same time, wasn't outside looking, you know, at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was earlier in the evening hours, not in the late overnight. So, so I think that that's one of the biggest things over the last few days that have gotten me, because of the fact that I was ready to just toss that end of it out the window and not continue looking at it. But this gives me a direct correlation, so I can't discount it, and then following the little tweet bird that's on that Q official page, that takes you directly to Q the Storm, who all these podcasters have been referring to for specific posts and research information for at least the last couple of years, and has been retruthed by Donald Trump many times.
Yes. I'm not familiar with that account. I need to familiarize myself more with it.
And he did in fact list all of he listed all of the posts. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on the screen here. Actually, I should do this. This would actually be the best way to do this. Let's go qofficial.net and pull that up. Come on.
/ password.
Yeah. Oh, here it goes. That side of my screen is locking up. Why? Okay, here it goes. Coming soon. So it says coming soon, Q. That's the title of it, right? Okay, so I click on the little bird, and where does it take me? Q the Storm. Now, what he has done is he has cataloged every single post that has been up on qofficial.net.
Cool.
So all of them are there. And I actually had somebody the other day telling me this was an unusual one. He basically, his thing said, F around and find out. But this one,
oh yeah, that explosion in Alexandria, Virginia today. Are you? Was that last night? Last night.
Yeah, it was last night. Yeah.
Have you heard about that guy that? He's warning us, telling us about. Supposedly he was in some chat, but then it was, and he said a few things that were quite odd. But supposedly he was talking about all the back doors and how we're being spied on and so forth. Very odd thing that happened to me, and it's going to become clearer and clearer. But in the car yesterday with my daughter, I just mentioned serendipity, and as that I love the serendipity of things when you connect with somebody. And I got home and on the pulled up the television last night, and my Amazon Prime is pulled up Serendipity as a movie for me to watch on the Roku box. So it's like, what are the odds of that? That movie was made, I don't know, 12 years ago or something.
Yeah.
But we are being listened to. We are being tracked. We are being marketed to. What is that you're showing there?
This one here is another post by him. It's boom again, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I want to catch the definitely a foreign language.
Is that like a foreign language?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Okay.
And then there's
is it
one.
another like that? That was a massive volcanic eruption. Do we know where that one is?
No, it just says new world will rise from the ashes. Let's see if it gives any further information. He's got a bunch of them. I'm almost thinking that these are subterranean explosions perforating the upper crust. That was in Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupts. And that was on December 3rd, is what that says. Yeah, so it just seems kind of interesting, you know, what this guy has been putting up here. This is another explosion here. At first, I thought this was a drag queen event because of that image. We're back right there. That's what most of the drag queens wear. You know, the sequin gowns and the long gloves on the hands, you know, things like that we've seen so many videos of over the last couple of years. Again, language I don't understand. You know, so and then here's the green skies, green moon. It's here. I don't hear any. Yeah, there's no talking in there. It's just an image of it. So that's pretty interesting. You know, and then the next one is watch the water. Terramar, you know, the underwater village that that this lady, Ghislaine Maxwell, was involved with. You know, but here come the rest of those posts, and he's got them all. You know, so he doesn't discount a single one of those posts that were on there. So, but and then there's Razzle Drip Part 2, and that is the actual cover of the video that I saw on the dark web. Okay. That was actually what was the cover of it. We all know this image here with George Clooney, Barack Obama, and the little Chinese girl on the boat. Huma Abedin. Epstein with a couple other people and a child. Little child there. We already know who this fool is. Everybody says that it's a fake picture. No, it's not. Letting you know that right now. The image, when I got a copy of it, I ran it through that. What is that app for pictures? Photoshop, to find out whether it was doctored or not. Nope, it's not doctored. That was him. That was for real. You know, so it's so he goes through all of them, Dave. He's got them all there. So, you know, to me, that's a great way of being able to look back, see exactly how this all got started, and all the correlating information with it. You know, I'll shut up now so you can.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Excuse me. So I want to bring up the search I did on the fish, right? Now, so let me take the screen back.
Yep, I'm going to remove that right now. There you go. And guys, I'm dropping the link for, or that's his Twitter handle for Cue the Storm. There's his Twitter handle right there for you, if you want to give him a follow. And just kind of keep an eye on it. You know, it doesn't mean that he's 100% accurate or anything like that, but he obviously knows something a little bit more than what we know. So I would personally, keep an eye on it.
Okay. All right. So here we go. So this is what I wanted to do with Stephen, and I got distracted and forgot about it. But let me. Why is that doing that the way it is? Hawk, could you just give me the screen
You did. You want the full screen?
Yeah, like
There you
that.
go.
Okay.
Yep. You have complete control.
Okay. All right. So I can leave it like that. Okay. So, all right, my friends. So, so this fish, okay, it has been co-opted, if you will, by Christians, by the Christian faith, by I don't know who exactly did it, but this symbol that we saw on the U.S. debt clock, which I'm just going to show you what it is that I'm talking about. That just to get us back in the place where I want to be, and I need to present share screen. There we go. It's not giving me that option here. Why is that not giving me that option?
Marianne, can you drop that link also on the Facebook side, please?
Okay. All right. It's not letting me share my the tab, the window. There we go. Okay. Okay. So this was the thing that was up on the debt clock recently. It was a couple days ago. All right. And you can see We the People tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the fish with the IXOYE. And then the debt-free currency with Washington on the $10 bill with X, which has been popping up quite a bit. So in going to the options to figure out exactly what this is, what I shared was the Vesica Pisces, right? I showed the drawing, right, with him, and that was the first symbol ever created by the duplication of a cell. Now, going to these different options for what does this mean, takes us to this here. Okay, now, so it means Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. It is the Greek word for fish. It's been kind of translated into that with the different words. Now, what's interesting is when you start to look into the numerology, the first letter is Ictus. And I want to make sure that that's up. Are you showing Ictus on the screen right now?
Yeah, it says Ictus, you never knew, the Christian wheel. That's directly above your head there.
Let me see.
It's got your search page on there.
Okay.
Is what we're seeing.
I see. Okay, that's not what I want. I want to pull up something else here. Sorry, I'm a little out of it. I've been really punk the past couple days since that interview yesterday. I've basically been in bed until I went out tonight for this game. But let me pull this up. Okay, so this is Ictus in Gematria. Okay, feel no more sadness. G in Jewish, Yahuwah. Dementia-ridden piece of crap. Sounds like they're talking about Biden there. And computers, nothing major in Hebrew. Down here we have yellow, reverse treason, Wilson, Black Friday, numbers, Napoleon, Planet X. X keeps showing up. And so that to me really didn't give me much. Then I went to this one, And I believe that first one, what was the difference? This is Ictus. That first one. I think the other one I spelled wrong. First thing that pops up is Microsoft, the Egg of Mew, Steph Kent, greatness. But down here it's Trump is the top search combination. Okay. And then Ictis, okay, which is another spelling for it. It says get ready. Host an accidental death, nothing to see here. But Ripple came up. Okay. And Titanic, but also Thomas. Okay. And BlackRock and Disney.
Thomas. What were we just talking about? Thomas X?
Right. Okay. Titanic as well, which Titanic, as we know that are awake, Titanic was partly responsible for the Federal Reserve Bank because they sank the Titanic and killed Astor, Guggenheim, and
the fake. They sank the fake Titanic.
The Olympic. Exactly.
Actually, was the Olympic.
Yes. Guggenheim, Astor, and Strauss, right, who were against the Federal Reserve Bank, and they could have stopped it. But with them out of the way, they were able to push that through. So it points us to Ripple, Titanic, the fake fiat currency, Thomas, who's part of creating this debt clock, and BlackRock, which is we've heard is the not just this megalith up there with Vanguard in terms of the investment and the control over nearly everything in the finance world. But BlackRock is also the rock at the North Pole where the waters flow in and out of, causing the tides on the flat Earth model. And that's been written about quite a bit, that the BlackRock is there. And so we have that. And then this is I need to do the other words because, and so it begins is by the way one of them. Hotel California, Gabriel the Archangel, and Bitcoin pops up as well. Okay, on these searches, right? And money and Hitler and Dogecoin and Monday. Okay, so the reason why I asked about your thoughts on what's the biggest thing happening right now is I keep being pointed towards the financial sector and the currency. And obviously we're talking about the debt clock, so we're going to have conversation about the currency and so forth. But the thing that keeps popping up across all areas is that we are headed for a financial revaluation. The black hats are trying for a reset so that we step into the kind of currency that will enslave us further, meaning a federal digital currency or an international currency versus the Bitcoins, the Dogecoins, and the Ripples, which are more freedom currencies and were created to help us to escape the what's being shoved down our throat by the black hats.
Right.
And so I have been, since I started, paying attention to these, the debt clock, the Q clock, the going back into the drops, understanding, what happened when Kissinger died, and on the same day, the UAE dropped the petrodollar. Okay, that was very, very significant. So the messages that I'm getting from this particular fish symbol is also it can, and oftentimes we look for double meanings, and so it could be certainly a Jesus message. It could certainly be these comms about the digital currencies that can help get us off this this current maritime law currency with the banks and all that. So it's more of a freeing message to me, is that it's telling us to possibly get involved in crypto and these particular cryptos, because it's the debt clock. So again, I'm a little out of it, so I'm a little off, as you guys, I'm sure, can tell. But yeah, that's the main, and those are the different spellings of this particular symbol. Let's see. Yeah. Any questions? I wanted to look for a few other things here, but
yeah. Now, the fish was also used as a means in which to identify Christians during the Book of Acts, all the way up until the Book of Revelations, because so many Christians were being hunted down back then. If you went to a village and you went to speak to somebody that you were sent to meet, what you would do is you would make half the fish with your walking staff, while the other person would finish. They would make the bottom half of the fish, and then they would wipe it from the ground so that nobody walking by would be able to see it. But it allowed them to be able to recognize that they were a fellow Christian, and this was the person that you were going to see. No, Moose Nut, this is nothing. Wait till we hit the 13-hour mark. Then you can call us nuts. Okay.
By the way, this is where the pagan symbol comes from here, and that's the Dagon. Canon law outlaws Catholics from eating meat on Friday all year long, and yet the church encourages its followers to eat fish Friday. Does that sound strange? Well, in Rome, Friday was known as the day of Venus. Venus was the goddess of fertility. Since fish symbolize reproduction, as a single cod can spawn 9 million eggs a year, the fish was eaten in honor of this love goddess. Even more, the Pope wears the fish mitre, declaring he is a successor of the Philistine fish god Dagon. And you can see the representation of the fish and the hat. That's basically been captured by the Catholic Church. And utilized. So there's a lot that's wrong with the Catholic vestments. One is the pedo symbols, the boy lover symbols, and here, let me show you a few other things here. Something very fishy in Western religion. Goes way back to the Egyptian times and Babylon, Assyria, and continuing on, obviously. And this is Dagon.
That's now just for people to know. That's who Goliath worshipped. That was the god of Goliath that David slew.
Is that right?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So it's amazing when we. It's important for us to see how and why this all came to be. Right. What is it that what are we actually worshiping? Right. This was this is one of them. The ictus. But I wanted to go, yeah. So, but at any rate, just yeah. So I wanted to share that just that I was being kind of pointed, kind of directed towards crypto. Just like the debt clock's kind of also pointing us towards gold and silver with Dorothy's silver ruby slipper. You know, in the book it was silver, in the movie it was ruby. That was a correction from the other night when I spoke with David Rodriguez, and those interviews are flying. They're flying. Like there's a lot of people because there's a couple rebroadcasts on Rumble. So look for that in the next 24 hours. I'm going to be sharing that on the indoctrination on Rumble. People have been very, any questions that you have, Hawk, or from the interview, or does anybody have any questions?
No, I would actually open it up for questions from the people. Absolutely. If you guys got questions for Dave, throw them up there, and we will pull them up on the screen and give you guys the floor to ask your questions. That's what it's about. And Facebook, we can see your comments, so don't hesitate to drop them in. We just can't type back to you, is all.
I want to just share with people that are trying to find me. DavidSnedeker.com takes you to this page, and a little story about me, my Give Send Go, which Nino asked me to set up so that he could have people try to help me get back on my feet with a place and donate, and that has been going very well. Just where you can support. Also, let's see, this, I wanted that gone. That should be gone. That's the network. I got rid of the pay subscription model, but if you have paid, I will be doing something on that before I drop that for all the ones that did. This is what I've been talking about for years. That my lost tapes, if you will, and there's a lot of that there, and I'm going to be adding more to that. That takes you to a Spotify, but you can also listen. You can also search anywhere that you have a podcast app. Just search my name, and it should come up. This is the Q streaming that if somebody that's paying like hundreds of dollars, but I'm going to talk to Hawk about that. But basically, you can go on there and you can find Truthcast Media, and that's where I'm going to be putting a lot of content on the Truthcast Media. And we actually broadcast Hawk's show about a week ago on there. If this takes you to Jim and Jasmine's silver and their Mysterium product. Folks, if you're not taking Jim and Jasmine's silver or Mysterium, reach out to Jasmine and ask her for the Mysterium. I'm telling you, it vibrates at 1,000 resonance of Christ consciousness, and I'm telling you, it is fire. It is beautiful. It will. I mean, I've had people that were feeling ill and they took it and were feeling better the next day, like that quickly. There's another link to patriotsilver.gold. If you need to learn about silver and gold, please reach out to that. You can also get a free book on that. This is all the free content, all this where you can find me. Okay. All of this is free. And so you can click on that and find me there. Okay. And then put your email down here if you want to make sure that you are in tune with, where I'm going live or where what interviews I'm doing and all that kind of thing. We have an email that goes on quite frequently that will tell you that. So I wanted to share that with you so that, because a lot of people were asking, where can they find me? I just lost that comment, Hawk, when I came back to you and I. Okay.
Yeah, I was actually going to answer that for her, but you were on a roll there and I wasn't going to interrupt you. Yeah, that the open and close that are up there on the top there, that's what opens the message in the middle of the debt clock.
Come here.
So you can open and close it. But it's the message that comes up that you really want to see. So, okay. Then you got Camel Carl says, Dave, did you see Wiki dropped HRC's emails? I know about the old ones. I haven't seen anything new yet, Carl. But that question was actually pointed to you, Dave.
So, I saw that again. Somebody posted that WikiLeaks has dropped all the information, and it's the same old. We've seen all those emails. We've seen all that stuff. It's nothing new.
Yeah. The 30,000 missing emails have never been released.
What's that?
The 30,000 missing emails have never been seen.
Right.
Okay. Next question is, what's meant by Thomas X? I missed part of the conversation. I think that is the guy who is the artist for those things that pop up there on the debt clock page.
Giving himself a shout out, which is good because those have been very, very enjoyable and brought some attention to where I think it needs to go. And again, the debt clock is an outside comm, folks, but it's got some significance and it's got some substance, right? Just saw short stone monoliths show a handbag all over the world from ancient times. Yeah. I think, Annette, what you're talking about is that picture I showed of the ancient Babylonian symbol of the fish head, if you will, the fish head with the scaled back. And they carry these little purses, which we believe have to do with the powers that they carried and the ability with that and the Ankh to take a frequency that is going up and down and stop that frequency, and then that frequency lifts whatever it is below. And I've heard and looked into that being the way in which they've built the pyramids. Like they were able to use those to lift very, very heavy objects. So that's what I'm getting from your comment there.
Nice. Let's see here. Pat McCabe says, great to see you here, Dave.
Great to see you, Pat. Thank you.
Then Dean Reedy says, what about Jesus Order involvement?
I don't know what he's asking.
Are you talking about the bloodline of Christ, or are you talking about the Jesuit order? That's we'd have to get a clarification on that. So if you can retype that question for us, that would be awesome. Is this live or Memorex? No, we're live. We're definitely live.
We're live at 9:18 on Tuesday, December 5th, 9:18 Central Standard.
Yeah. 7:19 here on the West Coast. Susie Snedhead says, Dave, do you still have merch?
I do not, but I will be getting back to that, and hopefully here before Christmas as well. I'll have some stuff. But thank you, Susie. Good to see you. Everything's getting dialed back in.
Okay. So Dean Reedy says Jesuit. Don't like me typing it.
Yeah. So I just watched something very interesting recently, and it had to do with the Jesuits, and that's an interesting path to go down, because basically Saving Israel for Last exposes the Khazarian mafia hold on Israel, but it also it points to who controls the Khazarian mafia. And when you think about the Vatican and how it has controlled humanity for a very, very long time, and also created and controlled religions, which are at the center of the reasons, if you will, as to why we go to war, when in actuality, most of the wars that we go to are to establish a central bank. But they use religion to stir things up quite a bit. But the Jesuits are actually in control of the Khazarian mafia. And the interesting thing about that is that Anthony Fauci is a Jesuit. Trump is a Jesuit in terms of, like, his schooling and so forth. So it opens up a whole can of worms of an overarching control mechanism of all the puppet strings. And so I think that's something that we definitely got to keep an eye out for, and understand that the Medicis, the Orsinis, these Italian families, the Borgias, that have been in control of humanity for a very, very long time, they're not even mentioned. Like, how do you know when somebody's really in control when their name isn't even mentioned?
Yep. Yeah. And the thing is Borgia is the one responsible for bringing the Khazarians into the Vatican to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, basically the Khazarians went with the Spear of Longinus, the fingers of St. Peter, and many other artifacts. And basically what they did was they boosted the prowess of the Pope to the people. Okay. In doing so, it basically secured them the ability to transact in the Vatican City with no consequence, and also no tax. That was the biggest thing, was they were not to be taxed for any of the goods that they were selling, but every other marketeer had to pay out their wazoo in order to sell anything out of there. So Pat Evans got a question here for you, Dave.
Can I send your Texas out, Eddie? I can't seem to send money. Right now, I don't have my P.O. box, and I don't have a new address, Pat. So thank you. It's basically on the David Snedeker website. You can do Zelle as well. If you want to send me something, I really appreciate that, Pat. I just don't have an address for you right now. I don't have an address for me right now. So that's what the donations are a part of. But but Zelle is very easy to do with your actual bank as well. So just if that works. Yeah, Mr. Whiskers, I am back at my ex's watching our daughter, and so I'll be here through this week. Love to you, Malvita. Thank you very much.
see. There we go. Dave, thoughts on North Korean spy satellites?
Oh, Kevin. Oh, that's right, Kevin. Now I think that was the response that you were asking me about. Thank you for that. I haven't looked into that, Kevin. Hawk, have you looked into that? Because
I haven't had a chance to. I've been
Kevin
podcasting.
posted some pictures of North Korean spy satellites. Kevin, where were those? Those spy satellites. Where were those pictures from? I think I remember. Let me see if I can find those. And I'm fading. I'm gonna have to bail here soon because I'm starting to feel it.
I hear you, brother. Okay, trying to see. Okay. Looking to see if there was. Yeah, I think he posted that directly to you. That wasn't up on his personal thing. Breaking: Lady Gaga and Robert De Niro say they will leave the United States if Donald Trump becomes president again. I think that'd be a really, really good idea. The sooner you go, the better. It's like, oh Lord, all of them. Cher, Whoopi, all of them. You're not American. You belong to Satan. You don't belong to America. And Robert, with the amount of trafficking that you were involved with, you deserve everything that happens to you, every bit of it. And Lady Gaga, dude, you deserve what happens to you too.
Well, I think what's going to be really interesting is that we're not even going to have to speculate anymore, as to who's doing what, that we're going to see why they were so against Trump, right? Right. It's like when this all comes out, we're going to be like, oh, that's why they didn't want Trump around, right? It had nothing to do with his mean tweets. It had nothing to do with his misogyny or his racism or all these things that they project upon him. It had to do with the fact that they were trying to save their own ass.
Yep. Very much so.
Slow Country said, Dave, this is interesting. On the Q official page, there is starts, which when plugged into Geometric Comet Ping Pong is one of the top results. That's very interesting. Well, as I was saying with Nino, that, all these things that are happening, Hawk, like we're being pointed to the debt clock. We're being pointed to this Q clock. Yep. We're being pointed to these different things. And Q said no outside. Oh, Ingersoll Lockwood. That was the other one I was talking about. Now, Ingersoll Lockwood is the only one that I feel that has officially been connected to Q through Space Force. But just the fact that we're being pointed in these directions, why are we being pointed in these directions? Well, it's a better direction than being pointed to Fox News. It's a better direction than being pointed to the any mainstream media. It's a better direction to be pointed there because of what it contains and the fact that we're getting into the mainstream narrative, Pizzagate again and Frazzle Drip again, and the gold-backed currencies and so forth and so on. That's all creating conversation. All this stuff that I was talking about with Nino, it's coming. Like if you think about the Frazzle Drip, well, that was trending on Twitter. Maybe not trending at the level that many things trend on Twitter, but it was never before discussed on Twitter. Now it is. Pizzagate was never allowed to be discussed on Twitter. Now it is. Right?
Yep.
And that's huge, right? Because it's getting this is the wake up of the normies. Is what's
and every time we post about it, I mean, I just now got a Q or a Twitter page finally after all this time, but all 5 of my other accounts are all blocked and banned forever.
Mhm.
You know, and I even wrote to Elon about it and asking, can I get one of them back? You know, he never responded though, so I guess I was kind of expecting too much and in saying, you know, sending him an email directly. So
Well, I never got my second one back either. And did Kevin bring up the spy satellites? I'm pulling up Kevin's Twitter profile right now, by the way, Kevin, and I'm looking, and I don't see his post on that. But then he also, it was a private message that he asked me that in. So, but I am looking at it, my friend. Excuse me. And it's not coming up.
Slow Country, in response to the question you just texted to me, go to Q the Storm there on X, and you can see where the first where and when the first post on that Q official went up. Other people were following it already when I was told about it.
And they've got 67,000 followers. But it's just interesting because it is bringing to light some of the things that that we are looking at. I had retweeted Q the Storm, by the way, the other day. Let me just share this. Let me see. Is that
Love that, Dean. He says, my employees called me racist. I'd always say it's not in not racist. I hate everybody equally.
This is the Aurora Borealis. This was the green sky, right? Green sky,
Yep.
green moon. Okay. So, you know, that was that. Watch the Water, Here's Ghislaine, what you were saying, and Terra Mar project. That's what that was all about. So, so anyway, it's it's significant because it's directing us to look in a place that I believe is very important. You know, Hawk, if these other sites, these outside comms were directing us places that I felt were a distraction, I'd say that. Like Nino said, is this thing with Kissinger a distraction? And I said, no, it's a watershed moment. It's a moment in human history that we need to be aware of because it's the death of the petrodollar. And because UAE dropped the petrodollar on the same day. So it's a message to us. So things like that happen. That's basically the news unlocks the map. Meanwhile, you know, Kissinger was never mentioned by Q, but still a very significant figure, especially when it comes to how we've gotten into this financial, you know, shitstorm that we are presently in. And now, you know, the debt clock's bringing up the voting, right? Kevin says that the North Korea got caught with spy satellites. They were found in Japan and other countries around the world. I sent you those pictures months ago. It's in the news now. Wow, I think I missed that months ago, Kevin. Did you send those to me via email or did you send them via X? My apologies. And I have not seen that in the news either. Yeah. All right. If we got one more, buddy, you got there. I gotta bow out here.
Somebody was saying that there was one post with Kissinger, and I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it comes up as zero posts found containing Kissinger. Am I spelling it properly?
Debbie, Debbie, was it a picture or was it a comment?
Maybe I'll look under HK. Henry Kissinger.
No, HK is going to bring up Hong Kong. I don't think I went through those. I don't think any of them. You could go through them. I may have missed something, but I think they're all Hong Kong.
It comes out Oshkosh.
The Kobayashi letter, which is a financial letter, Bitcoin and gold just moved in sharply opposite directions after weeks of similar price action. Beginning late Sunday night, both assets jumped sharply. Since then, Bitcoin is up 6.5%, while gold prices have posted a massive $100 reversal. By the way, this was after they were up $100. Gold prices are now down 2.5% and 5% from their all-time high 12 hours ago in a mysterious reversal. That is mysterious. With gold's massive market cap, the downswing reflects $675 billion in lost value since the Sunday high. In other words, gold just erased approximately 85% of the Bitcoin market cap in 12 hours. Is this a battle between Bitcoin and gold, or is something else happening here? And
good question. Nope, nothing in Kissinger that I can find.
Right. So this is that the Bitcoin is up, gold is down. So, and this is the message I wanted to get to Stephen yesterday, was those links to Bitcoin in the gematria. So this was, I had this information Sunday night, and look what happened since Sunday night. Bitcoin is up 6.5%. So, and that's when I was saying, look, they're directing us towards crypto. Interesting. So, all right, my friend.
Go get some rest.
Yeah.
Go get some rest. Tomorrow will be another day. I'll be doing another one tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We'll talk. Much love, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching that interview today. I really enjoy Stephen's interviews. He's very
thorough. He does a good job.
He knows a lot more than he's saying, but he's letting me say it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's a nice, I feel like I can really download a lot of information. Whereas if I'm getting interrupted, that's a whole nother story. And then I lose a train of thought, or don't get everything, put out there. But, so I really like his, interview style. All right, my friend. Well, thanks for posting that tonight, and glad you get your internet back up and running.
Yeah, it was a pain.
Yeah. All right, brother. Be well. Love you all. Thanks. Good night.
All right, guys. That was Dave Snedeker joining us for a little bit there, and we appreciate his presence. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and jump into our next videos. We still have a few more for this evening. Those of you that are going to stick around, you're more than welcome to. Everybody is. I'm just getting the what do you call them? The banners made real quick to pick up where we left off. There we go. Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with this interview with Louis Herms and Nicholas Benyamin is where we're going to go first. And let me get everything set up here. Audio, bing, bing, bing. Yep, there we go. And here we go.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Louis Herms, and today we are going to be discussing, do the Democrats, are they controlling the body doubles? Are they infiltrating them because the real ones are getting arrested by the white hats? What's really going on? Louis says he has something to say about this. He's got maybe some evidence that he wants to show us. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at Nicholas.Benyamin. You have to write the full thing because Instagram is censoring me like crazy. If you'd like to follow my daily newsreels. Louis, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Awesome. There's a lot of things. I'll be traveling a lot. I've got some undisclosed locations and that we'll be sending video from. We have evidence of a lot of things coming up. So I've been doing a lot of digging lately. And I've come to a kind of a weird conclusion that it's possible that the bad guys are controlling the body doubles. So I'll kind of go over that and what the evidence is. And it's really just a conversation because nobody's talking about this. But I mentioned this to a couple of people and it was a big time aha moment. So it made sense to them. So I think this is a good conversation to have.
So if you're saying that the Democrats are, putting doubles, if you like, body doubles, that's what I wanted to say. What's happening to the real ones? Who's taking them out, or what's happened with the real ones?
Okay, so it's not just Democrats. I would say even the deep state in general. Okay, have you heard of a Hydra? What a Hydra is?
No.
Okay, so Hydra is a mythical creature, dragon-like creature with multiple heads on it, right? And what happens is when you cut off the head of the Hydra, according to the mythology, that the head grows back. It replaces. Some of the mythology says it replaces twice as much. Interesting enough, and most people don't know this, there's actually a real being called a Hydra that lives in the ocean that is exactly that, where you cut the head off the Hydra, the one in the ocean, and it grows back another head. So I believe that at the beginning of this war that we know, let's just say 2016-ish, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the white hats took down, and I've said this before, the whole top tier. I think they took down the top of the 13 families and a lot of the people that we know. For example, Hillary Clinton, for sure, on, I believe it was 9/11, 2016, she so-called fainted. I have a video that proves that she's actually in handcuffs. It's not speculation. It's proof that she's in handcuffs.
I've seen this one.
Yeah, and it went viral, and people were like, oh, wow, this looks real. And it is, because I did the video myself. Anyways, so she was replaced the same day, the same outfit, but she was shorter, and she was shown hugging kids. There's no Secret Service around. It was clearly a body double on that day. I don't even think a Democrat could dispute that unless their head is so far in the clouds. It was a body double.
Now, let's talk about this, okay?
Sure.
The mainstream media, and I consider Tucker Carlson to be somewhat the mainstream media. He is mainstream, but he's a good mainstream outlet that unfortunately Fox News has let go, which I think was God's plan, because what he's doing now is he's doing great. He's solo. And when he was on Fox News, he spoke how that is not Joe Biden. Who is that man? He looks different and he behaves different. It's not who he is. Now, we've been seeing this Joe Biden quite a lot now. This Joe Biden that we have as president. Now, you see him on the
version of him, right?
We see that. Thank you. Right. Yes, we see this version of him today. And when you've seen this version on today, I want all the viewers now to go on Google when they get a chance and put Joe Biden 2013 or 2014 and see that real version of Joe Biden, how he looks completely different to the one we know today. And you will notice the difference only because we're immune to the new version of Joe Biden today. And we've all spoken about the ears. The earlobes on the old or the real Joe Biden are rounded and detached. The new Joe Biden today, the fake one, if you like, the body double, I don't know. But I can tell you as a matter of a fact that his earlobes are attached to his face. This is a fact. And this is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. And this is why Tucker Carlson made reference to this. So definitely something, Lewis, is going on. What do you think about the Joe Biden possible double?
Well, the other thing too is your ear is almost like a fingerprint, right? No two ears are exactly alike. So the ear in the top and center part of his ear is completely different also. Because the reason why I mentioned that, because you'll get outfits like Snopes and things like this. Oh, he just had plastic surgery and they attach the ear. That's common, which is BS. But regardless, so if you look inside of the ear, it's also completely different. But let's set the stage here. From let's say the beginning of time when there were leaders, whether it was emperors or czars or Caesars or presidents, prime ministers, whatever there were, kings and queens, there were body doubles. There's been body doubles for thousands and thousands of years. So for people to think this is some crazy anomaly, it's been going on since the beginning of leaderships in general. And that was to do two things. So what happened is it was to protect the leaders. So they would send the bodies out, doubles in public and so on and so forth. And many of them would get killed. And then they still secured leadership. The other thing that would happen is if they ever wanted to take out a leader, they would replace it with a body double, and the council or the knights that are behind that body double would control everything. Isn't that interesting? So here, let me do this. I brought this thing. So I'll put on my tinfoil hat so people they can know right away, okay, I'm crazy, right? But the reality is body doubles have been real and are real forever. Biden is clearly about a body double. Frankly, I believe that he's got 3 or 4 body doubles, and a couple of people believe it with me. Now, the question is, who's controlling them, so on and so forth. So let's look at some other instances. If you look at a picture of Beyonce, for example, 3 years ago compared to today, that's not the same person. Not even close to the same person.
Okay.
Madonna.
So just like Joe Biden's ears, and I know it's not anaplastic surgery, because the forehead is much narrow on the new Joe Biden. So could you give us an example on what we can look out for on the current Beyonce?
Oh yeah, she's white.
Oh, they like that, don't they? Because they don't like black people. It's racist,
right.
And they would never make. I found out that they wanted Michael Jackson white in order to make him the king of pop, because that was part of his satanic ritual. They would never make a black man the king, and that's why they made Elvis, who had a black sounding voice, the king. And they would never make, they took Eminem, who's a rapper who sings black music, and they make a white man the king of rap, when it should have really been Tupac, but they will never give the title king to a black man.
And Beyonce is considered the what? The queen. The queen bee.
The queen bee.
White. She's white as white right now. If you look at her, that's not the same Beyonce. Facial structure is different, and she's white. I mean, the fact that people can dispute this blows me away. And have you seen Madonna's transformation over the last few years? That's a completely different person. It's madness that people don't even see it. I'll go as far to say The Rock is he's at minimum CGI in all his movies. I think he's transformed also. But let's go into politics. Anybody with true brain cells to rub together have to know that Justin Trudeau of Canada is completely different. Completely different. It's you can see the before and the after pictures. It's not the same guy.
So what's
I believe,
what kind of differences?
well, his whole facial structure, his jawline is completely different. He seems like a better looking version than he was before. The same thing they did with, I believe, Gavin Newsom in California. I have a question for you, because one person that looked a little bit different to me was Boris Johnson. Do you think they traded him out, or do you just think that's the same guy as before?
I really have no idea. For me, he looked the same. I don't understand where people say, that Trump's got a double and he might have a double. But for me, he looks the same. The doubles look exactly the same. I've studied the ears. I've studied everything. When Trump takes off his tie, his chin drops and it relaxes because he's quite big around here. And when it relaxes, it really does make a big impact to his appearance when he's not wearing a tie versus when he's wearing a tie, everything's pushed up. So it does have a big impact on his appearance. And I can understand why people say, oh, he looks different here. But he sounds the same. The ears and everything is exactly the same. So I don't understand that one. But then on the other hand, people saying Elvis Presley is Bob Joyce. I do not see it at all. It looks nothing like Elvis. Elvis is much older, taller. His eyes are much more wide apart, and he's bigger boned. It's just nothing like Elvis to me. The teeth are different. Everything's different. His limbs are longer. Everything.
Right. Now, for safety reasons, President Trump would have body doubles.
Maybe,
whether we've seen pictures of them or not it can definitely be disputed. So I'm not 100% on that, although I do believe that he would have body doubles also for safety reasons. But the reality is, there's a lot of people that have been replaced. Here's the real question, though, and this is the I guess the crux of this matter is, who's replacing these people that we know have been taken out? And who are they loyal to? Are they playing a part for the white hats, or do they do the bidding for the baddies? And I'll say, this is an opinion. It appears that Joe Biden, because he acts like a total buffoon, right? And based on him not him re-signing executive orders, ignoring some things, and so on and so forth, he seems like he's a puppet of the white hats to me, right? But we're in a real war, so we have to figure out what's the black hats' plan, and they do have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say real war, we can no longer say the white hats are 100% in control. I don't know where that patriot mythology came from. I know a lot of people interpreted Q as that, so on and so forth, but I have people that work directly on a border that I'm communicating with all the time, right? And I can tell you that people are pouring through the border. I can tell you there's a war in the Tacoma section on the southern border of Arizona, a physical war. I can tell you that I believe at least half of the Border Patrol are bad guys and the other half are good guys. And there's a battle within the Border Patrol in the United States. So for somebody to tell me that the white hats are 100% in control, where I'm getting constant reports of rapes and shootings and human trafficking and drugs just pouring over the border that our teams can see. You cannot tell me the white hats are 100% in control. Now, can you say they're winning the war? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think it really seems like it. And they're handing it over to we the people. But here's some back play that's going on. And this may indicate maybe the black hats could be running some of the body doubles. I don't think they're doing it Joe Biden, though. So here's something going on is right now, have you heard of Gavin Newsom? He's the governor of California, right? I believe they're grooming Gavin Newsom to take over for Joe Biden. We've thought this for about a year and a half, 2 years. But what's really interesting is what's in play is I want to read an actual rule I wrote down here. This is the actual Democratic National Convention rule. It's unconstitutional, but it's their rule. It says, quote, in the event of death, resignation, or disability of a nominee of the party for president or vice president after the adjournment of the National Convention, the national chairperson of the Democratic National Committee shall confer with the Democratic leadership of the United States Congress and Democratic Governors Association and shall report to the Democrat National Committee, and here's where it goes, which is authorized to fill the vacancy. So what they're saying is Biden at the end of February, March can accept the nomination because he'll win the caucuses through the Democrat convention. The next day he can resign, be killed, be declared, which by the way, the Democrats are setting up, be declared dysfunctional brain-wise. They can take somebody and just replace them. No vote, no nothing. Put the new guy in there. So it's possible that the White House could be controlling this whole Joe Biden, and then the Democrats can actually replace him with no vote whatsoever. So why do I think this could be happening? Well, let's look at what Newsom's been doing. Over the last couple of years, Governor Newsom has been traveling the world, meeting all the world leaders. Generally, a governor of a state doesn't do that. Xi of China, the person that runs China, actually flew in to San Francisco, California to meet who? And first, Governor Newsom. And what does Newsom just do last week? He does a presidential type debate with DeSantis. They're grooming this guy to be running for president. And I believe they're going to use this really crazy rule that I believe that rule was just voted in within the last year, by the way, that really crazy rule to try to insert him. And that could be the black hats versus the white hat fight. So yeah, white hat Biden could be running this, and then this could be their way to get their bad guy in there. It's very, very interesting, but it's very clear. Here's what's clear. The deep state is totally grooming us, the people, to accept Newsom as the Democrat presidential nomination.
Well, I think he looks like a psycho. He looks like the Joker from Batman. If you look at those eyes, if you look at The Bodyguard, you know, the film with Whitney Houston, the person that killed Whitney Houston, the assassinator, those psychopath eyes, same eyes as Gavin Newsom.
Yep. Yeah. Now, is he even the original Gavin Newsom? No, don't know that either. I mean, the pictures look completely different. And who knows? You don't know what we don't know. So I like to take more of the pragmatic approach here, and I don't go all the way down that's why I have my tinfoil hat for fun. I don't go all the way down the tinfoil hat thing because I try to look at the evidence. There's clear evidence that there's a few body doubles out there. I think that's undisputable.
Now, obviously, from the ears of Joe Biden, this is not a conspiracy theory. You can see they're different. Their behavior is different. The forehead is different. Everything's different. And I think most of the viewers would agree. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, why, if the White Hats are controlling Joe Biden, why is he reckoning the country? Why is he doing it? And I think they are making the left, they're using the double Joe Biden to wake up the people, to show them what the left is really like. Because if the Democrats were in control of Joe Biden, they would have him run as smooth as Barack Obama, because everybody loved Barack Obama. Everybody bought into it. But that's how we know. That's how I know. They wouldn't make the left look. They're embarrassing. Joe Biden, the new version, double body, whatever you want to call him, is completely embarrassing the left. And people are waking up. They want Trump back. Even the people that did not like Trump are now liking Trump. And this, I think, is a plan to wake the people up so they could wake up and do the thinking on their own without being told the truth, because they need to experience it for us to have not history repeat itself so that we can be ready for the new system that we're about to embark on. What are your thoughts?
I 100% agree. The only thing that keeps sticking in my head, though, the only thing is, why are the borders so open and we have military-aged men flowing across the borders? Why do we have so much human trafficking going through the roof, fentanyl, rape, and all this stuff because of the open borders? So that means the White Hats made a conscious decision of numbers. Like, this is the only way we're going to wake people up. We're willing to lose a lot of people and have a lot of bad things happen because that's the greater good. That's the only thing that makes sense to me of why they would let their Biden completely opened the borders the way they are?
My answer to that is we are in a war. We are in a real-time war, even though that the white hats have some operational control over certain things. And we are allowing them to do what they want so that they could be entrapped and arrested. And also for the people to see what's going on and for the people to realize and to wake up to the fact, or to wake up to what they don't want, so that we can move into, we could take local action as well.
Right. So
that's my.
No, I don't disagree. In fact, there's a couple things. Number one is, if we, the people, don't take accountability and don't start taking action ourselves, it doesn't matter if somebody comes in on a white horse, we're going to be right back here in a few years. So absolutely, it needs to activate from the ground level, the foundation. I always say the micro fixes the macro. 100% agree with. And the reality is, and I hate to say this, but if we go through 5-10 years of terror for 1,000 years of peace, was it worth it? And I believe that's probably the mentality of the white hats, is they kind of have to play a numbers game. And, you trade 100,000 for billions. I don't know what their thought process is, but it's one of those things. I may not like it, but I understand it.
If people don't wake up, and if people do not wake up at all, it's important. It's not everybody needs to wake up, but the majority need to wake up. At least 80-90% need to wake up for us to see the change. If we don't see that shift happening, in my opinion, the white hats are not going to be able to do it by themselves, because if they do it by themselves, then it's called a dictatorship. So we need to wake up. We need to want the change too. And I think this is why it's being played out like this. This is why it's been, and maybe they thought that the COVID pandemic was going to do it, but it maybe hasn't done it enough, because people are still buying into it. But I do see people waking up. I do see that the mainstream media, people are starting to see through the mainstream media. People are seeing the truth now from we the people via social media, the TikTok reels, the Instagram reels that are going viral. People are getting censored, but there's a lot going on when in contrast to what's going on the mainstream media. And the truth is going to come out with we the people. And I think people are waking up, and I think it's great news. We're going in the right direction. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I'm actually excited about the future. And, if anytime there's growth, there's generally some type of pain. And in order to be comfortable, you have to be uncomfortable first. It's the same with working out. It's the same in exploring your mind. It's the same in growing a business. There's always the uncomfortable spot to get to the good spot. This is life, right? And I believe the good guys they've mapped it out. I mean, I've been told that they use these supercomputers better than quantum, and they're mapping out all the scenarios, and let's assume that's true. I get where the direction they're going, and we the people have to take ownership of this. And honestly, it's one of my most frustrating things, and that's why I say things like, at the end of the day, did you leave a larger impression on your couch than on the world? And that will dictate exactly what you did to turn this around.
I cannot wait for us to move into the new world, because the way it is now, it's very corrupt. I almost got in trouble by the FDA via a company that has this amazing glutathione cream substance that I've been sharing with my friends, who eliminated their problem on their skin. And I won't go into it because I don't want to get in trouble again. Okay. But and she was sharing her experience, her testimonial. And I wanted to ask you if we could tell the viewers more about this, because I know you're much better with your words working around these corrupt 3-letter agencies. Please, Lewis.
Well, the glutathione product is tremendous, and it's made by a company named Numi. And what it is we have to understand that glutathione is the master antioxidant in the body, right? So what it does is it sends a signal to your mitochondria. It says your mitochondria go to work, and the mitochondria actually says what's going wrong with the body, and we take care of it, right? the reason why the FDA is so strict is because literally the pharmaceutical industry can be completely decimated by just this one product. And there's other great companies out there also. This is the only product that I would ever use for glutathione because I know the process they use is patented, and it's called Hydrostat that another company can't use. Now, that being said, they have something new, which is a botanical formula for women. But guess what? Because it's a botanical, the FDA has no control over it whatsoever. So you can talk about it all day long. And every woman knows about the inconveniences at their cycles and their hormone changes, just normal life stuff, right? This botanical formula has the same Hydrostat technology. It's called, I have it here actually. It's called HERS. It's by Numi. It's a little different color, right? And it's cramp relief, decreased bloating, hormone balance, hot flashes are minimized, sleep better, natural energy, increased libido, mood improvement. I said that they should actually take it and name it HERS for Hims because the guys are seeming to really, really love it just based on the mood balance that the ladies have, and the ladies are loving it. Now, this is designed for women of every season of life, but here's what's cool, and this is what I picked out of this. They did a double-blind study while they were testing this product, right? And like all double-blind studies, they use placebos. Now, generally a placebo in anything will give up to 15% positive reaction. The placebo in this double-blind study with real doctors and tons of people checking it had a 0% positive reaction on a placebo. Now, why would you say that matter? Oh, that's huge. Because unfortunately, women do not have any confidence in the industry the products trying to take care of this problem. Women have tried these products and they get no results. So they go into the double-blind study and they're like, this isn't going to work. That's why they've had a 0% placebo effect. But the astronomical results from anybody from the ages of 14 to 80 are getting phenomenal results. And I can tell you, my wife loves it. She uses this, and this is an amazing, amazing product. Just another one from Numi that you can get. So me, I do not represent a bunch of products, but this company, I have a duty to tell we the people about it. That's why I'm so passionate about it.
Well, there are companies out there that are there to profit and make loads of money, and there's companies out there that want the betterment of humanity. They do exist. Lewis, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. I will leave a link below in the description so that people can have access to this wonderful benefit that you've just discussed. Lewis, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Well, things are ramping up, guys. If you want to participate, just go to rememberyouroath.com, rememberyouroath.com. And we actually have a Patriot app coming out that everybody can connect together, and you can see everything going on in your area also. So just go to rememberyouroath.com.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much, Lewis. And I'll speak to you again soon. You take care and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, that was Nicholas Viniamin, along with Louis Herms. Yeah. How about it? Okay, up next. Now, I am not going to do part A of the X22. I'm only going to do part B tonight. And then after that, we've got the SGT. So here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3228 BN. Today's date is December 5th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Trump Trapped the Deep State, Fear, Panic. He opens the door. Stone yields the power to act on the information. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator light vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Pepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now trapped in everything that they're doing. What do I mean by this? Well, this is the biggest sting operation the world has ever seen. And I know a lot of people are out there saying, no, it's not. Look how terrible the country is. The borders are wide open. The economy's failing. They're going after Trump. Look, he's being indicted. Oh, this is awful. Yes, it's supposed to be this way. How else do you wake the people up? How do you trap the deep state in all of this? Think about it. Go back to the very, very beginning. Every move they make, they're setting precedent after precedent after precedent to actually bring down the deep state players, to actually use everything that they have done against them. It had to happen to Trump first. This way, it could all be set. And while you're doing this, what happens? The people see the truth. The people see exactly what the deep state is. The people actually see the system. That's why it had to be this way. And if you really look at it, the actual key that opens the door is the information. The people needed to see the information. And that had to do with military intelligence and other intelligence facilities to bring out the information. Think about Biden, for example. We'll just use him as an example. Think about all the information that's coming out right now. What, you think Comer doesn't have more? He's actually dripping it out. Why is he dripping it out? Because he wants the fake news to spin the information. He wants the White House press secretary in the Biden administration to spin the information, and then he catches them in the lie. This is how the game is played. This is how you bring them down. This is how you expose them. And the stone, well, that allows the people to yield this information. And they use it, and they can act upon it. So Comer, believe me, he has a lot more information. Actually, there's a huge amount of information waiting for Obama right now. And everything that Trump is doing with all of these cases and with the borders being wide open, the economy failing, this is all going to be used against them because this is how you trap them. And how do you get them in the end? You use everything that they have done against them. There's no complaints. There's no arguing. There's nothing because the people aren't going to listen to you. The people, they see the truth. They see what's happening. And when these people start to complain when it's happening to them, the people are going to go, you did it to yourself. Look what you did to Trump. You had no evidence. All you were doing was interfering in the election to actually cover up what you did in 2020 and to cover up all the other crimes that you did way before that. So what we are witnessing right now is the plan now coming together. And the plan, it's feeding the information to the public. The public needs to take it and they will act upon this information. What do I mean by acting upon this information? Well, the people will use it in the end to fire Joe Biden. This is why Trump is continually out there saying, hey, we're going to fire Joe Biden. The people are going to do this because as you get more and more of this information, you see the truth. Without it, how can you make a decision? How can you actually make a logical decision in 2024 without seeing it? And you're going to see a lot more of this because it's not just Biden. I do believe we're going to see information about Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the rest. And as we approach the 2024 election, what do you think the deep state's going to do? They're panicking. They're afraid. And what happens when you're afraid and fear sets in? You do stupid things. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to do a lot of stupid things. And that's actually Trump and the Patriots. They're actually counting on them to make these moves. Because listen, they've tried everything. From 2016, they've tried Russia, the P-tape, Steele dossier, Stormy Daniels. Now they've moved into indictments. They've tried every single thing. They tried to get him off the ballot with the 14th Amendment. Everything has failed along the way. And along the way, Trump has been trapping them in precedent after precedent after precedent, which will be used against them. And now, since they have hardly any ammunition left, they tried to use everything that they had. They will then make a stupid move. And I do believe most likely they'll try to assassinate, because it looks like they're putting those signals out there. And that is going to backfire on them like you've never seen before, because Trump and the Patriots, they know exactly what they're going to do. They know exactly what their next move is going to be. And when they do this, this is going to be a game changer, because think about it. Take everything that you're seeing today and then add an assassination attempt onto all of this. Now, do I think they'll actually get close to Trump? No. But when people see it, they're going to go, holy crap, look what they just attempted. And yes, in the beginning, it's not going to seem like the deep state did anything. It's going to seem like it's this lone gunman or whatever it's going to be. But eventually what's going to happen is the evidence is going to come out, and the evidence is going to be dripped out, and it's going to all point back to them. And it's going to be game over, because think about what people are seeing. They're seeing it all. They're seeing a two-tier justice system. Yes, you heard about this before, but now you're actually experiencing it. Now people could say, yes, I see it. I see it as clear as day. I see them interfering in the elections. I see how they rigged the election in 2020. I'm starting to see it all. And there's going to be a lot more people seeing it as time goes on. And every move they make from this point on is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And it's going to come back to haunt them. And Trump will use all of this against them. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Menendez, because, hey, they decided to oust him out of the... Oh, no, that's right. They didn't do that, even though they found money, bribes, gold bars, and everything like that. No, they didn't do anything to him. There it is, the two-tier justice system once again. Because you see what they did to Santos, and with all this information coming out, they've done absolutely nothing. But gold bars were discovered in Senator Bob Menendez's residence during a raid linked to a high-profile 2013 robbery, which is very interesting. So the gold bars found in the residence has been identified as stolen in this robbery. And how do they know this? Well, the serial numbers on the gold bars correspond with the reported stolen from Fred Dybase during an armed robbery in Edgewater, New Jersey, nearly a decade ago. For instance, one particular gold bar produced by Swiss Bank Corporation and carrying the serial number 590005 was identified among the items seized from Menendez's home during this year's FBI raid. The same gold bar had been listed as a stolen and later returned to Dybase in 2013, the evidence logs from the earlier incidents. So this is very interesting that he would have these gold bars. So the question is, how did at least 4 of the 22 stolen gold bars end up in Menendez's home? What possible good explanation could Menendez offer the law enforcement? What can he possibly say? This is going to be very, very interesting how this all plays out. And why is he still in the Senate? Wouldn't they be removing him at this point? I mean, this is what they did to Santos in the House. I mean, this guy is being brought up on charges. They don't want to remove him? Oh, the two-tier justice system once again. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and this is why optics are very, very important. Remember, everything that's happening to the Bidens is when Biden is living in the White House. He's the president. See, it couldn't happen under Trump because this would actually work against Trump. If it happens while Biden is in the White House, Trump has nothing to do with it. They can't blame it on him, even though they're trying to blame it on him. So Hunter Biden, he's getting really, really desperate right now. His legal team is arguing that somehow the prosecution was due to incessant, improper, and partisan pressure. So think about this. He's trying to blame this on Trump and Bill Barr, saying that it's because of them, because they are partisan. But it's hilarious given that the allegations are that the opposite is true, that according to whistleblowers, Hunter's case wasn't properly investigated, and that delving into areas that might have touched Joe Biden or the members of the Biden family or questioning them was stopped. Hunter's legal team was requesting a subpoena for Trump and former Attorney General Bill Barr, but there are a few big problems with the request for the subpoenas. Not only does defendant's motion fail to identify any actual evidence of bias, vindictiveness, or discriminatory intent on the special counsel's part, his arguments ignore an inconvenient truth. No charges were brought against the defendant during the prior administration when the subpoena recipients actually held office in the executive branch. Instead, every charge in this matter was or will be brought during the current administration, one in which the defendant's father, Joe Biden, is the resident of the United States, and Merrick Garland is the attorney general that was appointed by Biden, who personally appointed the special counsel. So is this argument going to work? Absolutely not. And this is why optics are very, very important. And look, it's all happening to them while they're in control. The FBI, they're in control of the FBI. They're in control of the DOJ. They're in control of the White House, the executive branch. They're in control of the Senate, and they weren't in control of the House until they lost it. And everything that is happening is under their watch. Trump, he's not in the executive branch. He's not in government right now. Well, he really is the commander in chief right now because it's continuity of government, but that's a whole nother thing. But what the people are seeing out in this country, they're seeing this all play out while the resident is in charge. And the people now see this very, very clearly. And you could see that the Biden administration, they're in a rough position right now because what Comer is doing, he's dripping out the information slowly but surely. He's going to catch them in lie after lie after lie. He puts out a little information and has the White House spin it, have the fake news spin it, Washington Post spin it. And then after they spin the story, he brings out other information that actually counters what they just said. And then they try to spin that, and then he brings out more information that counters that. And he's going to continually do this. He has all the information. He has it. He's just releasing it on a certain time frame to catch them in all of this. The Oversight Committee put this out and said, the goalposts have moved so far that corporate media appears to be using emails from Hunter Biden's laptop to make their latest defense of the Bidens. This money was not from Hunter Biden's personal bank account. It's from a Hunter Biden business entity that received payments from Chinese state-linked companies and other foreign nationals and companies. This is the same Hunter Biden business, Owasco PC, currently under investigation by the DOJ for using the corporate account for tax evasion and other serious crimes. In short, Joe Biden has repeatedly claimed not to have discussed business with the family and that his son did not make money from China, receive money from his son's business with CCP ties. And all the evidence point to, yeah, he knew about it, he accepted it, and he's guilty. Kyle Becker on X put this out and said, I don't know about you guys, but I would never ask my son to start businesses with corrupt foreign actors, set up dozens of shell companies that get flagged by banks for potential international money laundering, take dozens of meetings from his business associates, talk to them. Oh, wait. Crackhead, Navy flunky, sexual deviant Hunter Biden was the mastermind behind it all. Joe is the real victim here. I forgot the narrative. And it's not working for him. Biden lied to the American people. The people now can see it. And every step of the way, they're getting caught in their lies. They're getting caught in their lies that they're trying to spin, and it's not working out for them. Amuse put this out and says, I can't help but think Representative James Comer had evidence of recurring direct deposits to Joe Biden from the start. He dropped out little tidbits from the start so the Democrats would get caught in a tangled web of lies. And that's exactly what he did. Remember, drip, 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 then flood. Optics are important. Welcome to the sting operation. This is the biggest sting operation the world has ever seen. And the only way to prove that these people are criminals, the only way to prove to the American people that they're liars is to actually show them every step of the way. You see, if he just dumped all the information, they would just spin everything and people will go, I don't know what to believe. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Is this true? Is it isn't true? But if you just bring out a little bit and you have the fake news spin it, and you have the White House spin it, and you have Biden spin it, and let the dust settle, people go, okay, look, he's denying it. He said he never said that. And then you bring out other information that counters what they said. The people go, holy crap, he just lied about it. And then you do it again and again and again. And what do people see in real time? They see the criminal and all the other criminals around him, the press, the White House press secretary, the DOJ, the FBI. They all see how the cover-up works. And they see the lies over and over and over. This is how you show the people in real time. And yes, if Comer just came out and dumped it all, it would be a complete and utter mess. This way, it's a lot better. Why? Because now people can say, okay, I just saw you lied about this. Holy crap. You looked at us directly at us in the camera and you lied. And now there's more evidence. Now you're lying about this. And now other evidence came out, which counters your lies. And you're just continually lying to us. And this is how the people can see the truth. Now, take what's happening now and move that to Obama, which I do believe he's in the crosshairs right now. And remember, all this wouldn't be coming out if the deep state was in control. If the deep state controlled everything. Yeah, they might control the FBI, DOJ. But at this point, who really cares? Because that's not the whole point of this. The whole point of this is to let the people see it and let the people to decide. And the only way to do that is to show how they continually cover up and lie about their crimes. The FBI, DOJ, they're never going to do anything about this because they're corrupt. And that's why Trump went to the people. That's why the sting operation was set up this way, because you needed to see it play out. And the people that, watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and all the rest, they need to see it play out because they're looking at all this rhetoric and all this spin job and everything else. They need to see the truth, and more people are seeing the truth. And you can see how they spin everything. Miranda Devine put this out and said, wow, amazing how the Washington Post does real-time debunking every time Comer, GOP oversight, revealed documentary evidence from their impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden's corruption. Yet when Adam Schiff was peddling patent bogus material linking Trump to Russia and golden showers, Washington Post lapped it up and reverently parroted every talking point. And she's pointing to a couple of articles right here. And here's the first one, December 4, 2023. Comer mischaracterizes Hunter's Biden car payment reimbursement to his dad. Here's the other one, going back in time to 2019 with Schiff. Undoubtedly, and this is the Washington Post, by the way, undoubtedly there's collusion. Trump antagonist Adam Schiff doubles down after Mueller finds no conspiracy. Here's the Washington Post back in 2017. Russian officials and allies repeatedly signal support for Trump to his campaign team. And then we have another one in 2017 with Adam Schiff, Representative Adam Schiff, to discuss Russia probe at the Washington Post. So they're spinning the Biden story, and they were just going along with the fake Russian collusion thing. And once again, you can see how propaganda works. And the people are seeing how propaganda works. Why do you think more and more people are looking at Trump saying, okay, he's the guy that we need to vote for? You're going to see, going through 2024, you're going to see a lot of people wake up, especially when everything starts to fall apart and the Biden administration, the fake news, and everyone else tries to cover for what is really going on. The people are going to see through it. The people are going to understand, just like they're seeing what's happening down at the border. The people know that the borders are wide open. The people know that the Biden administration is just continually bringing more and more people in here because what do they want to do? They want to use these people, number one, to rig the elections. Number two, they're infiltrating the country from within. They're setting up their foot soldiers to be used later on. And they're just continually doing this, and they're paying for all these people, and the people are getting pissed off. The Black community is getting pissed off. The Hispanic community is getting pissed off because they're saying, why are these people making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 when they're illegal in this country and we're struggling right now? This makes no sense whatsoever. But Carrie Lake is out there, and she has invited Kamala Harris to join her at the Arizona southern border. Now, do we really think that Kamala Harris is going to come down and join Carrie Lake? No, that would be a complete and utter disaster. But it's good that people are inviting the fake vice president and the fake president down to the border, because every time they deny it, people go, holy crap, look at this. They don't even want to go to the border. They're not even taking the invitations. They don't want to go to the border because they don't want the camera crew. The only time they'll go down there is if they clean it all up and they make it look good for the cameras. Otherwise, they will not go down there. And what's very interesting is that we could see how they're actually transporting the people around the country. Ben Bergquam from Real America's Voice put out a post on X and says, late night in the Dallas airport, answering some of the stupid questions and statements that the libtards brought up during my last airport video exposing the illegals that Democrats are trafficking throughout our country. And he discovered a pattern. Everyone has a manila envelope and they have a Five Below bag. And he went up to these individuals and they said, okay, where are you going? Oh, Columbus, Ohio. So he found the pattern and we could see how they're transporting everyone. And just the other day, we shown everyone how there are Chinese coming into this country. They're military aged. And most people are probably saying, well, that's just a one-off thing. You know, it's just a group of Chinese. And I don't really think they're invading this country. I don't think they're really going to do anything. Well, that whole thing is being debunked right now because Muckraker.
You want to just come into somebody else's chat and start some crap? You know, why don't you just go away? Okay. Here, let me help you. Is that better now? Wow. Our chat seems to have cleared up really, really nice. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to allow that. You know, I believe in free speech and all that, but at the same time, badgering, pesting, disrespecting, and everything else, it goes out the window. Okay. See you later. Bye. You know, I'm not going to deal with that. Sorry. I was, we found the problem, what happened and sparked the power surge before. It turns out the extension cord run up to the camper for the homeless people that I have living up there. They ran over it with the tire and cut the cord. And so every time they were doing anything, it was shortening it out. And that's what was blowing it. So we're back up and it's working, and they're going to get a new cord now. So I'm just going to let people know this. You know, I know there's a bunch of you that haven't even talked in chat or anything else. But you have the right to say anything. Okay. But if you start disrespecting the people that are in here, you're gone. I won't put up with that at all. Okay. They don't come here for that. And we had no problems until you came in. So, hey, if you don't like what's being played, what's being presented in front of you, then just kindly leave. Okay. I didn't beg everybody to come here. I put this stuff together and I play it because I love my country and I will fight for my country until the death. That's just it. Okay. All right. Back to it. Sorry.
Is in Colombia, and this individual found the hotel that is packed with military-aged Chinese nationals who are headed to the United States. This is their stopping point. So these individuals, they're instructed, and this is part of their instructions, to stop at this hotel. This hotel has everything written in Chinese, and these people stay there, and then they make their journey up to the United States, which tells you everything you need to know. And it's not a one-off thing. This is a mission, because what's happening? The deep state players, they're getting prepared and ready to use these people in the United States. Now, think about what's happening. Trump and the Patriots, they know the playbook. They know they're bringing these people up. And I do believe during the elections, when we use paper ballots and Trump wins the election, they're going to have their foot soldiers create chaos in these certain cities. And yes, it's going to be the Chinese. Yes, it's going to be the Muslims. Yes, it's going to be Antifa. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know that they're going to do this because they're going to reject the results and they're going to create chaos and they're going to try to bring us to war. They're probably going to start the war during this period of time. And remember, Trump said that I can have peace in 24 hours, which I do believe he can. But in this country, is there going to be peace? No, I do believe the military that has been activated because the country was attacked, they will be used to round all these people up. And this is why Trump said, we are going to deport all of these people, because it's going to be very, very easy to have the majority of them in certain locations creating this chaos. It's much easier to round up these people. Now, I'm not saying it's 100%, but they will round up quite a bit. And you can see how the deep state players are infiltrating this country. And remember, this is part of their 16-year plan. They were going to have a war. They were going to have the soldiers inside the country, and they were going to have forces outside of the country to destroy America. So what they did was they destroyed the military from within. Look at all the woke crap that they've been doing. You think we have the strongest military ever? No. And as they were doing this, what happened? People decided, I don't want to join up to the military. Not if it's like this. This doesn't make sense to me. And those people that they forced to get vaccinated, and they said, I'm not going to get vaccinated, these people left the armed forces. Their plan was to get rid of the people in the armed forces. Why? Because they had to weaken the country from within. Then they brought all these people into this country to be used as their foot soldiers. Now, once again, to take this to the next level, it looks like Dick Durbin spilled the beans on what they really wanted to do. Remember, they want to use them for elections, and they want them to be loyal to them.
Okay, real quick. Fusion, what they're doing is they're flying them into Brazil. They're also flying them into Venezuela. And Peru is the third country that they're flying them into, or shipping them into, because they could be coming by boat as well. But that's where they're going. And then from there, they make the journey up through the pass, and then come up through Mexico and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's pretty much how they're doing it. It's Oscar or Ben Bergquam and Oscar. Oh, dang it. I cannot think of Oscar's last name for the life of me. But both of them are reporters from down there on the border. They've gone down. The Darien Gap. Yep. Correct. That is correct, down in Panama. So they have plane tickets and boat tickets. You have to remember that Venezuela is the largest shipping port for all of South America. Okay. And so a lot of them are going in that way. They can load up shipping containers filled with these people. Okay. And ship them right here. So, yes. Oscar from Wendy Bell. Yes, absolutely. Both of them have done reports. If you can find any of their reports on their pages, they actually go down to where they're coming in, where they're giving their cell phones, where they're giving their card for purchasing and stuff like that. Oscar Ramirez. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mariana. So I would, that would be a good direct source to go and see where, you know what I mean. Okay, right back to it. Sorry.
That's what they want. And you have to remember, there's different levels of the deep state. You have the foot soldiers, Antifa, the illegals, and everything else. Then you have the people in the local governments around the country that Soros, put in place, prosecutors, attorney general, people that work at the elections. They are all part of their system. Then when you get to DC, you have certain representatives that were installed that push laws, create what they want. They get the stupidest people in there, and you could see it firsthand. They get those people in there to do their bidding, and they get paid for it. This is how they become very, very wealthy. Then you have those people on top of them, like Hillary Clinton, Biden, Obama, Those people, they're calling the shots, they're orchestrating, they're managing the whole thing. And then you have the unelected people above them. So when you see these representatives, which they're not representative of the people, they're representatives of the deep state players, you could see what their plan really is. And actually, Dick Durbin, who actually shut down Marsha Blackburn from getting the flight logs for Epstein, he actually spilled the beans, and DC Draino put this out on X and said the following. And there it is. Senator Dick Durbin is finally revealing their grand plan. Flood the country with illegal aliens, enlist them in the military, and make them citizens. The part he isn't disclosing is who the Marxists will use the alien soldiers against. And then he says, Senator Dick Durbin has had quite a week. First, he blocks the Epstein flight logs from being made public. Now he's calling for the communist Chinese illegal aliens to be stocked up in our military. Why would they be doing this? Because they actually want them as their protection. They will go after the people in this country. Because remember, these people, they don't care about America. They don't care about the laws. They hate the American people. Will this be easy for them to do? To use these people to go after the patriots of this country? Absolutely. Why do you think they want to get the weapons away from the people? Think about this for a second. So why do they want this standing military? A military staffed by people who have no loyalty to a country that, as far as the Democrats are concerned, doesn't really have any right to exist. A military's purpose is to engage in armed conflict, ostensibly foreign adversaries. So who's the enemy if every single foreign nation has a stake in the American military that's no longer American in any sense of the word? If the military is composed of foreign nationals from across the world, whose interests can we expect them to represent? So basically, they're building their own standing army to go after the people of this country. That has been their plan from the very beginning. Now, have they done this? No, this is what they're proposing. This is what they would like to do. But again, to pull this off, they would have to get the weapons away from the people. Now, I think it's becoming a little bit more clear when Biden says, if you really think an AR-15 can go up against an F-15, well, you have another thing coming. Think about why he said this. Because they were planning on having their own military, and their own military which was not made up of Americans. They were going to use military equipment. Now do you understand why this tyrannical government wants to take your weapons away? I think it's becoming very, very clear. Remember, our founding fathers, after death, destruction, losing their farm, their family, seeing blood and everything else all around them, they didn't sit around a table and going, hey, you know that Second Amendment? Damn. We need that for hunting. Yeah, that's the thing. No, they said, so this never, ever happens again. The people must have the right to defend themselves. The people must have the right to form militias to protect this country from a tyrannical government. That's why in the Second Amendment, it says a well-regulated militia, not a regulation to control the militia, regulated, a well-trained militia. Militia is the people of this country. It's not the National Guard. It's not the armed forces. It's when the people have to come together. And this is what the deep state was trying to stop. They tried it at every turn, and they're still going to try to do this. That's why we've seen all these mass shootings. This is why they push gun control like you've never seen before, because this led up to their ultimate plan to wipe out the people of this country. That's really what they wanted. And the only way to do this is to bring their soldiers into this country. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know exactly what they have planned. They've known from the very, very beginning. They knew that they were going to bring all these people in here. Trump, the Patriots, needed the people to see this. Think about it. When the people are watching this play out and they're seeing all the illegals in here, they're seeing crime pick up, they're seeing that there might be terrorists in this. Do you think the people of this country, you think they're throwing their weapons away and saying, you know, I don't really need it. You're right. There's no reason to have a weapon. Or do you think the people of this country are purchasing more and more weapons? Well, the people are purchasing more and more weapons because they understand and they see what's happening. Trump and the Patriots, they knew the people would respond. and the people would do what they needed to do to protect themselves, their families, and this country. And the deep state players, they don't like this. This is why they went out of their way, like in Illinois, to ban assault weapons, because they know the game. They know that the Supreme Court's going to strike this down. They know it's going to take a while, but they needed a way to get the people to think that, hey, you need to turn your weapons in, you need to destroy them. This is why the ATF came out with that rule that said, hey, you can't have a pistol brace, and anyone that has it, they either have to register it or destroy their weapon or remove it, and you could never, ever attach a pistol brace to a weapon again. They did this on purpose because they knew a lot of the people in this country, they had an AR-15 or some other type of weapon with a pistol brace, and they wanted people to destroy. They knew the rule was going to be struck down. They knew it was going to be unconstitutional, but they know how to play the game. Thank God millions and millions of people didn't listen to them. And the whole plan completely and utterly fell apart. We'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, look what's happening out in Texas right now, because we have Attorney General Ken Paxton. He secures administrative stay, preventing the Biden and Mayorkas administration from destroying Texas border barriers. So now they can't go ahead and, cut the barbed wire, destroy the barriers, remove the barriers. Right now, there's a stay. And we also have Governor Abbott. He's set to sign the new Texas law, the illegal border crossing, to become a state crime, empowering state officers to arrest illegal immigrants. Now, what's been happening since they've been putting these laws into place and the barriers are allowed to stay, and now with this new law that he's going to sign where people can now be arrested, these individuals, they're no longer coming through Texas the way they used to. They moved their base of operation and they're coming into California. And right now, they're bringing the people through Tucson, Arizona, and San Diego in California. And once again, these two areas are filling up with all these illegals because what Texas has done, it's shifted them away. Now, Arizona needs to do the same thing. And it looks like there's a lot of mayors and people agreeing with Kerry Lake that the borders need to be secured. Once this happens to Arizona, if they can get this going, I know the governor is corrupt, even though Kerry Lake is really the governor there. We know that they would then shift everyone over to California, and California would be flooded with illegals, which would be a complete and utter nightmare. So hopefully in Arizona, the legislature steps up and they get enough complaints from all the people in Arizona saying, this is enough. We need to do something. Maybe they'll make a move and they will shut this all down. Now, again, we have a corrupt governor who's not really governor. She installed herself. It would have to be a piece of legislation that she could not veto. So once again, is this going to happen? Maybe, maybe not. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know that all these people are coming in. They know that the border is wide open. They know all of this because they needed to show the people the truth. And once the people see the truth, the people are going to say, something, we're with you. Deport all these people. We're with you. Go after all these people. It's going to make a lot easier for Trump to do what needs to be done. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know 23andMe, that is run by those people that run Google and YouTube. This is all part of the deep state system. They want to actually get your DNA information. I do believe they use this a lot to create their mRNA bioweapons. And what's very interesting is that the genetic testing company 23andMe admits hackers access data of more than 6.9 million people after claiming about 14,000 profiles have been breached. So now this information is now out, who knows where, and it's probably the deep state that hacked this to get this information. And now it's going to be used to target certain people with their bioweapon. This is what they're going to use it for, which they've been using it for this. And those people that thought, oh, look, I'm going to find out, where my origins are from. No, that's not what this space of operation was about. This was about using your DNA to target certain people. But let's go back to post 2061, September 2nd, 2018. It says down below, Sergey Brin, Google founder, born in Moscow, was married to Anne Wojcicki, 23andMe founder, was brother-in-law to Susan Wojcicki, CEO of YouTube, DARPA. Very interesting. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. And you could see it's all in the family, and you could see who does Google and YouTube, who do they report to, who controls them? Oh, that's right, the deep state players. That's who controls them. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Jim Jordan now is zeroing in on the deep state. And Jim Jordan will soon unveil the committee's proposal to rein in controversial deep state surveillance programs that will expire by the end of the year. Jordan will soon unveil legislation that will reform Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which has been long criticized by Jordan and many, many others. The new legislation, according to the draft, would require a warrant for any American information sought under Section 702. The program does not currently require a warrant for such a search. The idea is to protect Americans' rights under the Fourth Amendment and under the Constitution. The legislation would also prohibit law enforcement and intelligence agencies from purchasing America's private data through data brokers, a practice which has been known as the data broker loophole. The judiciary bill would also limit how many FBI agents can search the Section 702 database and would set up penalties for violations under FISA. So that's going to be very interesting. Let's see if we can get this going here. But you can see that the people now, they got the information, how the government spies on the people. They use this information without warrants. And the people needed to see all of this, because how do you fight back against it if you don't know? And the people now, they're starting to get the information. They can use this information to act on. And once the majority sees it all, knows it all, they can then push and say, we agree, this is what we want. And I do believe this is what Trump in the end wants. He wants the people on his side, because once the people are on your side, it makes it a lot easier to do what needs to be done. And that's what Trump is going to do. But you can see the deep state players, they're not giving up, because part of the 16-year plan is to get the weapons away from the people. So Schumer right now, he's announced that he'll be bringing an assault weapons ban, and there's no such thing as an assault weapon. I've never had an AR-15 assault me. That's ridiculous. He's going to bring it to the floor this week. So they're going to try again and again and again, and they're going to try to get this passed. But again, they're going to have a major problem. You think the House is going to pass this? Absolutely not. This is dead in the water right now. First of all, it's unconstitutional, and it's never going to be able to do. But again, they're instructed to do these things. Why? Because this is part of the 16-year plan. The deep state says to these people on the low level that makes the laws, you must keep pushing this over and over and over. Because remember, they have them where they want them. They blackmail them. They're bribing them, and they have them. So they must do what they are being told. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that in Arlington, Virginia, a house exploded. And this is a very, very odd story. So around 4:45 p.m., Arlington County, Virginia, police were called out to a report of a possible shots fired. Once officers got to the scene, they became aware that a man inside the home had fired a flare gun out the window 30 to 40 times. The owner of the home, James Yu, then barricaded himself inside and refused to make contact with police. As a result, they obtained a search warrant, and while attempting to execute it, the suspect fired multiple shots at the officers from inside the home. Then at 8:45 p.m., an explosion occurred, leveling the entire property. And what we've come to find out about this individual is that he's a far leftist that posts anti-white hatred and quotes Noam Chomsky. He accused his neighbors of being spies on social media just 3 days ago. He had a previous encounter with the FBI, so the FBI knows about him. He filed countless frivolous lawsuits against his own sister and wife. He was the former head of global security of the U.S. government's Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. So this is very interesting. Were they controlling him, and were they going to use him later on? And this guy completely and utterly flipped out? Starting to look that way. Because once again, this individual, he was pro-Hamas. This is what he was putting on his social media post. And he was anti-Trump. So, you know, the FBI doesn't really care about him because they already knew about him. And I do believe they were probably using him to create the next event. And it looks like something went wrong. And that event is not going to happen now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is out in Ukraine, we can see Ukraine is a complete and utter disaster. Right now, 125 Ukrainians lost to a meat grinder. 44% of Ukes want peace talks. And right now, the whole thing's falling apart. Biden, they're not getting the money to send to Zelensky. And why would we want to send any money to Zelensky? Because what's going to happen? Nothing. Because every time you said weapons, money, it's all lost. At this point, there should be peace. Now, does the deep state players want peace in this area? Absolutely not. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and this is coming from Business Insider, and the headline reads, "Few things worry NATO like Russians' Yasin-class submarines." And Moscow's planning to build even more. Now, what's very interesting about this article is that back in 2018, the Pentagon officials said that these submarines have been able to sail into the Atlantic and evade attempts to find it for weeks. An account echoed this year by British defense officials speaking under Chatham House rule, who said at an event in Washington, D.C., that NATO forces frequently lose track of these Yasin-class subs while they're at sea, which I find very, very interesting. So are they going to come up with a story saying there's a rogue Russian sub, or are they going to come up with a story saying a missile was launched by a sub? Why would they come out with this story right now? And that reminds me of a post that says, "Watch the water." We're going to have to watch this very, very closely because this is going to be very, very interesting. And the other thing that's very interesting is, we said this before, the same group that is having these riots and protests where they're all for Hamas, because that's really what they're for, it's the same group that was involved in BLM. Christopher Rufo put this out and said, "The resurgence of public protests in support of Hamas has revealed a disturbing truth. The left-wing rioting following George Floyd's death in 2020 was not an anomaly, but a tactic that can be repurposed for any cause." Andy Ngo then responded to this and said, "This is true. Many of the same affinity groups, cells involved in far-left political violence in 2020-2021 were reactivated in October 2023. Many don't care about Palestinian nationalism, but see the current conflict as an opportunity to exploit American division and weaken public safety." So it's the same exact people, and they're just using this narrative to push their agenda. And the EU right now, they are warning that something might happen during Christmas. They're saying there's a huge risk of Christmas attacks. And we know that this is going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen at Christmas, but it will happen probably in 2024 as things escalate, which I do believe is going to happen. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and by the way, let me just head this off from the very beginning. This study was not peer-reviewed yet, but there's a study that came out from Bangor University in Wales, and the study says the people who comply with COVID restrictions are more likely to suffer mental health issues. Now, I do believe when this is peer-reviewed, people are going to go, holy crap, you know all those people that are still wearing masks, those people in the car alone, yeah, they have major, major problems. And I think people see this. I mean, people are walking around with masks still, and they're either outside alone wearing a mask, they're in their car wearing a mask, and the science, the real science, not their fake science that they put out there, shows that these masks do absolutely nothing. So is this like a pacifier for them to make them feel good, or are they just mentally disturbed? because these masks really don't stop a virus. Actually, you're making yourself sicker when you wear them. And let's see, once this study is peer reviewed, then we'll know for sure. And the other thing that we're starting to know for sure is why Derek Chauvin was stabbed multiple times and moved into a place where he was stabbed by a BLM person, because he was going to introduce new evidence that shows that he didn't kill George Floyd. Actually, on page 2 of George Floyd's autopsy, there are no life-threatening injuries. Well, I guess they didn't want that out there, because remember, their entire thing was made up. They were pushing an agenda, and now it's about to fall apart. I think the people are starting to realize that it's all falling apart, and they used a criminal to push the riots. They used a criminal to burn down towns. They used a criminal to kill other people. This is what the deep state did. And think about it. If the people didn't actually see this, they wouldn't believe it. So this time around, when they push their riots and you see these people doing the same exact things, do you think people will agree with Trump? Hey, we need to get rid of these people. We need to take them down. I think the people will say, you know what, this time around, round them up. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is out in Germany, Bavaria, they will prohibit gender neutral language in schools and administration. So it's already starting, and things are starting to backfire on the deep state and continue to happen. And you can see country after country after country, the people are going to be rising up, and they're going to be putting the leaders that they want in place. And what's very interesting is that the new Argentinian president, he was talking about social justice and how it was unjust. And I think he sums up everything that we're seeing right now, because they've already experienced it. And this is what he says. There is a phrase by Milton Friedman: a society that puts equality before freedom will get neither. A society that puts freedom before equality will get a higher degree of both. John Stuart Mills pointed this out. A society that obsesses with equality sooner or later becomes a society of looter, and it falls apart. Therefore, the point is that social justice is unjust. There is nothing more unjust than social justice. What is the greatest achievement of liberalism? Liberalism, greatest achievement is equality before the law. This is to say, the law is the same for everyone. When you adhere to the idea of social justice, which means the redistribution of income, what you are really doing is using the repressive state apparatus so you can take from the successful to distribute it capriciously according to the wishes of whoever is in power. And that is exactly what we're seeing today. And he hit it right on the head, because it had already happened out in Argentina. The people in this country are just experiencing it, and the people are waking up, the people are fighting back, and it's getting harder and harder for the deep state players. Remember, everything that we're witnessing, everything that we're seeing was to wake the people of this country up. It was to make them think. It was to make them fight back. It was to make them to reject everything that they're seeing today. And as they see more and more, they understand who the tyrannical government players are. And that's what they're seeing, just like with January 6th. In the very beginning, people thought, holy crap, look at this. The Trump supporter had an insurrection. Today, what are people seeing? They're seeing the tyrannical players. They're seeing that they're part of this tyrannical government. They're starting to realize the truth. And now we have Speaker Johnson. He declares that the January 6th footage will be released, but they're going to blur out the faces. Now, he said something that is very interesting. To protect individuals from potential retaliation or legal consequences, faces in the January 6th footage will be blurred. So think about this for a second. They're going to blur the faces because he's saying he doesn't want the DOJ to go after these people. The DOJ already has these unredacted videos. The FBI already has the unredacted videos. They have already seen this. So who is really being blurred out? Is it the confidential human sources? Is it the FBI? Was this the deal that was made where, yes, you can release them, but don't show these people? But you know this isn't going to work. You know people are going to find out who these people are, and it's going to be game over. And if you really think about it, think about Ray Epps. How come this is the only guy who is supposed to be MAGA that the D's didn't hate? Because they hate all MAGA people. Why not this guy? Why didn't they hate him? Think about that for a second. And I think you know the answer to that because he was all part of it. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Alex Bruesewitz, he was at the airport, and he's a pro-Trump strategist, and he met up with Adam Schiff. And Bruesewitz slammed Schiff for his pathological lying, saying that he should be ashamed of himself. He then tells the disgraced congressman that he wants him to lose his Senate race and retire from politics because he is a sick man. Afterwards, a cameraman caught Schiff looking back, and his facial expression is absolutely priceless. He looks afraid. He looks scared. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that there was this individual, Douglas McKay, also known as Ricky Vaughn. He was sentenced to 7 months in prison in October for trolling Hillary Clinton during the 2016 election. McKay was facing a maximum of 10 years in prison for speech crimes. He was indicted in January of 2021 by the feds by using social media platforms to spread election disinformation to Hillary Clinton voters in 2016. And he put out a meme, and the meme that he put out and was under Ricky Vaughn said, "Avoid the line from home, text Hillary to 59925. So they took that and they said, holy crap, look at this. This is, election interference, disinformation, disinformation. But the thing that's very interesting about all this is that Christina Wong posted the exact same meme online on election day in 2016. And she was even wearing a MAGA hat, included Trump signs in her post. So to this day, her tweet is still alive 7 years later. She was never brought up on charges by the corrupt two-tier justice system. But there is good news. On Monday, a federal judge stayed McKay's 7-month prison sentence. And the Second Circuit Court of Appeals just overruled the district court in granting their motion for a bond pending appeal. So right now he is out, and it looks like this whole case will probably be dropped. But Trump, he did put out a message, and he talks about Douglas McKay and Biden. I'm not going to say anymore. Just take a listen.
Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats are trying to pose as the defenders of democracy, but in fact, they're the ones destroying our democracy. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have tried to shut down free speech with a massive government censorship operation to silence their critics. They're putting Douglas McKay in jail for sharing a joking meme about Hillary Clinton 7 years ago. Nobody ever heard of anything like that. They have 4 bogus criminal cases trying to put their leading political rival, me, in prison. Let's put him in prison. He's leading by a lot. There's no way we can beat him. Let's put him in prison. They're running police state operations to infiltrate the Catholic Church as if it were a communist country. They're persecuting Christians and pro-life activists. They're persecuting anybody they want to persecute. They've labeled ordinary Republicans and parents at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists. They're resettling millions of migrants into our communities, destroying our country like it's never been destroyed before. They're calling our citizens criminals. They rigged the last election. They rigged the Democrat primary, and they're trying to get their rivals thrown off the ballot everywhere they can. And they're constantly trying to delegitimize the Supreme Court of the United States and threatening conservative judges with violence. In short, nothing about crooked Joe Biden and the anti-democratic party has anything to do with defending democracy. So if crooked Joe wants to turn this election into a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom, then I say, bring it on. Let's go, Joe, bring it on, because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt president in our history. And by the way, the most incompetent president in our history. Because Americans don't like tyrants, we don't like fascists, we don't like communists, and we don't like crooked Joe Biden. You just have to look at the polls. With your vote on Election Day 2024, America will be a free nation once again. We will be free and we will be great. Thank you.
And he's letting know Joe Biden, bring it on. You want to see who's going to be the destroyer of democracy and who's going to actually support democracy? Well, this is going to be very, very interesting. I do believe Trump, he's taken the gloves off and now he's hitting hard. And you can see Trump is actually continually going after these people, and he's continually speaking up more and more about Biden and all the others. I do believe this is going to continue to happen, and eventually, with everything that's coming out against Biden, all the crimes that he's committed, I do believe the D's are going to have to take him out. Now, it looks like they're going to be voting on the impeachment inquiry, and yes, they might start the impeachment process, but again, it's going to be blocked in the Senate. They're not going to impeach him, and they might start it. But I do believe the D's, I don't think they're going to want to get that far, because think about all the information that's going to be coming out. So, yes, the Republicans would like this information coming out. They want the people to see all this. But the D's, I think this would be very, very damaging. And I think they need to shut it down before it happens. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. But the other thing that's very interesting is that Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, Trump has been turned into a hero for American minorities. So, everything that is happening to Trump right now, the American minorities are saying, oh, wait a minute. If this is happening to this guy, what are they going to do to us? And they're getting nervous. They see what's happening. They see the tyrannical government, and they're now siding with Trump. You see, every time the deep state does something to Trump, it completely and utterly backfires on them. And it will continue to backfire, because all people now see is that the Bidens, Obama in the basement, the fake news, all they're doing is attacking Trump and we the people. Remember, Trump continually says, I'm just in the way. They're really after all of us. And that's absolutely true. Because when you look who the terrorists are we the people. Remember, if they're bringing in the illegals and they don't believe in the United States, they don't like the United States, they don't like the people of the United States, who do you think they're going to have these people go after? I mean, they're already telling you what their plan is. Their plan is to go after the people of this country, because the deep state players see everyone that doesn't agree with them as terrorists. If you're trying to go against what they're trying to do, you are a terrorist. It's the same playbook that they used in the Middle East. The deep state players went into Libya, Iraq. They threw out the government there. They put in their puppet government, and any person in this country that went against their puppet government, they were called Al-Qaeda, and they went after them. The same thing's happening here. They put in a puppet government, and if you don't agree with the puppet government, you are then a terrorist, which means they need people to go after the terrorists, which is really we the people of this country. And the only way this can happen is if they got the weapons away from the people, which they haven't. And this is going to make it very, very difficult. Our founding fathers were brilliant. They knew that this was going to happen again. They knew that there was going to be a tyrannical government. Remember, these people that you're watching, their master is not the people of this country. Their master is unelected individuals. They are beholden to them. That is what makes them a tyrannical government. And the people now can see this very, very clearly. I mean, one of them is Liz Cheney right here. And they're building up the narrative that Trump is never, ever going to leave the White House if he gets elected. Actually, they're projecting what they're going to do. Because in the end, what they're going to do is they're going to try to keep the White House. Think about, as we go through 2024, as we approach war, the economy's falling apart, and they don't have the votes, they don't have the cheating system that they can use, and Trump wins because we're using paper ballots, and they reject the vote, they're going to try to keep the White House. They don't want to give it up. The first step is to go after Trump to make sure that he can't run. The second step is to postpone the elections if they can't cheat and they can't get enough ballots to win the election, which I don't believe they'll be able to get. So they're going to end up postponing to keep the White House. They don't want to leave. And you can see Liz Cheney, she's getting a little nervous here. She's getting a little afraid because she decided that maybe I will run for president in a third party. Now, why would she do that? I mean, Look what happened when she ran out in Wyoming. Let's see. Harriet Hagman, 66%. Cheney, 30%. She lost. Remember, Trump endorsed Harriet. She won. So why would she throw her hat into the ring? Well, I think this post explains it. Post 2219, September 19, 2018. It says, watch those announcing 2020. Actually, watch those announcing 2024. Presidential running. You cannot attack a political opponent. None are protected. None are safe. That is now true because everything that they did to Trump, it can be done to them now. So the presidential race that they're entering will not protect them. They already set a precedent. But you can see the talking heads, the fake news, they are panicking like we've never seen before. Green Lives Matter put this out and said, the talking heads in the media are having a meltdown at the thought of Trump becoming president again. So much so that their rhetoric has become absolutely unhinged. If they were certain of their ability to stop Trump from being elected, then why is the mainstream media fear-mongering the sheep by telling them democracy as we know it will end if he is elected in 24? Buckle up for the wild finish to this journey. That's certainly what the mainstream media seems to be doing. What are they so scared of? They are projecting what they plan to do. They will try to postpone the election to stay in power. When this doesn't work, they will unleash chaos to stay in power because they will not accept the results of the election. So they're trying everything they possibly can, but it's all going to backfire on them. Why is it going to backfire? Well, it looks like they lost another case out in Arizona. Harmeet Dillon put this out and said, happy to announce that yet another federal district court, this time in Arizona, has dismissed a challenge to Trump being on the ballot for 2024. The court made short work of the standing arguments in the case. Congrats to our clients. And everything that they have done, everything that they tried to do has completely and utterly failed. Remember, they just don't want him to run. When they can't make this happen, because it's not going to happen, they will move to the next step and then the next step after that. But remember, every step that they try, it's going to backfire on them. Trump and the Patriots, they're expecting these things to happen. They know the playbook. Richard Barris put this out and said, and people thought I was being hyperbolic. I was not. This is Victoria Nuland's husband justifying the assassination of Trump in a rag everyone knows to be a CIA mouthpiece. It is very obvious. And this is the article that we read yesterday from the Washington Post. A Trump dictatorship is increasingly inevitable. We should stop pretending. And remember, Matt Gaetz says this is obvious greenlighting assassination. So this individual, Robert Kagan, is Victoria Nuland's husband. Who's Victoria Nuland? Oh, wait, she orchestrated the overthrow of the president of Ukraine, and they took over Ukraine. She's part of Obama's team. Who's in the crosshairs? Obama. Absolutely. Tom Bevan put this out and said, the Atlantic's new issue is full-scale meltdown over the prospect of a second Trump term. Sean Davis responded to this and said, they're terrified Biden can't win, so they're beginning to talk themselves into taking extraordinary action. Call it assassination prep to prevent another Trump presidency. Truly dangerous, deranged insanity from the professional left. Absolutely. And what happens when they are afraid? What happens when fear sets in? They do stupid things. Let's look at post 1045, April 6, 2018. We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And you can see everything is starting to build up right now. Remember, they need to stop Trump at all costs. Trump knows they're going to do this. He knows they're going to try to do something with the elections. We know there's going to be an attack on the country once again, just like they attacked it during 2020. And we could see the cyber attack narrative is being built up. And out in New Mexico, they were hit by a major cyber attack and it shut down the hospital there. And they had to shift everyone to other facilities. We're seeing more and more of these cyber attacks. And we even have the deputy minister out in the UK saying, stock up on batteries, stock up on candles, because there could be a cyber attack. They're prepping all of this, but none of it's going to work because they're becoming desperate. They're making stupid moves. And Trump and the Patriots, they know the plan. Remember, Trump is trapping them in all of this. I know people say, no, he's not. He's not trapping him. Well, let's look at what Trump just put out there. Judge says Trump does not have absolute immunity. This radical left ideology is a threat to the presidency. It means that crooked Joe Biden can be held personally liable for his own open border policy and all of his other mistakes and decisions that are destroying our nation. Not just Joe Biden, but Obama, Bush, Clinton, and the rest. Precedent set. Trump is letting everyone know, look what they just did. They just gave me this weapon. I can use it against them. And he will in the end, but not the way people think. Trump, he also put this out. The Democrat disinformation machine is hard at work trying to sell the American public that Trump is a threat to democracy. No, the only threat to democracy is the incompetence and ineptitude of crooked Joe Biden. We are now a failing nation. And I do believe in the end, Trump, he's going to turn all this around, and everything that they're trying to do to him, everyone is going to see who's actually destroying democracy every step of the way. And it's going to build and build and build. And why is this important? Because people need to see it firsthand. You can't explain it to them. You can't say, hey, they're going to do this. The people must see it. And it's not just Republicans. It's not just independents. It's the D's. They must see it. And I just want to go back to post 3850, it's February 10th, 2020. Down below, it says the following. How do you introduce D's high crimes corruption to the public? Why didn't POTUS remove Hussein holdovers from NSC? Do you really believe that POTUS and team trusted Hussein holdovers to remain within the admin and work to enact POTUS's agenda without bias or confrontation? How do you awaken the induced coma public, fake news control from their long sleep, sometimes allowing your enemies to openly attack logical thinking? And this is what you're seeing play out. And the people needed to get this information. Like I said from many times before, Trump already has the military. Trump already has control of the country with continuity of government. He never relinquished his power to Biden. He never turned over the football. There was no transition. There was absolutely nothing. Trump is the commander in chief. There was an insurrection in this country, which means Biden is just that, the resident. Period. The end. He's waiting. I'm talking about Trump. He's waiting for the people to get the information that is needed. And the only way to get the information to the people is for the people to see it. And it's explained in these next two posts. Post 271, December 5th, 2017. And Anon says, military intelligence, no such agency equals the key. POTUS and Patriots equal the stone. So now let me go to post 269, December 5th, 2017. Key unlocks the door of all doors, info. So who's putting out this info? Military intelligence. Think about all the information that you learned about Biden. Think about all the information that you learned about the deep state. Stone, the force, strength capable of yielding power to act on the info. Who's the stone? The people and Trump. The key plus stone. So when you put these both together, you have a force that's unstoppable. So the people and Trump will be able to do things that normally couldn't be done. Why? Because the people are on his side. The people have the information. And the only way to actually wake a lot of people up is to actually show them the truth. Yes, Trump told you all of this stuff was going to happen. Did anyone listen? He said when Joe Biden got in office, you're going to have open borders. You're going to have the economy that's going to fail. He's going to destroy democracy. Did anyone really believe it? Or are you believing it now? Trump said we're going to see World War III. Are people believing it? Or are they going to believe it when it actually happens? Sometimes you must show the people. And when people experience it, when people know and see it, they have that information, which allows Trump to do what needs to be done. And the deep state, because of all the precedents that they've been setting, they'll try to argue, but the people will not listen. And that's what counts. It's the people. It's not the DOJ. It's not the FBI. It's the people. The people will not be on their side because they're watching what they're doing to Trump. They're setting precedent after precedent after precedent. All of this will be used against them. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and as supposed to be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X-22. Sorry, dude, but we speak English here, American English, and I'm not going to try and translate it. So if you can't join us that way, then we'll have to show you where the door is. I know nothing about Greek at all, other than that it's an island, and they're supposed to have really, really good food. That's all I know about Greece. And that it's that you had a fire not too long ago. So, all right, we're gonna move on to our next one. Let's see here. Okay, so a couple other ones dropped at the same time. I'm not sure if I'm interested, honestly, in playing the Carrie Cassidy one because I think she's been getting way really out of there. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it while I play this next one. We're going to SGT report next. Actually, I'll let you guys decide. Okay. See, you're still speaking to us in another language, so I'm just going to go ahead and show you the door. Okay, because I really don't have time for this right now. All right. Thank you. Have a great day. God bless. There you go. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I already got it queued up, don't I? There we go.
Horpar Krat is a demonic creation that was written about by Aleister Crowley in his book, The Book of the Law. You have Baphomet, which is the goat-headed being that is most closely associated with Satanism, actual Satanism. So they have all of these different prayers listing all the names of these demons, and they say, remember the names of the dead, look at the names of the dead, read the names of the dead. And it's like a litany, like you'd have a litany of the saints, only it's for demons.
My God.
As a lifelong practicing Catholic, I love my faith, I love my church, I still do, but this is abominable. And we have funded the enemies of this country. We have funded the enemies of our faith. And the reason I'm sounding the alarm on this is because it's got to stop.
Hey, friends. Thanks so much for coming on back to the show. That was Michael Hitchborn. He's the president of Lepanto Institute. And it turns out Archbishop Vigano was right in his letter to President Trump about the children of darkness. A satanic element has taken control of the Vatican, and now it's spilling over into all walks of life. Thanks so much for tuning in. Before we start with this important broadcast, just a quick word about our sponsor. If you're over 35 years old and you start to feel tired around noon, I've got a solution. I can pretty much guarantee that I'm about to share with you something really new, and it's a breakthrough supplement based on a molecule Big Pharma doesn't want you to know about because they know how effective it is, and they can't make money off of it. C60 Evo's ESS60 oils are the strongest, easy focus energy supplement I've ever tried. My skin and hair look pretty darn good, and I enjoy more flexibility and endurance because of C60 Evo. I even sleep better at night. Add to that its history of dramatically extending the lives of test subjects, Ristar rats, by 90%, and you'll be hooked too.
Those rats that lived 90% longer, and those are the rats that took the C60 Evo formulation, they lived 90% longer to 62 months, and none of them had tumors.
C60 Evo is made with just 2 ingredients, organic olive oil and a powerful nano antioxidant, 125 times more powerful than vitamin C, called ESS60. You're going to love how you look and feel with C60 Evo. So go to the link, I'll provide it below, and use the coupon code SGTR at checkout for an additional 10% off your initial order. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report here. Guys, I have a very, very important broadcast for you today. I have Michael Hichborn on the line. He's the president of the Lepanto Institute. Do you guys recall Archbishop Vigano's letter to President Donald Trump? This is from his second letter to President Trump. And let me scroll down and just read this one paragraph. A global plan called the Great Reset is underway. Its architect is a global elite that wants to subdue all of humanity, imposing coercive measures with which to drastically limit individual freedoms and those of entire populations. In several nations, this plan has already been approved and financed. In others, it's still in the early stage. Behind the world's leaders, who are the accomplices and executors of this infernal project, there are unscrupulous characters who finance the World Economic Forum and Event 201 promoting their agenda. The purpose of the Great Reset is the imposition of a health dictatorship aiming at the imposition of libercidal measures. Hidden behind tempting promises of enduring a universal income and canceling individual debt, the price of these concessions, friends, I'll tell you myself, is total serfdom and slavery. And I'm telling you what, this current Pope is in agreement with the Great Reset. I want to welcome our guest right now, Michael Hichborn, and let me tell you guys a little something about this man. After 12 years of investigations, Hichborn, the president of Lepanto Institute, has revealed vast ways that some of the leadership of the Catholic Church has strayed from biblical teachings and Catholic doctrine, and it gets far, far worse than that. Michael, I want to welcome you to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's an absolute pleasure.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir, because look, all we care about is the truth. And you know what? We're not attacking the Catholic religion any more than Americans should be attacked for a puppet president sitting in the White House who I don't think was rightfully elected. So let's just be clear. There are great Catholics, but to some extent, it seems to me the Catholic Church has been hijacked. Do you think Archbishop Vigano has that right?
I think he absolutely does. What he is expressing is the deep concern that he has with what he called the deep church and also the deep state. And when we look at the two, whatever happens in the church is always mirrored in the world, because it's kind of like St. John's Revelation. He saw a war in heaven. What was followed after that? A war on the earth. So there is always going to be that strife, and that strife that's going on within the church is always going to be reflected with the strife that's going on within the world. It's just the way that it is. So when he talks about what's going on in the deep church, we have to recognize that there was what appears very much to be a stolen papacy, and it was reflected by what very much looks like a stolen presidency in the United States. So there are lots of mirrors and lots of parallels all over the place. I think he got it absolutely right.
You mean Vigano got it absolutely right, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because here's the fundamental disconnect. Our founding fathers, through the Declaration of Independence, made it very clear that our rights are given to us by God, not by a man. And this Pope, well, he seems to be aligned with the World Economic Forum and the rule of man. And he's saying we should give away our sovereignty. We should give away our liberty to these men who will then rule us forever. So that's the fundamental disconnect. The Pope has lost all credibility, just like Joe Biden has lost all credibility, in my opinion. What say you?
He has lost it. He's lost all of his credibility. But the thing is, I actually wrote a newsletter on this last week, where it's the mockery is the point. Look at what's happened in the Catholic Church over the last 10 years. You've had the Catholic Church fancy around with the idea that, well, maybe the church could allow contraception at some point, or maybe we should be allowing pro-abortion politicians to receive Holy Communion, or gosh, we should be more welcoming to the LGBTQ community. Just recently, we had a synod on synodality, which is the most ridiculous title that you could possibly apply to a Catholic procedure within the highest reaches, the Vatican. The documents for this synod were all written in crayon font with crayon drawings all throughout. The church has the greatest treasury of art available to any institution, and it chose to write in crayon font. The mockery is the point here.
That is absolutely stunning. I'm going to give you screen share capabilities. If you could call up an example of that at some point during this interview, I would be grateful. That is stunning because, look, here's the thing. The Vatican libraries yield the treasure of humanity's real history, and it's all being hidden from us. I mean, I am absolutely convinced at this point that the history of mankind is largely hidden from us, Michael, and we don't need to get into the weeds on that issue unless you have something specific to say about it. But from Tartaria to the Dark Ages, I don't think we're being told the truth about much of anything at this point. And the Vatican holds the treasures. The Vatican holds the truth in the Vatican libraries.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I do have those documents now. If you want to take a look at what we've got here.
Yeah, please. That's stunning. Crayon, a crayon font. Yeah, you can't think of anything more satirical and insulting than that.
So here is the front cover for the Synod on Synodality document. This was produced by the Vatican. You can see right here, they have this ridiculous crayon drawing with this strange outline of people walking in a particular direction. This image means absolutely nothing. There is no iconographic imagery that would reflect a true meaning out of any of this picture. But looking at the font is in crayon as if it was written by a 12-year-old. Then you look throughout the course of the document, even the table of contents is written in this font with all of these different pastel colors throughout. The quotes that they give are all written in crayon font. So the ridicule that's going on of the Catholic Church from the hierarchy is the point. It's a reflection of what happened with the Passion of our Lord. What happened from the moment that he was arrested all the way through the time that he was crucified on the cross? He was spat upon, he was mocked, he was made fun of, he was insulted, he was blasphemed. This is what's happening to the church, and it's happening from within. We've got priests that are doing ridiculous things up on the altar. They're giving blessings with guitars. They're blowing bubbles during the mass. They are absolutely ridiculing the church. This is a pure reflection of what happened during the Passion.
Well, before we go any further, I should point out that evidently one of the most prolific offenders is called the Catholic Campaign for Human Development, and you've really dug into this. And one of the things the CCHD has chosen to do is give over $100,000 in tithes to a group that literally prays to demons, has altars built to Satan, and shows the use of witchcraft. Can you tell us about that? Because that should be the line in the sand for any Christian. And by the way, where does the average Catholic stand on any of these issues?
Well, the average Catholic says, we don't pray to demons. I mean, that's kind of fundamental to everything that we believe. But this organization, you have to remember, the Catholic Campaign for Human Development was founded in 1969, and the sole purpose was to give Catholic funds to Saul Alinsky's community organizing groups. That's why it was created. So for the last 50 years, I'm just the latest in a long line of people who have sounded the alarm and said, there's a serious problem here. These groups are promoting things that go directly against the church. We shouldn't be financing our own enemies, but that's what they're doing. The latest thing that we've discovered has to do with this organization called Planting Justice. It got $120,000 from the CCHD going back to around 2018, as far as I could tell. And this organization, now, to begin with, the CCHD, the Catholic Campaign for Human Development, claims that they thoroughly vet these organizations. They have a very thorough, very rigorous application process that they run these organizations through. And then they have a monitoring process where they make sure that the organization is in line with church teaching throughout the time of the grant. Well, if that's true, then they are 100% complicit with what took place in 2013 when Planting Justice on their own Twitter platform said they tweeted this: remembering our dead on the International Transgender Day of Remembrance. And then they had to commemorate this day, ... and they provided a link to an article that they produced on their own website. If you want, I can screen share this, but there are pictures here of the altar that they erected with pentagrams. There's a pagan idol on this altar.
Yeah, please share.
Yeah, okay, let me go ahead and do
Yeah,
that.
and by the way, let me just say, so it's funny to me that the wordplay that happens with these organizations. So Catholic Campaign for Human Development, as they fund the trans movement, to me, it should be renamed the Catholic Campaign for Human Regression. Just like, okay, so the UN says sustainable development, but what does that actually mean?
It means, yeah.
Nothing for we the people, right? We need to live as serfs under UN Agenda 2030.
Yep. Yep. I did a highly detailed report on the SDGs and showed how each one of the 17 planks of the Sustainable Development Goals aligns with not only the planks of communism, but with the activities of communist parties since 1917. But with this article here, these are pictures that come straight from Planting Justice's website. And the guy who wrote the article, his name is Chris Hughes. He identifies as transgender, specifically gender queer, he says. And he wrote, today, November 20th, 2013, happens to have been our Planting Justice staff meeting. So he's talking about this happening during a staff meeting in their staff offices. He said, it is also the International Transgender Day of Remembrance 2013. To commemorate this day, I asked the Planting Justice staff if I could set up an altar before our meeting. I also read the names of the dead, inviting them to sit in with our staff. Pictures of the altar to follow. Now, here's what was at the base of the altar. There's a Jinka hand symbol. So you see that here, it's an Indian symbol that's used in their rituals. You've got a golden apple, which is a big proponent or a big aspect of Wicca. You have this little plaque. There's a pentagram at the plaque. There's a Guy Fawkes mask. Then you see here, they've got this altar set up. They have a pagan idol. I don't know what it is, but it's something. They have a pentagram here at the base of what looks like a little altar slab. And they have these books, All Soul, All Body, All Love, All Power, a Trans Mythology. And then they have this little booklet where they read the names of the dead, or they placed the names of the transgender dead on that altar. There's the pentagram again.
Good Lord.
And then they actually published the prayers that they recited. It says, I list the names of the dead with a prayer to the gods preceding and a prayer to the dead afterward. And they prayed to Hermaphroditus, which is the Greek god by which we get hermaphrodism, both male and female sex organs on one person. Hur-Par-Krat is a demonic creation that was written about by Aleister Crowley in his book, The Book of the Law. You have Baphomet, which is the goat-headed being that is most closely associated with Satanism, actual Satanism. So they have all of these different prayers listing all the names of these demons, and they say, remember the names of the dead, look at the names of the dead, read the names of the dead. And it's like a litany, like you'd have a litany of the saints, only it's for demons.
My God, Michael, let me do a screen share. And I want you to keep going, but I just want to make the point. And I've talked about this with Nathan Reynolds, my guest, who escaped the Reynolds Illuminati family, and he's turned his light and his life to Christ. And he literally is saving souls by telling the truth. And we talked about necromancers just recently, Hillary Clinton being a necromancer. Leviticus 19:31, do not turn to mediums or necromancers. Do not seek them out, and so make yourselves unclean by them. I am the Lord your God. You can read the rest of the verses about contacting the dead on the screen here. And the point is that altar at best looks like a voodoo altar, and at worst, it looks like a satanic altar, Michael.
I think so too. So what I said in my report, I said, look, there is absolutely no way that this organization ever should have received a grant. And quite honestly, any organization that would engage in the worship of demons should be permanently banned from funding from the Catholic Church altogether. There's no way this should have ever happened. And if the CCHD, as it claims, vetted this organization, then they are 100% complicit in what they are doing. But that's not the only thing that we found. We found that from 2013 all the way through the present, they've been promoting this eco-queer ideology. So they're promoting transgenderism in conjunction with their agricultural movement. So they have these papers that were written. Eco-queer movement entails a loose-knit, often decentralized set of political and social activists identifying as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, whatever. They have all sorts of other things where they were promoting transgenderism, and they have in 2021 they told people that they should be supporting the farms of queer and trans folks during Pride Month. In just recently, this was just this past March, they posted something online that shows all this, peace out loud. It's a transgender, anti-racist kind of thing. And one of the things in this meme, it says, building anti-racist, queer and trans non-monogamy. So here they're actually promoting polyamory within the trans and homosexual communities. So this is completely against church teaching. There is nothing Catholic about this group. In fact, it's anti-Catholic. And the fact that it got these grants is just staggering.
Well, it's stunning, and I guess we shouldn't be surprised that the CCHD has ties to Saul Alinsky. What did you say? The inspiration for CCHD was essentially Saul Alinsky? I mean, the author of Rules for Radical. And there's another Hillary Clinton connection, by the way.
Yep. So also a Barack Obama connection. So Saul Alinsky was a good friend with a guy named Monsignor Jack Egan. And Jack Egan was a priest in the Archdiocese of Chicago. And the two of them were talking about how Saul Alinsky was having a hard time raising funds. And Jack said, you know what? I'll bet we could raise funds through a fundraising campaign within the church, and we could support your initiatives. Saul Alinsky thought that was a great idea. So they went to the Archbishop, and the Archbishop said, go ahead and try. And they raised a ton of money, gave it to Saul Alinsky. Well, the priest who was in charge at or who was, I think, the vicar general of the Archdiocese of Chicago, was Father Joseph Bernardin. Father Joseph Bernardin, who then became Cardinal Bernardin of the Archdiocese of Chicago, he then became the Secretary General of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, and he convinced the USCCB, hey, we did this collection in Chicago, we should do it on a national scale. And they did, and it was the single largest collection that they ever conducted within the Catholic Church. And they've been raising millions of dollars for Saul Alinsky's community organizing groups ever since. Now, I mentioned Barack Obama. Barack Obama was an executive director for one of the affiliates of what's called the Gamaliel Foundation. The Gamaliel Foundation is one of the CCHD's most favorite organizations to give funding to. We even found a check. A friend of mine actually found it because he was working at the Archdiocese of Chicago, found a check from the Archdiocese to Barack Obama for Saul Alinsky training. So the connections are very, very clear. And unfortunately, and as a lifelong practicing Catholic, I love my faith. I love my church. I still do. But this is abominable. And we have funded the enemies of this country. We have funded the enemies of our faith. And the reason I'm sounding the alarm on this is because it's got to stop.
Friends, pardon the brief interruption. Just a quick word about our sponsor. Just when you thought it was safe, interest rates spiked and new threats have come out of nowhere. Tensions are boiling from Asia to Europe, and adapting to this turmoil is the key to safeguarding your wealth. Perhaps you've not considered gold before, but now is the time. It's insurance, and right now, you need some insurance. Noble Gold Investments has been protecting investors from disaster for years with precious metals. So if you're worried, it might be time to take a fresh look at gold and silver. Gold is a multi-century proven safe haven to shield your portfolio. And right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 3-ounce silver American Virtue coin with its new IRAs this month. If you open your Noble Gold Investments IRA or 401k rollover right now, you can claim your coin today. Remember, crisis brews, gold insulates. Secure yourself and your portfolio against the threats. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com right now. noblegoldinvestments.com. It's the gold company I trust.
And the reason I'm sounding the alarm on this is because it's got to stop.
Yeah, it's got to stop. And I like what you said there, because at first I bumped on it. You said, we have funded our enemies. And I thought, well, wait, in this context, that's not right. The Vatican has, but the Vatican did so through tithes. So good Christians, good Catholics tithing back to the church, and their own money is being used against them. 100,000 in tithes to a group that literally prays to demons. Guys, get this. The Lopano Institute's report also reveals that Planting Justice regularly promotes sexual perverse ideologies such as eco-queer movements, gender justice, Pride Month, and get this, even queer and trans non-monogamy, all on the Catholic believer's dime. Queer and trans non-monogamy. So it's bad enough that it's men sleeping with men, or women, or God even knows what it is at this point. Men identifying as women, sleeping with women who identify as men. They don't even have to be monogamous, according to this group. In fact, it's better that they not be so. Why? Because they want to destroy the family. They want to destroy the nuclear family, Michael, which is one of the tenets, the 17 tenets of communism.
Yes, that's exactly it. And I've been sounding that alarm for the better part of 16 years. The big attack that's taking place right now from the communist side of things is to push as much grave sexual immorality as they possibly can. They want all the pornography. They want all of the transgenderism. They want all the contraception and abortion, because they have to demolish the family. Why? Because the family is the image of God himself. God is three. If you look at the Holy Family, you've got Mary, Joseph, and Christ. Okay. Mary, Joseph, and Christ represent the Holy Trinity. Joseph represents God the Father. Mary, being the true spouse of the Holy Spirit, represents the Holy Spirit. And Jesus, having two natures, both divine and human, represents himself in both instances. So it is the Holy Trinity in the Holy Family, and our families are a reflection of that. Now, the devil can't hurt God, but he can hurt God through hurting us. And that's why he wants to destroy the image and likeness of God by destroying the Holy Family.
Well, that's right. And that's why they prey on children. See, Laura Logan has covered this in detail. The reason these Satanists prey on children is because they can't hurt God directly, but they can hurt God through hurting his children. They can affect God. They believe they can hurt God. They can kill God is what they're trying to do, believe it or not. So let's talk about this. So often I talk about the Vatican, Washington, D.C., and the City of London being the three planks of the New World Order. But I need to add to that. We have Geneva, Switzerland, the seat of Satan at this point, it looks like, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, and above all of those groups, the Committee of 300, and at the very top, perhaps, well, maybe it is the Committee of 300 at the very top, but right at the top is the Bank for International Settlements. So the banksters, the Zionist banksters. And by the way, I think these may be the same banksters who did the Vatican banking. So they've had a chummy relationship for centuries, haven't they?
They have. It's interesting you mentioned the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank is involved in multiple scandals currently. One having to do with China, because the Vatican orchestrated some sort of deal with China where they're getting billions of dollars a year. And in return, the Vatican turned around and said to the Chinese Communist Party, well, if you want to go ahead and pick our bishops over there, go ahead. And that's how it's been working ever since. So the Chinese communists are gleeful. They're saying, oh, we're happy to give you billions of dollars so that we can pick our own bishops, so that we can then draw in as many of the faithful Catholics, change their religion entirely with our own communist stooges, and reimagine what Catholicism is, make it into the image and likeness of the Chinese Communist Party. So the Vatican Bank is part of what bankrolled that or orchestrated that deal. But on top of that, the Vatican Bank, I don't know if you're aware, was embroiled in a massive scandal back in the 1970s when the banker who was in charge was found hanging from a bridge in Rome, or I think it was in London, actually. He was hanging from a bridge. And that was all connected to Freemasonry, because the Vatican, the ones who ran the Vatican Bank for quite a long time were all Masons. They were involved in P2 Masonry. There's a lot more to the scandal, and there's a lot more that we could go into, but it's interesting that the Vatican Bank seems to be embroiled in the center of all these different issues.
Yeah, the Vatican Bank. I've always been curious about the tie between the House of Rothschild and the Vatican Bank. And by the way, guys, when I was mentioning sort of that litany of the enemies aligned against humanity, the Vatican, the UN, Washington, D.C., City of London, etc., I should have added to the mix Israel and the Mossad, and of course, the CIA. So the war is now being clearly waged against we the people, and it's serving to wake up a lot of people. That's the good news. I want to do a screen share, and let's hear a little bit about this problem from Stu Peters. And perhaps it'll even propel further discussion here about the problem. The Vatican is in bed with the World Economic Forum, ushering in Agenda 2030 and the Great Reset, which means if that is allowed to come to pass, we the people will live like those in the third world. Okay, the goal is not to lift up the third world, guys. No, the goal is to bring down the living standards of those of us who live in the West if we're to survive at all. Here's Stu Peters.
Great schism is taking place in the Roman Catholic Church right now. Former Pope Benedict XVI just died recently, and now his final book of his career has been published after his death. For a decade, people have wondered about why exactly Benedict resigned as Pope back in 2013. One of the most popular theories, with some of the most evidence for it, is that Benedict was basically pushed out by the gay cabal inside of the Vatican. According to longtime Vatican reporter Frederick Martel, who wrote the book In the Closet of the Vatican, this cabal is an open secret. As many as 80% of the top cardinals and administrators in the Vatican are gay. Their underlings are gay. Elite gays promote other gays to succeed them. Being gay is the fastest way to rise up in the Vatican hierarchy. Being gay doesn't even have to mean being liberal, by the way, at least not publicly. According to Martel, the men on both sides of the big debates within the church are gay. The most pro-gay ones of all, he says, are actually the straight people in the Vatican. Remember the church sex abuse scandals of the past 20 years? Almost all of the victims are young boys, not young girls. One of the biggest reasons that there's so many cover-ups is that if gay priests got exposed, it might in turn expose the gay bishops above them. And if things are bad now, they're poised to get a whole lot worse.
Let me pause it there and let me ask you for your thoughts on what you've heard so far, because I have a personal anecdote to share, but I guess this makes sense, right? If what is being said here by Stu Peters and what is being written about in that book is correct, then it makes sense that that organization, the CCHD, is funding all of these trans and gay movements, right?
You bet. They're funding gay and trans movements. And actually, if you look at Catholic Relief Services and a bunch of these other Catholic charitable institutions, they're involved with the perversion of children by introducing them to graphic sex education programs. We actually have a document that we just recently obtained from Africa where CRS was encouraging young men to masturbate as a form of safe sex. So, and of course that's a gateway into other forms of sexual perversion. So it's not surprising, but it's deeply upsetting because all of this goes against fundamental, absolutely fundamental Catholic moral teaching and the understanding of the human sexuality, the human body, and the human family.
Well, that's right. And instead of humbling themselves before the Creator, they're doing the exact opposite. And they're preying on children. You know the passage. Better to have a millstone tied around your neck and be thrown into the ocean than hurt one of these little ones who would believeth in me. And that's what they're doing. They're preying on children. And by the way, it should come as no surprise, I guess, given this conversation we're having, that the United Nations seeks to legalize pedophilia. They want to make it legal for anybody within 10 years of age to have sex, meaning a 19-year-old can have sex with a 9-year-old, and then we're to believe the 9-year-old gave consent. That's how twisted these people are. I mean, they really want to take us back to the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, Michael.
Right. And one of the things that we have to understand is that this infiltration started back in the 1930s and 40s. There was a woman who was a communist she was an active, high-ranking member of the Communist Party in the United States named Bella Dodd. And part of her job was to encourage young communist radicals to join seminaries so that they could start rising in the ranks to pervert church teaching, to pervert the ideologies of Catholics, move them away from living a good, faithful Catholic life and being more engrossed in what they called social justice. And the perversion of social justice has really turned into embracing and adopting sin as a way of life. But in encouraging these young radicals, these young communists, she was also encouraging homosexuals to join the seminaries so that they would rise through the ranks, take over various seminaries, and encourage others. There's a great book by a man named Michael Rose called Goodbye Good Men, which is about how homosexuals took over seminaries throughout the United States and created their own little homosexual factories for creating these homosexual priests who then became the perverts that abused all those children. So you start putting these dots together and you have the perfect storm that we're witnessing right now.
The Vatican and these local dioceses have been infiltrated by these gay men. And so it does detract from the word of God, especially when they go down this channel, when they go down this path, and they remove biblical truth from the teachings altogether, and they fund organizations who are meant to destroy the nuclear family. They're trying to destroy Western civilization, Michael, aren't they?
Absolutely, they are. They're trying to they're trying to mock the church and make it into something she's not. They're trying to tell people, oh, the church is embracing of homosexuals, the church is embracing of all these different things that are completely contrary to the moral foundation of the Catholic Church, and make it into something she's not. They're at the end of the day, they are destroying the moral authority of the church. But at the same time, what they're doing is they're elevating Pope Francis as if he's some sort of Soviet dictator of the Catholic Church to then impose his moral ideology on the church and say, you know what? We all need to get involved with climate change. We need to get involved with open border immigration. We need to get involved with this redistribution of wealth because there are too many wealthy people. So all of this, and this is why I believe firmly that Pope Francis, unfortunately, is a communist. But at the end of the day, what all of this does, it's the essence of the false prophet who is reigning in the Antichrist. If Pope Francis is not proclaiming Christ and drawing souls to Christ for the salvation of souls, but is trying to in some way baptize the world and draw everybody into a worldly union to follow a worldly leader so that we can have a worldly form of salvation, then what he is doing is not preaching Christ. He's preaching the world, which is the very definition of being a false prophet.
Let me show something that might help people. I couldn't more highly recommend people watch this. You can head over to my site, thephaser.com, and watch Europa, The Last Battle. And I think you guys will find it very interesting that there seems to be one group that's behind so many of the ills throughout human history. And it's a group that has really infiltrated every aspect of our government and our society, and perhaps the Vatican at this point. And you guys will recall that 17th letter of the alphabet that continues to be maligned by the mainstream media, who said, follow the bloodlines. Michael, can you help us understand, if we follow the bloodlines, who is Pope Francis really? Who is this man?
That's a difficult question because the information that we have to go by is very scant. There is an indication that he might be a Freemason. There have been allusions to that. There's no proof, but there are allusions. I do believe firmly that he's a socialist, and possibly even a communist, based upon what he says, what he does, and what he supports. That's something that we can substantiate. Who his parents were Italian immigrants that relocated to Argentina, Buenos Aires. So Pope Francis is Italian blood. He's not actually Argentinian. So his parents went to Argentina right about the time that Italy was purging itself of its socialists. So there's a strong possibility that Mr. and Mrs. Bergoglio were fleeing from Italy because they were socialists. Can't prove it, but that seems to be the case. They, of course, raised Jorge Bergoglio under Juan Perón, or under the leadership of Juan Perón anyway. And so he certainly has adopted Juan Perón's style of leadership. And one of the anecdotes that I tell people is that Juan Perón, while he was driving to the airport once, his driver turned to him and said, which route should I take? And Juan Perón said, signal right, turn left. And this is definitely what Pope Francis does. He signals right, says things like abortion is inadmissible. You can't commit abortion. Abortion is murder for hire, he says. He even says things like women can't be ordained as deacons. Women's ordination is never a possibility. But then he opens the door for those things to happen, and he continues to allow people who promote these things to come into the church and to give presentations and to be an active, involved participant, while at the same time he does things like silence Bishop Strickland or silence Cardinal Burke or some of the other good prelates who are standing up and standing for Catholic orthodoxy. So he signals right and he turns left. And it seems to be his general style of operating.
Well, I just want to pay it forward and talk a little bit about the Lepanto Institute and ask how people can support you, because literally until he comes, until Jesus Christ himself returns, things are going to get worse before they get better. And it's extremely sad. By the way, I think I found my background art for the thumbnail for this conversation. It's Satan himself stitching together an LGBTQ flag. So the Lepanto Institute, you're an organization people need to support. How do we do that, Michael?
If you go to our website, lepantoin.org, that's LEPANTOIN.org. Sign up for our newsletter. We have a donate button because we're completely donor driven. We don't have any grants. We don't have any major donors who are constantly keeping us afloat. It's just through the generosity of common people who help keep us going. We have a general charity reports list that I highly encourage people check out if you want to know if your favorite charity is engaged in any activities that are promoting abortion, contraception, homosexuality, transgenderism, Marxism, or heresy, or even paganism, as we found with this one group. Take a look at our charity reports list. It's right there at the top of our website. And we have a list currently of about 130 different organizations that we have personally vetted, and we have them all marked, whether they're promoting. And if they're safe, if they're marked safe, just click the name of the organization. It'll take you straight to the organization's website. If they're marked not safe, click the name of the organization. It'll take you to a highly detailed report page explaining exactly why we have marked them not safe.
Well, God bless you, sir. And I do appreciate your time today. I want to point this out too. So the United Nations Climate Change COP28 conference is happening right now. It just reminds me of the fact that these people want to enslave humanity, and we just need to drive that point home. United Nations Agenda 2030 is the climate action plan to destroy you and your family and your livelihood and your access to what they call fossil fuels. And once they take those fuels away, they're not going to replace them with anything else, folks. They're going to innovate to zero. And as Bill Gates famously said in that TED Talk, one of the things they want to innovate to zero, along with carbon emissions, is population. It's no joke. And one last thing I'll say about the Pope, as I'm coming back to you, Michael, to say our goodbyes, is, we posited, is he a socialist? Is he a communist? Not sure which, probably both, but he's also a totalitarian fascist, because he's going to continue to enjoy his wealth at the Vatican. He's not going to change his way of life. Neither are the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers or anybody else like Bill Gates, who's trumpeting all of this. We, the people, must die to save Mother Earth while they fly around in private jets. I'll give you the last word, sir.
That's exactly right. And one thing that I will tell people is that as dark as it is, we can't lose hope, because the fact of the matter is, if God said, our Lord said that the servant is not greater than the master, and what he endured, what he went through, we also will go through. But at the end of it, he also rose from the dead, and we too will rise from the dead one day, only to face judgment based upon our actions and our love of God and fellow man. And if we follow God's precepts, as he said, if you love me, you will follow my commandments. So love God, love the Lord. Don't worry about the things that are going on so much, but do pay attention so that you can be forearmed and forewarned.
Well, thank you for the work you're doing, and thanks for sounding the alarm. We need more people like you on our side. Michael Hitchburn, guys, he's the president of Lepanto Institute. Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you and your audience.
God bless you, sir. And friends, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free, as usual, 24/7. Hit us up directly at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those mockingbird, mainstream media, United Nations lies. Bye-bye.
All right. That was it for that one. I got one more I'm going to throw at you. I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do this. You'll like this one. Here we go.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming at you live! Catching all the apocalypse! Oh yeah!
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I got contacted by the ghost who wanted to come on today and talk about something that very personal that happened to him a while back. I've been trying to get him to disclose this for a very long time, but we'll get to that. Ghost, it's great to have you back on, brother. Thank you.
Hey, it's great. Always great to be with you, David. Always.
You're
And
always you're very request. You got a high requesting rate. I don't know what you call it. You're very much requested, but I don't even know where to start except that
that's humbling.
it
That's
looks
right.
like things are getting ready to kick off now. You know, we're coming into the end of the year, closing the end of
Yeah, let's just make it really clear here that my entire chat is filled with people who are awake, and it's also filled with a bunch of Christians that know God very well in our relationship with Jesus Christ. Okay, so we don't need to be preached to. Okay, just saying.
the year. We're going into 24, the election year. I got to be real careful on YouTube now. I'm going to do most of my stuff on ninoscorner.tv. I have to change. I have to pivot. I know that it's hunting season on YouTube now, so I got to be real careful on YouTube. But it's coming into whatever happens, I feel, and tell me if I'm right about this. Whatever happens now is going to set the pace for the next, for eternity, for the rest of the humans, you know, for humanity. What happened? That's how important 2024 is.
Yeah.
It whatever happens 2024 will set the pace for the rest of our existence, so to speak, with due to
Yeah.
you know, with the war with the globalists. Are we going to take, is humanity going to take this back, or are the globalists going to steal this from us? And am I right? Am I right in saying this, Ghost? Is that how this looks?
Yeah, it's a matter of two potential timelines, let's say. And one wants, you know, we've talked about this a million times. One wants global dominance and totalitarian rule over everyone on the planet. And the other wants freedom, liberty, and a release of technologies, etc., that would make that possible for everyone on the planet. They don't want these you know, these oligarchs, and we could use the popular names, and then but there's the names again that I don't mention because I don't want somebody taking a pot shot at me. Let's put it that way. And but I wanted to say a few things from a personal standpoint, and then I'll get into that. You know, I want to clear up a few things from the last two shows. Excuse me, that's allergies. As one of your moderators I'm very close to, and I know them both, but I'm very close to one, as you know, who is saw a lot of comments and made me aware of, you know, that people were saying I'm a Zionist. Not a Zionist.
You're a
I'm
Zionist?
not. Yeah, I am not in the comments, and I'm not a fucking Zionist. Okay, I'm trying to.
Sure, Ghost.
Yeah, absolutely sure. I've always come on and tried to give everybody the an understanding that it is not black and white. There's always details behind it, and I'll go into that later with, say, this Argentinian president. But I was simply making the distinction of the types of Zionists. A cultural Zionist, you know, are just regular folk like everybody else. To them, it simply means Israel first, akin to America first. Same thing. And it's like our term nationalist. You know, it's important to not generalize that term or many things going on. And I mean different things to different groups. One does not have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. And who said that? Brandon said that, didn't he? He's on stage saying that years ago. That's the globalist. That's why I use the term globalist. And I prefer to use that over Zionist. Secondly, I'm not a states national nor a sovereign citizen. I said I was an American nationalist, meaning America first, or simply I love my country, not an American or state national. What I am is in the private. It's not in the private sector, in the private. That's a whole different show, huge difference. I am that I am. That's all I can be. but in the private is a completely different designation. And since the first show I did with you, I've cautioned and urged people not to take that bait and go down those paths of state national, sovereign citizen, and a number of other things. The Sarah Gesera, for example. Those things have been around since the 90s. The attempt in the beginning was just and honorable, but it's become, again, it was co-opted into a psyop. And
there's a lot of
what-
psyop running right now, right? I mean, is flat Earth
Oh,
psyop?
I've told you on your show who was given the money by DARPA. Here, let me go into that very quickly. 2 grants of $480,000 from DARPA to Michael Aquino. Now, who was Michael Aquino? When Anton LaVey, head of the Church of Satan globally, died, his daughter even endorsed Michael Aquino going into that position. He's rebranded the whole thing into the Temple of Set. Okay? So you're following that. I've given you the facts. And I'm only going to speak about what I've known, what I've experienced, what I have factual information, evidence to back up. And that's the only position I will ever take if I've had personal experience, etc. And like especially in the private, those 3 words you never hear come from any of these groups. And they're the most important words because it all deals with trust law. It's a very complicated subject. I did 4 hours with a friend. I think it's Pew Pew Nation TV, Armando Gonzalez, with a Lord who is a dear friend of mine, who I've studied with for many years regarding law, because law, finance, and / politics, religion are your 3 major control mechanisms. They are not what they appear to be. I'm sorry if I'm offending people, but I'm only giving you what I've experienced, what I've read, what I've known, what I've done working in the shadows. That's why I don't go into who I am. I don't make a dime off of what I do. I'm trying to help enlighten people to certain very important aspects and help them, let's say, digest and discern a lot of these complex issues that seem overwhelming and that, yes, we're going down a very bumpy path right now. It's only going to get worse. A lot of people, absolutely. Let me just. It's upsetting so many to me that they're charging for half-assed information regarding all that stuff. I'll say that. Someone charges money and they say they have a step-by-step. You need to follow, and you need to follow that stuff immediately, and tells you, that tells you right there, it's not correct. What did I say? I did not mean to demean the man. I did not mean to tear him apart.
Who are you talking
I never
about?
did. One in particular, David Straight. I say he's well-intended, but he knows enough to get himself and others in trouble. And where's his wife? She wound up in prison. Most of what he was doing, he put in her name. Look it up. You can find that information on Texas state sites. But, those of us that know that information, we don't often speak of it. I refer to it publicly, but I won't lay it out for you. It can be life ending.
I don't know enough about this situation. That's why me personally, I obviously I have to pay my taxes. I don't mess with that.
Well, it's much more than just that. That it's knowing what and how the system works. And the last time I got on that subject, visitors came to a friend of mine's house a few states away. It was I think he spent 34 years in CIA, and knocked on his door wanting to know who I was, who was handling me, who I was working for, all of that nonsense. And you know, that's how sensitive that information is. But I began to put it out there at one time. You know, most of those people that charge for that information, it's from a greedy and ignoble nature. And this is why they're lacking. Okay. And yeah, I think I know what many are thinking right now. You know, that's simply how we got into it. The very situation we're fighting out of now emanates from that realm of the supranational banking interests, which basically operate through trust law. And no one ever says that word in the connection with what they're talking about. And they're very adversarial. I could go on and on about it, but you know, another time we'll take a good 2 hours. It could easily be 2 hours. It could be 6 hours. And we'll go into that subject. And I was shown comments of, oh, this is another trust me, bro type of guy. Look, all I can do is tell you what I've personally experienced and witnessed firsthand, what I've seen, what I know, sometimes who I know. You know, I found through many years of working in the shadows, research, commiserating with, you know, certain individuals, my viewpoints and analysis, you know, of any given situation. You know, if you choose to reject that simply because it goes against something you believe, but have no personal experience in, that's on you, not on me. And it's your freedom to choose to discard anything I say. Though I will say, you know, if you're discarding everything simply because you disagree with me on one subject or whatever, you know, let me put it this way. If you disagree with me on any subject, that's just one that concerns something that I may have witnessed myself with my own eyes, then I suggest you turn the mirror inward and examine yourself. You know, you're basically still sleepwalking. You know, everyone, including myself, have to be able to abandon, and I've said this before, all we believe in 3 minutes and less in favor of evidence and truth when it's presented, regardless of the subject matter and how dear it may be to you. When you can do that, you're awake and you can be easily objective, and you'll know the truth when you see it. You know, the rest is up to you.
Well, let's
And
let's pivot
let me
for a
just
second
finish with
because
this. The last thing,
okay.
you know, a lot of people want to know who I am. And many ask why I look at the things the way I do, how I formed
Well, we don't have
opinions
to
when
go
I
into
come
that if you
on.
don't want to.
Yeah. And, you know, I have to maintain a level of privacy with who I'm working with, what we're doing, and it's for this country.
No
That's
need
all
to
I can
explain
tell you.
yourself there, Ghost. Don't even worry about that. Let's just keep that anonymous. That's fine. You know, I know you
Yeah.
have your credentials, so let's not even go into that. What I want to talk about is 2024. Here we go. We're on our way into it. I mean, I'm expecting a very crazy year. I mean, every year is going to pale comparison to this one. I don't even know what to expect because whoever controls the day, whoever controls this narrative is going to control humanity. And this is I feel, our last shot. I don't, you know, a lot of people say, well, the white hats are in control, but I feel like I'm commentating the greatest show on earth. I see both black hats and white hats going to make big power moves this year. And Juan O'Savin has always said, it's a fight to the finish. We're going to the
It
finish. We're
is.
going all the way.
He's right. It is. 2008 to 2024. How many years is that? 16. Okay. What did they do to President Trump when he was in office? The intel agencies wouldn't interface on any meaningful level. Matter of fact, I think Gina Haspel was persona non grata at the White House. He was lied to. He was surrounded by traitorous sons of bitches, virtually all of them, with a few exceptions. And they boxed him in. So, in a sense, with what they blocked, but he got a lot done, especially with things like changes to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the legal aspects of holding military and civilians to task in trials, and a few of the executive orders that we've discussed in the past. They're all in the Federal Registry. You can find them. The ones that say anyone involved in human trafficking, et cetera, or, a cartel, drug trafficking. There's going to come a day when they will be labeled terrorist organizations, and they're going to be hammered. And everyone worldwide involved in all of that, and in traitorous activities and sedition to this country, will be held to account. I have no doubt in my mind of that. Is it going to be in a couple of year period and all of it's fixed? No. It's going to take another 15 years probably to clean this shit up.
But the initial boomerang will happen fast, though, correct?
Right. That will happen noticeably, very noticeably. And that's what will turn around the morale.
You're saying to bring everyone to
American
justice, will take what, a couple decades, maybe?
I'd say 15 years, give or take, reasonably.
But not the major players.
Not the prime movers. No. You're going to see dynasties go down with those moves. It's either that or we've fucking lost. It's one or the other.
Okay. So everyone's fighting for their survival this coming year. I don't see this going, I've asked Juan, I've asked a lot of other people, you included. I don't see this going, like, if we don't get, if the military doesn't move, Trump doesn't get reinstated by 24, we lost, correct? We lost.
By early 24, I'll give it around March. Because look at what the UN's doing right now. Look at what's happening in China. Oh my God, here comes H1N5. And many times on your show, I gave the origins of H1N1 and the companies involved. They're all whitewashed now. And the one merged into AstraZeneca is the exact company. I had gotten that wrong before because there's so many of these evil.
So are you telling me they're going to play all cards now? H1N5.
Yeah, and here's the fucked up part that pisses me off to the point of where I'd gladly put bullets in their goddamn heads. Of course, that's just figure of speech. I'm not a violent man, but you know what I mean. Because it's affecting children. They're giving reports now, whether they're true or not, we don't know yet for a fact, but it's affecting children. It's a pneumonia affecting children, and that their hospitals are overloaded. Oh, they just found one case with an adult in Britain. And here it comes. Worldwide, outside of China, 52 cases as of last count that I had. So here we go again. All I can say to everyone is, this time it'll be much easier with the good physicians that step forward and your own sound judgment to basically give the UN, which is a corporation, just like the government is in District of Columbia. And by the way, there's certain concerns in Europe are trying to purchase Australia from us because it's a subcorporation of the United States, registered out of St. Louis. But the UN, which should not even exist anymore because of its vast crimes, and the WHO, no, don't comply. Do not comply this time. If we see our children getting sick from this, it's not, oh, this happened to just crop up. Bullshit. This is one of 1,000 variants of several viral families that they've got on ice. This stuff's been on ice for 15 years at least, H1N5. So here we go again. All I can say is if my child gets sick and dies, and then a lot of others get sick and die, you know what? It's over if you catch my drift.
Yeah. So you think
I don't give a
what's happening
fuck
in
about
China-
homeland, fatherland, fatherland security that was started by consulting with the last head of the Stasi or all the rest of them. They've all proven themselves to be fucking worthless. A lot of good people in a bad system. They're afraid to lose their jobs. But the top tiers, no, they're all in on it. They're all in on it. Make no mistake about it.
So, Ghost,
All
you
of it-
think that you think that there's going to be another pandemic 2.0 that hits us in 2024, or do you think they'll wait till or do you think early 2024? Or do you think they'll wait during election time?
Well, when did they make the first announcements that most people didn't catch in AP? I believe it was Reuters. When COVID hit, it was November of 19. It is now November of 23. Except they're not going after the elderly and the weak and infirm with a bullshit COVID engineered virus. They're going after the children. Well, that's inexcusable. And the fucking judge advocate general in the military and civil affairs better get their fucking acts together. Remember, I said on your show a long time ago, there's people in certain positions in those forces, mercenary forces, by the way. That's what they technically are. When you work for a corporation to project violence, you are a mercenary. I was a mercenary. We were part of that. All of the people, all my friends who were in the military at one time or another. That's what we were. And there were two classifications ultimately, cadets and recruits, otherwise known as officer and enlisted. Get your shit together. Because, like I said before, you're going to have to make some serious moral choices. And you do have the law on your side if you study the manual of courts martial. All right? It's all there. It's all there. And executive orders and certain things that Congress did because they were basically used as teats on a boar that whole time Trump was in office because they were too busy infighting. So the only real president we had since Kennedy was basically boxed in. And they continued with their 16-year plan anyway, to a great degree. I don't think too many people that I know disagree with that. But I'm the only one saying it in my group, my circle, let's say. But that steps over the line.
So we know that
Completely and totally.
the Democrat musical chairs is about to begin. We had one of Obama's doctors claim that he is that Biden's getting ready to let me see here. I might be able to pull it up and I'll show it to everyone. Well, maybe I can't. Yeah, Obama doctor offers chilling prognosis on 81-year-old Biden. So they're getting ready to take him out.
Right.
Ghost. Former
And
White
they're-
House
they're-
physician Ronnie Jackson expressed concerns about President Biden's health and cognitive abilities as he turns 81. Jackson emphasized Biden's alleged cognitive and physical decline, warning that he is unfit for the demanding role. So they're getting ready to replace him. And Juan has talked about this many times. Do you see this happening?
Absolutely. Take the actor out. Take the actor out. Come on. It's a fucking show.
How many actors are playing it?
It's a whole hell of a lot of them.
I've heard 4, 1 passed. Now there's 3. I don't even know what to believe.
I don't know the number, but it's easy to look at pictures past and pictures present. Very easy look.
I mean, this
And-
is Obama's doctor, which Obama controls all these. Obama's in.
Well,
Biden's
Obama's the bitch that was given the job to control them by people way higher than governments.
Well, I
as I've
understand
always
that.
said
But if he's
before,
getting
yeah.
ready, but if they're getting ready to say here, and he's got these people that surround him that are inappropriately encouraging him to continue to run because it builds up who they are and what they do. But our border, our wars overseas, our economy, is just a disaster right now, and he can't, and he just can't do the job, and it's just on display every day, and he's not capable of doing the job anymore. I mean, this is coming from Obama. They're getting ready to get him out. They're getting ready to move him. Obama advised David Axelrod on host Bill Maher, which is a liberal
God.
pundit. Yeah, like just another talking head for. I mean, I can't believe people
Yeah.
watch.
Another red shoe front guy.
Yeah, another guy that's going to say, "Oh, well, Biden's got to step." I mean, just these people make me sick. These evil people, man.
Another gold juice drinking son of a bitch. That's all. Arrogant, full of hubris.
So
hedonistic,
what
I'm
I'm trying
sure.
to get at, Ghost, is there's going to be a lot of events that are going to be coming in 24, and you're saying to me, early 24.
I'm saying, remember I said the events would begin and then they would increase in intensity and type. I
Yeah.
told you what kind of operatives have crossed this border, especially since late 20. Russia is going to look out for Russia, bottom line. But outside the borders of this country, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, meaning to the supranational sovereign layer, the real sovereign layer. By claim and by decree, no one contested it, and everyone in this country and in the West, practically in the whole world, it is the whole world. Surnames owned by letters patent by the Vatican. They each have their role in all of this. And their Jesuit order is doing a bang up job right now. I mean, read the Jesuit oath, look it up online, you'll find it. And then know that they will be all things to all people. And their job is to spread confusion and bloodshed. And they work through the agencies, along with these other prophetic secret societies who have long since passed their usefulness. They're not working for the betterment of mankind. They're dupes and useful idiots who don't even know how the system really works. I do. Those that I commiserate with do. And without coming out and using a lot of specifics, because that is going to get somebody on my tail pissed again. And I don't need that. Let's just call it, we're on opposite sides. Fuck you. Gonna come after me. Good luck with that shit. Good luck with that. But we are, what has me very, let's say, concerned and somewhat angry is this H1N5 shit. Because I said, if they can't get their fucking third world war, they're gonna use another bio weapon. Make no mistake about it. It's an engineered virus.
They have no
Recombinant
choice.
RNA
They have to go back to the old playbook, don't they? Because
Exactly.
I guess they didn't think that Trump would stick in here, would stay in to fight. And I guarantee you they thought that DeSantis would take him out, or Nikki Haley, or
They
Pence.
tried everything. They
They tried,
funded
none of
those.
it worked.
They funded those idiots. And it's not working because most Americans at least got it through their head that this country is under attack. They might not
You're
know
telling
why,
me that
who, and
the
what,
charges they
and people need to stop being fucking babies and walking away from Trump. Hang in there. When you're walking through hell, you got one choice: keep on fucking walking. Excuse me for my language today, but it's just the frame of mind I'm in.
I mean, Ghost, they thought, they could throw these charges, that charge. He has 91 felony charges against him. They didn't work. Pence had to bow out. Now DeSantis is probably getting ready to bow out. What are they going to do? Do you think it's at all possible that they don't give Trump the nomination? They find a reason not to, or do you think they have to, and now they have to go to plan B, C, D, and E?
I think, well, if it goes to that, and they have to, which I believe that will be the case, then they've got to go to plan B, C, D, and E. And
Which
you're going to
is
see a lot of
events.
things. Events. Could be. It's going to be violence sparked off in cities. Look at what's happening in Ireland right now, and in other cities in Europe, where again these people that they brought over from other countries, shithole countries, excuse me, but that's what they are. They haven't got their shit together, and you have this bogus conflict in Ukraine. If people listen to Colonel McGregor, for example, I try to catch him when I can. Categorically stated the nation's in decline, and categorically stated Ukraine is lost because Putin wouldn't give. They're firing drones on Moscow. Anti-aircraft batteries are taking them out constantly. They're trying to provoke Moscow
And
into
they don't have the funding for us
going
anymore,
in.
correct?
And all the money, and Zelensky just through his proxy friends bought a $49 million yacht and a $25 million yacht. He thinks he's going to sit off in international waters when it comes time to pay the piper? No, it's not. Sorry, you'll be tracked down wherever he goes. I mean,
Zelensky's a dead man walking soon, or he is already.
yeah, basically he is. And Ukraine is sending what they have left. They've even put arms in the hands of pregnant women and men who've never had any training or experience. And one guy is there with an AR, but he's got a busted stock. Doesn't even have a stock. It was just a tube, the recoil spring tube. And the Russian shot him in the leg, and the guy was crying and begging for his life. And the Russian said, "Hey, lay down your weapon." Walked over, picked him up, brought him over to behind the lines, and says to him, "They're not even equipping you to fight." You see, there's so much propaganda has been put out there on that whole thing. Now, Israel, all the tunnels that are built, they were built by the Israelis. I'm not saying it's the Israeli people. It's the same type of dynamic and structure that has taken over in the District of Columbia. I say District of Columbia for a reason. People should know what that is by now. Who owns it? Everything has an owner ultimately. Most of you may have bought and paid for your homes and the land, but ultimately you don't own that unless you put it in allodial status. This is there's a long history to that. You have to remove linear time from these concepts of when certain events happened in history to set up where we are today, from 1867 to 1913 in particular, when the central bank, privately owned, foreign, privately owned majority, as well as here, was put into place that would loan governments money. War was always the way that more money was needed, and the burden of repaying the value of that money created out of thin air, not backed by anything, is on the backs. The bonds created in order for that debt to have a usury status. Both the principal and interest is paid off on the backs of the labors of the American people. Our children, our grandchildren will be paying for it if we don't tear it down. We have much better. There are so many amazing solutions that are available for this to be put into place. And our economy would grow, and your income tax would disappear, and you might pay 10%, 12% on anything you buy. If you don't buy anything, don't worry about it. That would provide more than enough to not create a deficit, but actually a budget surplus. But no, they won't go to that, because all of these very powerful oligarch legacy families, who still have bosses above them, mind you, they want to keep their power game going. They want to get that one world order.
The old guard is dying right now. It's about who's going to control this new system.
Yeah.
And here
it's
we
not going to be. And it's not going to be them.
So you're telling me, and I think my audience feels it, I feel it, 2024 is the year where we're going to know which way humanity's going.
I agree with that 100%.
Jeez. Ghost, can you please tell my audience about your personal experience that you had, 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago? I know you wanted to close
20 years ago.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, because, there are things, I've tried to allude to these things before. There are things existing in our reality that people are not aware of. Right now, they're giving you a very carefully controlled drip of Tic Tacs and all of these other craft. Well, there's thousands of sightings where they come from. But they're just not going to release that information because they still don't know what they're dealing with. And, you have many that claim they're among us. Well, yes, they are. They are. And I don't, it's a day in my life that I still try to make sense of. And what happened was I woke up one morning about 7, and I started getting a call from one friend, and he says, "Hey, some guys were here, asking for you." I said, "Well, naturally," I said, "describe them to me. What were they driving?" Well, it was a silver sedan. And he said, "My God, they were tall." And I was, and I was thinking, well, it could be any number of agencies around the world, and they could easily find out where I live. And I was in a nice little apartment and was basically taking some time down at that point, and utilities and my name, everything in my. I wasn't trying to hide from anything or anyone. So I'm thinking, well, who the hell is this? And about an hour later, I get a call from another friend, but they both covered for me. They said, "I don't know where he is, Well, where does he live?" "Well, he just moved to a new apartment. I haven't been over there yet." That kind of thing. And, streetwise people. And I'm wondering what in the hell is going on here. And I get a call from this guy who owned a delivery service. And there was a time in the 90s when I just broke away from everything. And I actually worked for him for a while. It was actually kind of fun. I was young. I was in my 30s, and you know, he calls me and says, "Man, there's some weird shit happening. There's these two silver cars pulling up to where we are, and they're asking where you are." I said, "Well, what'd you tell them?" So I didn't tell them anything. And they were all telling me the same thing. How tall the one guy was. They both were extremely tall. And I was getting freaked out at that point. I was like, well, wait a minute. And then I find out they flew in. And he starts telling me about this girl that just came to work for him. And again, I'm going to tell you, I can't explain any of this. I can just tell you what happened that day. And there's been others since, but not in the same vein. But anyway, and he's telling me that, she had made some entry into a notebook she had, and that this man got into her car, this very tall, strange looking man, and started reciting to her what she had written. And I said, well, who is she? And he says, I don't know anything about her. I just needed to fill the seed, and I did. And that continued for a couple of hours, actually. And I just I was kind of freaked out about the whole thing. And later that day, I keep getting calls. Hey, they came around again looking for you. And I'm going, something's wrong with this picture. Number one, you should be able to find me. It's very easy to find me. Anybody could find me. And so I said, do me a favor, come by and pick me up. I want to ride with you. I want to see what the hell, I want to see who these people are and what they want. I'm going to confront them, basically. And I left, and I thought, I should have brought my gun, but I didn't. And I get to this one casino, and it was actually late at night at that point.
Is this in Nevada or where is this at?
No, this was in another state. Just say another state with casinos. A number of them on the water. And so he said, we're talking. I said, basically, what the fuck is going on here? What do they look like? Why are they looking for me? What do they want? He's like, man, I don't know. And nobody could figure it out, but they were just as freaked out as I was. And this girl was parked way at the end, down past the Porte Cochet. And I said, well, let me talk to her. Tell her I'm here. Let me talk to her. And she comes over to the window and starts talking to me. There were two other guys standing there, guys I knew. And she starts speaking to me. It was English, but the sentence structure and the way the words came out were just something I'd never heard before. And I'd run across people who created their own little way of speaking, like twins sometimes do that. And they have their own little language. And the odd thing was I could comprehend in my mind everything she was saying. And she was talking about these times now, I'd say from 2018 to the present. and that there would be violence and there would be destruction, and uh, it was just a whole list of things that are happening. Let's just leave it at that are happening now. And I said, and tears were streaming down her face. These big blue eyes, long brown hair. And I said, why don't you get in the car? I said, calm down, just, I heard what you told me. I said, I understand. I get it. I understand. And she got in the back seat, and I said, I was trying to calm her down. Both of us were trying to calm her down. And she did. And, I asked her where she was from. And she said somewhere that she said basically it was very nebulous. In the northern central states is the way she said it. And we're calmly talking at that point because I'm trying to calm her down and get more information out of her. And all of a sudden her eyes just get wide. She ducks down, ducks out the other door, and runs. I've got to go. That's him. So I said to my friend, I said, get the fuck out of the driver's seat. I want to see who this guy is. He's coming to this van. So get out. Let me take you. You don't have any license. You can't do that. Just get the fuck out. I'll do it. I need to. Well, I was doing a little bit of writing then, and just kind of decompress from a few things. And I noticed his gait, the length from the knee to the ankle was extremely far, very tall. I would say almost 7 foot. Regular tone, Caucasian skin, not light, but not dark. And it's kind of a reddish color hair that was brushed back and not a hair out of place. And I had been listening to, I think, an album from A Perfect Circle. And there was one song in particular, The Hollow, that I liked a lot then. And I was listening to that a lot for like the previous 3 weeks. And this is, one of those things when you get a new album or relatively new, I think it was a year out or something like that, 2 years out. And I'd just been turned on to it and was listening to it. And he's wearing a headset. I'm looking at him, what the? And I was just as confused as everybody else because, okay, here, that's him, the primary one. There were 4 altogether, 2 in each car. And he gets in back seat, and he's in the headphones with this really strange player device. I'd never seen it before, and I pretty much knew electronics, and for personal use, what was out there at that time. I'd never seen anything like it. And what was playing so audibly that I could hear it was The Hollow from A Perfect Circle, and that right there, when I went, this can't be a coincidence, and I'm thinking I'm under surveillance for some reason, or, these guys are from some strange, unnamed, let's say, group that was wanting something from me. And he took it off, turned it off. And I said, where do you want to go? And he said, head west, please. Perfect diction. The only thing I noticed, the K's were hit just a little bit harder. And there's a reason why I'm telling you this story today. And by the time I hit the first light, he said to me, how does it feel being back in blank since you've been away so long? And I went, holy shit. And I started getting tense. And I'm thinking, I don't have a weapon. I don't have any way to defend myself other than my bare hands. And this guy's a big guy. And I looked at him when stopped at a light, and you couldn't even tell a pore on his skin. It was that perfect. And I said, I answered the question as if it didn't surprise me and also scare me somewhat and freak me out at the same time. I mean, really freaked me out. And I asked him again, where exactly do you want to go? And he said, just head west. So by the time I get to the second light, he's saying to me, how is your daughter? It's my eldest child.
That's creepy.
And I said, at that time, I got another wave. I mean, a wave of fear unlike I had ever felt in any situation before, beyond anything. Because there was one thing, I'm pretty good at sensing people. And anybody knows, you're sitting in a room, you can be in a dark room. You can sense someone's in there. People, and you get a bad sense about somebody, you get a good sense. We are connected in ways that science is catching up to, actually has surpassed. Because later on in the next show, we'll go into some really wild things. Because I think these things need to be known before events amp up. But I'm using my own personal example.
So
As
I
God
don't
is my
understand.
witness,
So
so the
then,
life
so
of
this
my
guy
son.
was obviously from. So what you're trying to relay here is this guy wasn't from here.
I was trying to put in my mind determine where, or was he some kind of genetic group? You know what I'm talking about. And I'm trying to, in my mind, all these things are running through because I'd either had direct knowledge of, or, information through friends who did have direct knowledge of certain things. And I'm going, I cannot sense this individual in any way. And he knows everything about me, but he couldn't find where I lived. All right, strange, beyond strange. And
So as he tells you to keep going west, what happened from there?
well, he tried to say things like, it's just things about me and my daughter. And I was thinking, are you going to use her as leverage? If you do, I swear to God, I will find you and I will do anything I can. Who are you? What are you about? So he said, tell me, where are you from originally? And I told him what state I was born in. And he said, and you left there when you were 20. And I was, my body at the same time that was cold as ice. I was totally locked in fear. I'm basically naked and on this highway. Normally that time of night, there'd be cars. There was no cars around. Nothing. So I saw in my rearview mirror about 3 minutes into it, silver car. I could see the man driving, look kind of like the dude that was in the back seat. The thing, whatever it was in the back seat. Looked kind of like him, but had this strange glow to the phone that was just beyond anything. I'd never seen anything like it. I could see half of his face in the rearview mirror. He's right behind me. So I'm in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. I slow down to 25. Never did he pass me. So I started picking it up, and I'm doing 65, 70 right behind me. And finally, I'm so freaked out at this point. I am so, I mean, I was, because I'm dealing with all these factors that none of them plugged in. It had been going on since I first woke up in the morning, and I'm like, well, you know, I could have stayed home and, you know, not gone out and let it go by. But I said, no, I want to know what the fuck, who the fuck wants to talk to me. I wanted to know who it was and what do you want, and who do you work for? Where are you from? What's the reason for this? So I'm thinking at this point, I'm a dead man. That's all I'm thinking. I'm dead. And I got so amped up. I turn around and I look at him, and he's holding this, like it was like a gold colored box with black on each end, practically up to the back of my head. And I know this sounds like crazy ass shit you'll see in some of these series, but I don't watch any of them, but I've seen a thing here or there. I know it sounds like that, but you got to understand, how many times have we talked about Hollywood is a locked-in entity. They're telling you these things. And since I've had time down, because I'm going in for surgery again for another spine repair, you know, my wife starts telling me about this thing called Fringe. You know, I never seen that before. I didn't know what was on TV for a good 25 years. I just didn't watch it. No time, didn't care, and no need to. And I said, I've got a question for you. And I mean, I was amped up, really amped up, and ice cold, that afraid. And I never, ever felt that afraid in anything, ever be in any situation ever. And I said, let me ask you a question. So where are you from? He goes, that is not important. And I said, well, it is to me. So I said, I practically yelled at him, where the fuck are you from? You seem to know a lot about me. I don't know shit about you. You won't tell me. Where the fuck are you from? That is not important. And I said, look, where do you want to go? I'm not going to go much further. And in my mind, I'm thinking, how fast do I have to go? It's not going to kill me if I run this thing into a tree or a pillar or whatever I could. And the airbags, all that good stuff. Because I was ready to do that. And he said, turning up there. And it was a mall parking lot. And there was a fast food joint right on the edge of it, near the highway. And I pulled in, silver car behind me pulls right in. There was another that came in from another direction. And that just happened to be about three-quarters of a mile from where I live, oddly enough. I pull in there, the car pulls in about 20 yards away, and this man is holding this glowing green device. Looked to me like a cell phone, but I've never seen anything like it, the kind of glow that was coming out of it. And he said to me, how much will I said, just get the fuck out. It's on me. Get out. So he gets out. I mean, this dude was pushing 7 foot. Clothes, not a wrinkle, all black, and a brown, it looked like leather. I didn't even know what kind of material it was. And I mean, again, wide jaw, the entire skull was about 15 to 17, I'd estimate 20% larger than any man's skull is normally. And I'm sitting there and I'm coming down. Adrenaline was going through me like I had never felt before, because I was convinced whoever the fuck these people are, I must have done something wrong to them, in the prior years. And, hey, this is payback. Or they're getting payback for somebody and something else, and they're going to do it with me. But the device, the appearance of this individual, the way he walked, again, I had no fucking idea what I was dealing with. I was just glad he was out. No confrontation, nothing. And because I felt totally helpless. I could not sense.
So, but was this like a Nordic? Was this a Nordic, or what you're saying that obviously this was off planetary beings, or what was this? Is that what
If
you're
I
saying?
were to, yeah, I checked with a few people after that, gave them the description, what they knew and what they didn't know. That was too odd to me, because if you're intelligence, you'd have known where I live. If you wanted me, you'd have came to my door, or you'd have figured out a way to wax me very easily when I stepped out that door.
Well, obviously they didn't want to wax you.
No, they didn't. And I couldn't figure out. So I was so, you're the seventh person I've told. Everyone has been very close to me, would never betray me. Now your audience knows, and I'm saying this for a reason. And I was so freaked out by the whole experience. I didn't leave my apartment for 3 months. I didn't so much as go out on the balcony. Two of my buddies would go food shopping for me, get me this or that if I needed it. A book,
So
a couple of
what's
books.
the relevance of this story then?
A lot of the events on this planet, there are other things. Let me just say it this way for now, and I'll figure out a way to say it the next time I come on. There are other entities, and I don't want to hear this shit that, oh, aliens are demons and all of this not. No, they're not. No. Science and all that stuff is coming together. That's another thing. If we can make it past all of this say quickening process, because most people still won't open their eyes and wake up. But I have one last thing to say. I wouldn't leave my apartment. Finally, one day I was having, I guess what you call a nervous breakdown. I have no other way to do it, express it. So I pulled the Bible off my shelf and I put it down on my desk, and I opened it up, and it opened up to the last book of the Old Testament, Malachi. It's only like 3 pages long. Read the book of Malachi today. And whether it's a savior or whether it is, and I should honestly, it's higher evolved beings that have been. Why do you think they put those shows out? They are fucking telling you. They're usually intelligence operations that create those shows. But you'll see the names like J.J. Abrams and all these other people, and they may or may not know, most of them don't, that they're given these wonderful writers and storylines to put out there because Well, I'll say it, and I don't think anybody'd be angry with me in that agency about it. CIA is also infiltrated throughout Hollywood.
So you're saying basically the three-letter agencies are controlled by even higher entities.
About 3 levels above them. Yeah. Because a lot of them don't know what they're dealing with.
And it's very compartmentalized, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
So what we are,
And
so this, it does kind of go into coincide with the Bible then. I mean, because
it
we are
does.
battling that of not of our flesh and blood, right? The spiritual entities and principalities. I don't know the exact verse, but I mean, that would make sense. So what you're saying is you came in contact with these beings firsthand and you
Yeah.
knew you were being watched, basically.
Yeah.
They wanted to let
And
you, they wanted to let you know that they knew everything about you.
yeah. Only I was just in such a different frame of mind and so fucking freaked out. I couldn't put it together and I couldn't process it for months. I mean,
But that's your
I thought I
firsthand
was
experience.
yeah, that was my first experience with that. And
And I know you've told me
and
different ones, many more. I mean, we
and
could talk about Antarctica
yeah,
and things like that on the next show, but what you're saying to me is right now is that this goes beyond our understanding, correct? This war.
yeah, it does. A lot of the crazy shit you hear from these people, some of them are put out there like Corey No Good and a few others talking about this 20 and back and all that. Look, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, I've
'Cause
had people on my show talk about me back. Yeah.
that's covering for something else. That's all that is. That's all that is. And the layers and the entanglement. Keep that word in the sense of what we understand in the quantum realm, entanglement. Understand this, the brain is a quantum entangled organ. It's the most important organ that the rest of our body supports. I don't want to go any further than that right now. But
well, let's continue this on the next show, Ghost. I mean, that was a lot to
because
there.
I had someone that was prodding me for ever since I came on your show to tell that particular one because
I've wanted you to see that story, but there's a few other ones, especially with Antarctica, that I want to talk about on the next one. If you're willing to disclose that,
what I can without causing.
I think Antarctica is the most important piece of this puzzle.
It is. It really is. And there's locations all over the planet. Skinwalker right now, they're doing a series about that. Travis Taylor. Not too far from me. But they're only allowed to say so much. They're not allowed to tell you everything they're saying. That's why when you see them in their meetings with Brandon Fugel, they're all kind of tense because they're watching their words carefully of what they're telling you. Because they're not allowed to go beyond a certain point. I think people need to know beyond a certain point, to be honest with you. I think they need to know. And the same thing at Skinwalker, and there's even one not too far from me. Same kind of activity. Anyway, I know
I'll tell you what, I've been watching a lot of trail cams and I've been seeing skinwalkers caught on trail cams. And I know, I'm like, if they're out there in the woods and they're out there, if they're able to take form, a human form or animal form, what makes you think they're not in our government? I'm just saying, like, if we're catching them on trail cams, which anybody can go and watch on YouTube. You can go watch these things all over YouTube. They're out there. It's not just the Yeti they catch or the Bigfoot. I mean, that's child's play. These rakes and these entities that are out there roaming the forest, obviously, if they're out there, they've got to be everywhere.
Those level things are meant to scare people, to chase you away because you're near something that is embedded in the earth in that location. Because there are natural weak spots and even wormhole aspects that do exist in nature naturally throughout the universe. Sort of some, Kaku and others even theorize, I believe it was him, but it might be Susskind, that these things are actually what hold the fabric of the universe together. It's a natural component of where